fallen too deep and they're hoping to sin. Wipe the sweat but they soak to the skin. Run them out but they choke on the sin. Acting righteous but will bend alignment because men do right when they know they can win. Man be hiding, I'm a string composer, call him mad asylum. I'm the king of Joker. Every random island got a whistleblower, flushing out a royal like a winning poker. Got a panic buy and they can keep composure. Advertising, go and read the brochure. Man, I'm fighting at a mediocre. You've got to deal with devils when our freeze is over. I've been running out of body bags. They be running when I doff the cap. Poison minds like I be noxious gas. They gon' need my love cause I'm a wanted man. Froggies on me like I'm Rocky Sam. Payday coming like I'm robbing banks. All this talking like they got a plan. They got daddy issues, man, I shot my dad. You don't have to trip like this, nah. You don't have the shit I did, nah. You don't have the mind or the wit, nah. Look at how he crying when he pissed, nah. You ain't got the name to be talking like this. Man, ain't got a page for boarding my shit. You must be insane if you thought you might live. Because you'll stay, I'll be walking my bitch.
Epidemic Sound provides you with restriction-free music and sound effects that you can use across all of your content without
of tragedies. I'm in a whole different category. Guess it's the way that it had to be. If you gon' fuck with my life or my salary, then you gon' fuck with the flirly. Do flamingo, cross her and up or I go for bingo. Businessman and I know the lingo. Flock to the dawn when I show the mink coat. I'm so style, I'm invoke. Stainless window, clap it twice like I'm praising Shinto. Kids the orphan and I made a widow. Cause this gen is worse like I'm playing Sinnoh. They gon' hate me, string up and force like a ukulele. I run with pirates but I rep the navy. Got tools at my side like my name was baby. I'm the result of the world that made me. Got no result, man, your hands are shaky. Way that I talk make a man go crazy. I'm like go boss, gaslight gamekeeper. I've fallen from heaven, the more has been called into question. The court is in session, you can't put a god on a cross. And to think that you taught me a lesson. Unfortunate rebels been caught in a war, but I fought with no weapon. Got peasants supporting the laws that were threatened and caused by their minds are a source of deception. Those soldiers are toys that they lure with affection. I'm not just a man, I'm a movement. By my command, they will dance for amusement. They want to stand for the phantom delusion. They don't understand that a man's a illusion. The hand keeps a tick in the sand that we're losing. Our land will be filled with the mangled and gruesome. They ran to the thought of a planned revolution, and I will not stop to my last execution.
Stand tall and march, my legion. Oh, you will face my wrath. Can't hide those broken pieces. Some string are the ones that are left. Fall apart and fall. You'll rise again, mighty. So fall.
Oh snap! I like it. Oh, that is so cool, man.
Carrier jump complete. Please stand by while final checks are processed.
Nice.
Attention, lockdown has been lifted. All services have resumed. Thank you for your cooperation.
Excuse me up there. Excuse me. Up there.
home. I sure as hell do.
Something I can get you, Commander?
Have you ever thought about selling up and becoming an explorer?
I don't know. Flying around on the off chance I find a moon I can put my name on doesn't sound very appealing to me.
I know what you mean.
Hello, Commander. For you. Have gas? I don't know how to. How'd you do that? From. Good. Gotta have the music. Oh, yeah. and just hit the mic. I don't mean to do that. I actually have to leave y'all to some music. I'm about to go run and get me some food. I guess I could order some, but that's extra that I don't have. It looks like they're actually talking to me.
Attention all passengers. A hyperspace jump has been scheduled. Please finish any remaining tasks in this system prior to the carrier's departure. Attention. A hyperspace jump has been scheduled. Please finish any
Here we go.
prior to the carrier's departure.
Jumpy, jump, jump. Driver, jump faster, please. Jumping too slow. Are we there yet? Pardon. Well.
Carrier jump sequence is underway. Most jumping will take 5 minutes.
7.5 minutes. I couldn't make. I did an exercise. I just want to go over there and like take his glasses. Can I have your glasses? Hey man, check the status board. No. Talking about that one? Excuse me. Got any beer? phase 1. Gertrude. She's a good broad, she is. I don't know what this means. Oh, up there? Yeah. There's this one here too. If I can't, can I get up there? Wonder. No. Restricted. That's not fair. I'm gonna go down here and pout now. Pouting. Too many blind spots. Five minutes. Oh wait, I know what I want to do. Go to the snack bar. By the way, these are not good pods. They are bad pods. Don't touch these pods. Bad. Pretty bad. How do I... How do I, How do I do that? Contacts. No, negative Ghost Rider. Oh my god. Contacts. Oh my god. Oh, there it is. I found it. Presents. Sorry, it's been forever. Okay. Oh wait. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. Shit, 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 shit. It wouldn't let me. What was I doing? Oh yeah. You're Verbius, right? Oh my god, maybe I gotta reset. Hey now, easy. That shit still gives me PTSD. Or I got PTSD from it. I can't even talk right now. This is fun. I just hope that I can stay awake, huh? Let's see. Yeah, it's not letting me to accept. I don't know if maybe when the game crashed on you guys, it actually crashed on me too, and not allowing me to. I'll try resetting after this jump. See if that helps. Uh-oh. Oh yeah, I was taking my. Alright, I'll try it then. That is so cool. I wonder what it looks like when the fleet carrier is coming into a system that you're in. Like, that'd be cool. Like, storm starts happening. Big ass ship. Be like, yeah! Wow, that's so beautiful. Alright, let me up. Let me up. I got things to do. Let me up. Hey, we're stopped. Hello? Okay, run, 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 run. Run, 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 run. Lock those things. Oh, come on. Open, open. Open. Come on already. Mandoverbius. Not letting me to ship. Oh, that'd be cool. Alright, I'm gonna have to start the thing. Continue. Shh, go to sleep. Oh man. Gotta order me. Alright. Back in game. I hope that did it. Didn't like exit all the way out of the out. My ship. Yep. Oh, look at the green bean. I don't know if I need to go all the way to my ship or not, but it. Run back.
No gravity. Magnetic contact active.
Got magnets on my boots and I'm ready to go. Alright, send that wing invite, please. Maybe you get a chance. And scanned. What's his name say? Oh, there it goes. They're probably thinking I'm on crack. Ah, there it goes. Yes. This is so cool. Access denied. But I wanted to be king for a day. Trying to find like the best seat in the house. It won't let you stand up, will it? Wow. Yeah, I hate the A. I mean, yeah, they're good for the streamers, but not really all that great. Payout's not. Hey, two down there. Looking at. Can't see. Getting upstairs. Yeah, but I can't sit in the big man's chair. This is a Verbia seat. I gotta sit right here. Ta. Where are you at? I see these two, and well, here I am. I don't see no Verbius. Hindsight. How long did you say this trip was gonna take? Like, I don't know, like how many jumps you're planning on doing? Oh, from the hangar? Alright. I'm gonna leave y'all to YouTube music. I'm gonna go get me some food. I will be back. Here comes Gordita. She gotta be part of the wing to join me.
Attention all passengers. A hyperspace jump
Oh,
has been
nice.
scheduled. Please finish any remaining tasks in this system prior to the carrier's departure. Attention. A
Alright, well, I
hyperspace
will be
jump has
back.
been scheduled. Please finish any remaining tasks in this system prior to the carrier's departure.
I gotta go get me something to eat so I can make it through the night. Diabetes and all. Alright, I'll be back. Much love, y'all.
Attention. Carrier jump sequence is underway. Rope time begins in 5 minutes.
What's up, Snookums? I'm actually just about to head out and grab me something to eat. But if you don't mind just kicking back and listening to this good music, nice violin chill music, we're about to do about 10.5 to 11 hours total of 31 jumps. Kick back and relax and enjoy the show. I'll be right back. I'm back. Did you miss me? Dear God, that store was busy. Do apologize. I'm gonna jump in my Discord. Well, if anyone wants that in, you gotta keep. Holy crap. Oh, on foot, emo. Gotcha. Alright, going to the Smoky Channel. Alright. I can get stuff to work for me, that'd be nice. Alright, now I gotta put these groceries up. That, but not right now. Damn, I was gonna get some ice cream. Sucks. Yeah, it probably doesn't go good with alcohol. Hope he's going drink and chill. Whew, kinda hot. Did it crash again? Why's it got that up there? So fucking confused right now. I don't get it.
a few that can do it. If you ain't you, but you fuel in the movement. 8 bars, double loop, just duke it. Got 'em wound up till they wound up, boomed it. Now they loud hard till they wound up, viewed it. You let a rap guy speak round up, truly. Wait a minute, all the birds tweet till they get clay pigeon. Go against me, there's a real atheism. I was made a god to me, so I give the same giving. Oh no, I can feel the snake in them. And we both human, but it ain't the same, is it? You and my son, so they make it so different. My parental right is the wit, get it? Copy, rock 'em to the body. Pull the plug and prop 'em in the lobby. Ain't a god, but ain't a god can stop me. Probability of death is obvious, but I don't give a fuck. We all have to die someday, so what? Me, I'm gonna die on my own 2 feet. I'll be 10 toes down with your 10 toes up. Whoa, flow so smooth it's butter. Door right here, I'm lord of the thumpers. 808, hit a 4-door like thunder. 808, make a bitch pause, buffer. Adam on the mic, but it ain't no jumper. Total frog leap, but there ain't no jumpers. You got a bad bitch with my dame go dumber. She came for my ribs, so it ain't no wonder. Came for my ribs, so the chick got sauce. Fall so big, couldn't fit in my drawers. Why you think I walk with a 4-leaf clover? It's all luck if you get to see what I got. No forgiving you, 4-4 in the fruit. Try to run in my home, 4-4 to your roof. We get bored in the streets, we get bored in the booth. And I'm keeping your schemes indoor in the proof. And don't give a single fuck about awards or the rules or the rules or the jewels. I just war for the crew. Cause there ain't another human that can do what I do. I've been running from the Genesis to moving iTunes. You in my art. Every single hit a typhoon. And in my art, every single minute high noon. Wanna leave when the bell ring, you in my school. Better sit in that stool, bitch. Knock down and discourage we up. Say he comes for the things that we love. They say that I couldn't keep up, keep up, keep up. Oh, it's fine by me. You run when it started heat up. Oh, talk till it go to piece out. My mind going stuck in reruns, reruns, reruns. Oh, it's fine by me. Wait. Put me on prime time, I'ma clutch it. I'm not with the hive mind, I'm who does it. I'm first in the byline, number 1, and I'm doing a skydive on who deserves respect. You run for the check, but you running from me when I run in the check. You run without looking, there's nothing to check. Cause I'm running with me, it's a running with death. I'm running your scene and then dump on the set. Cause when Adam gets even, no Adam is left. And when Adam gets even, we add in the rest. Cause if Adam gets beaten, you battling them.
Alright. I think I could down a little. Some meat.
I woke up and I felt like death. In fact, I feel like I've never slept. Black 3-piece on a Kevlar vest. I look like death. Excalibur the long nose, and it smells success. You're just boomers, can't handle tech. Head to head, it's gonna hit like death. Man moves like Icarus, thinks he's fly till I dust his wings and bring it down to size. Make him run them things, he wears jacket style, but don't get it twisted. I'm a man of culture, lifestyle British. Bust the tool, but keep the pinkies lifted. Wipe my shoes before the door gets kicked in. Now I'm like top of the classes, I ace the metrics. Fuck asymmetrics, all in my aesthetics. I'll give the head, and if a man comes stepping at me, trying to wave a weapon, I'm facing death in several ways. Every day, 2 bad bitches resonate. All the mag get parts, slip a clipping list, cause I'm about to let him spread.
You see me pulling up in that black and white. Put that to his face, now he acting right. Let's go shoot from the cannon, so say goodnight. Cause these bullets connecting like satellite. They ain't never gonna know about this kind of life. Turn his soul into fragments, don't need a sight. Let my nights eat the soul for their appetite. Try me rolling, I'm doing it out of spite. Remember status beginners, I grab him and I execute. Yeah, if you want smoke, then I'm popping for sure if you finna come through. Yeah, I gotta step on my side like Rick when it flare go.
Attention, a hyperspace jump has been scheduled. Please finish any remaining tasks in this system prior to the carrier's departure. Attention all passengers, a hyperspace jump has been scheduled. Please finish any remaining tasks in this system prior to the carrier's departure.
Play my tunes, make him run that. If he run his mouth, run upon him, gun him down. Moon come up, his sun is down. Tool and took his sun is out, took it down. Do you enjoy your youth? Yeah, shut your mouth. I never came to play games. But if I did, I'd probably take first place. The vacate with D, the K came to take names. Never heed the sins, I can't change ways. On which soul can I snack? On which soul I could blast? God in the night, no Maca packer, but I pack a pair of Max. Back up solo Mac and switch up not to cast like Star, no Bowie. I keep a blade when it's rowdy. I keep my day ones around me. I feel the strain of a lifetime of living. The standards you couldn't maintain, it's astounding. I might be free, but it hounds me. Best in the town, he's the best in the county. His country, his continent, living or dead. Few are better than body, get fucked if you doubt me.
Pulling up in that black and white. Put that to his face, now he acting right. Let's go shoot from the cannon, so say goodnight. Cause these bullets connecting like satellite. They ain't never gonna know about this kind of life. Turn his soul into fragments, don't need a sight. Let my nights eat the soul for their appetite.
Fuck what you heard about the Slayers, that ain't me. I'm a beast of a player, run the game differently. Only weak, running fear, will the blade cut him free. If you see me, I'm here, we're back down easily. I'm a monster, so mercilessly haunting you, fucking you up with these blades that are guarded through. I'm a god on this earth to you vermin. My purpose, deterring and hurting with sudden moves. Duck your head when you see me walk by. Demons dropping dead with my self-taught style. Keep them all awake when they hear war cries. Shiver in the gaze of the great war's eyes. Beast breath, how I'm living every day. Their death, now I'm swinging fucking blades. Beast breath, how I'm living every day. Their death, now I'm swinging fucking blades.
Yeah, I'm a disaster. And better not flex on the master. You're facing a slasher. The beast inside of me a bastard. I don't even wanna chatter. But hoping I'm the one you after. My jagged blade's gonna make you a cast, but leave your remains on the platter. Eating hard and getting plastered. Defeat is never a factor. You better scatter. Know that my weapon is faster. Thinking that only your clothes getting tattered. Blood on the splatter. I've been living like a dirty heathen. I pick with a passion. Always looking for some action. Always trying to give you multiple legions. Okay, never talk if I do you all lame. You don't wanna start when I'm already pissed off. Cause you win a jigsaw puzzle when I'm not a pain. 10-0, always wanna be a hero. Need to just stay in his lane. But I'm lethal when I get low. Tell Mexico that you're about to hit him with a cane. Beast breath, how I'm living every day. Dead death, now I'm swinging broken blades. Beast breath, how I'm living every day. Dead death, now I'm swinging broken blades.
I will never rest from the morning through the nightfall. Trying to be the best, best prepared to be my rival. Demons got ahead, well it's one too many. Yelling ready, breathing steady. I'ma let y'all see the nightfall.
Eyeball, your competitors never compare to what's in my molecular light. So, with precision, would be finding your position like a predator, my fault. I can hear you in the sidewall, trying to hide, but you got flaws. Not for the fame, giving you pants and night cross.
Spatial awareness, I ain't leaving it to chance. Face of a war that hides a violent man.
There's no hiding from me, feel my sense enhanced. Tracking you, deploying talents, feel the seventh fame.
Beast breath, how I'm living every day.
What kind of music does everybody listen to?
Passengers who wish to remain in the star system must depart soon. Holiday lockdown is scheduled.
Beast breath, how I'm living every day. Dead death, now I'm swinging broken blades. Beast breath, how I'm living every day. Dead death, now I'm swinging broken blades. Feeling the clouds all around me, cover my mind. Feeling your hands close around me, ruin my life. Now I watch bridges burn before my time. I won't let my world fall down in front of my eyes. Coming with the blue flame, y'all. Erased it, won't stop now. I can already taste it. Blood stains and impatience blow up now. No more like wait, I was hoping you'd take my side. I won't let my world fall down in front of my eyes.
Never needed love, I beat to my own drum set. Step ahead, I manifest the path I haven't done yet. Been the bone collector, all depressed to my agenda. Shake the earth, engulf the wind with fire, moving like September. What you gonna do, call 5-0? Thought that you knew I'm a psycho. C-O-D, D-B-D, death by Dobby, I know. Death follow your set though, high key, no I know, that's I know. Spit flames everywhere I go. And mercy, yeah, but why no? But I have a question, lend me your attention. I just need some depth on something, maybe you have failed to mention. Maybe if you think about it, you have led to my ascension. So I could
Uh-oh.
Let me ask you a question, cause I'm just curious to know, not being passive aggressive. What was it? Was I not good enough? And look me in the eyes when you talk. You turn that fucking head again, I'll turn your body to chalk. Cause this redemption arc, you're on your past too shy.
Where we are right now. Bubble.
Like my body when hard. Doesn't matter what you
Getting
say,
here.
still got bodies to drop. Wanna see you crumble way before I body you power, yeah. Clouds all around me, cover my mind. Feeling your hands close around me, ruin my life.
No.
And I watch bridges burn before my time. I won't let my
Eagle
world
Nebula.
fall down in front of my eyes. Coming with a blue flame.
I don't know which
Erased it, won't stop now. I can already taste it. Blood stains and impatience. Blow up now, no whole life later. Was hoping
the one ratio, Milky Way Galaxy. Sagittarius A. Countdown. Yeah, I think that's right. That was a long jump back. I think I had to call the fuel rats and the what, hub hills or the hutch. Come rescue me.
Attention. Counting down. 5, 4, 3,
Yep.
2, 1.
Hey, does she still play? Still stream and stuff? Haven't seen her on Twitch or anything. Okay. Can you imagine being up in space and then having a lightning storm like that?
Carrier jump complete. Please stand by while final checks are processed. Attention. Lockdown has been
Oh, I
lifted.
see.
All services have resumed. Thank you for your cooperation.
Can we jump? Hey, I did it. Don't walk away from me. I saluted. Ah, That is not my ship. Not my ship. Whose ship is it? Oh, Verbius. Oh, I don't want to. That guy. Gross. Verbius. Hindsight. What a ship.
Welcome.
Feeling the clouds all around me cover my mind. Feeling your hands close around me ruin my life.
I needed that.
I won't let my world fall down in front of my eyes. Coming with the blue flame, y'all. Erased it, won't stop now. I can already taste it. Blood stains and impatience blow up now. No whole life wait. I was hoping you'd take my side. I won't let my world fall down in front of my eyes.
Welcome to Vista Genomics.
Needed love, I beat to my own drum set. Step ahead, I manifest the path I haven't done yet. Been the bone collector, all depressed to my agenda. Shake the earth, engulf the wind with fire, moving like September. What you gonna do? Call 5-0. Thought that you knew I'm a psycho. COD, DBD, dead by Dobby. I know. Death follow your set though, high key. No, I know. That's high no. Spit flames everywhere I go. And mercy, yeah, but why no? But I have a question. Lend me your attention. I just need some depth on something, baby. You have failed to mention. Maybe if you think about it, you have led to my ascension. So I cleared out my itinerary to give this final lesson. I'll address it. Broken unprecedented. Who better than me than to wrestle with it? This hate in my heart, man, it's once a minute. Said it's warming the fire to nestle in it. I'm the best who did it, but you did it. Had a time for me. I don't wanna hear it, don't lie to me. Got a new day. Grim Reaper. Now I'm gonna earn that sight when I sweep them. Fuck what you saying. I don't need a brother anyway. In a different league, you can keep what you gonna say. Turn the page on your calendar. I do it anyway.
Welcome.
You talking shit, then load the flickers. I am on the way. Told you boys I'm a killer. Either you with me or not. You can be the victim or be the villain. Choose who I'm clearing the block. By comparison, you're civilian, all the million. You are the system. Like you think we ignore the prison. Save all that talk for your bitch. I just kill 'em, kill 'em. Let me ask you a question, cause I'm just curious to know. Not being passive aggressive, what was it? Was I not good enough? And look me in the eyes when you talk. You turn that
I don't know why I'm typing. I'm so used to being in chat. Anyway, how long is the cooldown for? Freak.
Coming with the blue flame, y'all. Eat wasted, won't stop now. I can already taste it. Blood stains and impatience. Blow up now, no more life later. Was hoping you'd take my side. I won't let my world fall down in front of mine. I won't let my world fall.
Oh, okay, gotcha. So how many jumps are we in? So we're going the max jumps of 31 jumps, right?
If I'ma do it right, then I'm gonna do it on my own. If I'ma do it right, do it right. If I'ma do it, if I'ma do it right, do it, I'm gonna do it on my own. If I'ma do it right, do it right. If I'ma do it, if I'ma do it right, then I'm gonna do it on my own. Man, I feel like a demon. Never needed anybody else to lean on. No, I'ma take what I'm owed. Yeah. If I'ma do it right, then I'm gonna do it on my own. Black win, right around selling my tactic. Ashes to ashes. Tell them don't grip for my passing.
Alright, so we made 9. Fair. Nice. Nice. Alright, cool. I'm going to... Oh, you know what?
The Columbia Broadcasting System and its affiliated stations present Orson Welles and the Mercury Theater on the Air in The War of the Worlds by H.G. Wells. Ladies and gentlemen, the director of the Mercury Theater and star of these broadcasts, Orson Welles.
We know now that in the early years of the 20th century, this world was being watched closely by intelligences greater than man's, and yet as mortal as his own. We know now that as human beings busied themselves about their various concerns, they were scrutinized and studied, perhaps almost as narrowly as a man with a microscope might scrutinize the transient creatures that swarm and multiply in a drop of water. With infinite complacence, people went to and fro over the earth about their little affairs, serene in the assurance of their dominion over this small, spinning fragment of solar driftwood, which by chance or design, man has inherited out of the dark mystery of time and space. Yet across an immense ethereal gulf, minds that are to our minds as ours are to the beasts in the jungle, intellects vast, cool, and unsympathetic, regarded this earth with envious eyes and slowly and surely drew their plans against us. In the 39th year of the 20th century came the Great Disillusionment. Near the end of October, business was better. The war scare was over. More men were back at work. Sales were picking up. On this particular evening, October 30th, the Crosley service estimated that 32 million people were listening in on radios.
The next 24 hours, not much change in temperature. A slight atmospheric disturbance of undetermined origin is reported over Nova Scotia, causing a low-pressure area to move down rather rapidly over the northeastern states, bringing a forecast of rain accompanied by winds of light gale force. Maximum temperature 66, minimum 48. This weather report comes to you from the Government Weather Bureau. We take you now to the Meridian Room in the Hotel Park Plaza in downtown New York, where you will be entertained by the music of Raymond Raquello and his orchestra.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. From the Meridian Room in the Park Plaza Hotel in New York City, we bring you the music of Raymond Raquello and his orchestra. With a touch of the Spanish, Raymond Raquello leads off with La Campesita.
Is that guy following me?
Hey, Cheech. Appreciate the follow, man.
Ladies and gentlemen, we interrupt our program of dance music to bring you a special bulletin from the Intercontinental Radio News.
Morning,
20 minutes before 8 Central
afternoon,
Time, Professor Farrell of the
evening
Mount
is
Jennings
going
Observatory, Chicago, Illinois, reports observing several explosions of incandescent gas occurring at regular intervals on the planet Mars. The spectroscope indicates the gas to be hydrogen and moving toward the Earth with enormous velocity. Professor Pearson of the observatory at Princeton confirms Farrell's observation and describes the phenomenon as, quote, like a jet of blue flame shot from a gun, unquote. We now return you to the music of Raymond Raquello, playing for you in the Meridian Room of the Park Plaza Hotel, situated in downtown New York.
And now a tune that never loses favor, the ever-popular Stardust, Raymond Raquello and his orchestra.
Ladies and gentlemen, following on the news given in our bulletin a moment ago, the Government Meteorological Bureau has requested the large observatories of the country to keep an astronomical watch on any further disturbances occurring on the planet Mars. Due to the unusual nature of this occurrence, we have arranged an interview with the noted astronomer, Professor Pearson, who will give us his views on this event. In a few moments, we will take you to the Princeton Observatory at Princeton, New Jersey. We return you until then to the music of Ramon Raquello and his orchestra. We are ready now to take you to the Princeton Observatory at Princeton, where Carl Phillips, our commentator, will interview Professor Richard Pearson, famous astronomer. We take you now to Princeton, New Jersey.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Carl Phillips speaking to you from the observatory at Princeton. I'm standing in a large semicircular room, pitch black except for an oblong split in the ceiling. Through this opening, I can see a sprinkling of stars that cast a kind of frosty glow over the intricate mechanism of a huge telescope. The ticking sound you hear is the vibration of the clockwork. Professor Pearson stands directly above me on a small platform, peering through the giant lens. I'll ask you to be patient, ladies and gentlemen, during any delay that may arise during our interview. Besides the ceaseless watch of the heavens, Professor Pearson may be interrupted by telephone or other communications. During this period, he is in constant touch with the astronomical centers of the world. Professor, may I begin our questions?
At any time, Mr. Phillips.
Professor, would you please tell our radio audience exactly what you see as you observe the planet Mars through your telescope?
Nothing unusual at the moment, Mr. Phillips. A red disk swimming in a blue sea. Transverse stripes across the disk. Quite distinct now because Mars happens to be at the point nearest the Earth, in opposition, as we call it.
In your opinion, what do these transverse stripes signify, Professor Pearson?
Not canals, I can assure you, Mr. Phillips. Although that's the popular conjecture of those who imagine Mars to be inhabited. From a scientific viewpoint, the stripes are merely the result of atmospheric conditions peculiar to the planet.
Then you're quite convinced, as a scientist, that living intelligence as we know it does not exist on Mars?
I'd say the chances against it are 1,000 to 1.
And yet, how do you account for these gas eruptions occurring on the surface of the planet at regular intervals?
Phillips, I cannot account for it.
By the way, Professor, for the benefit of our listeners, how far is Mars from the Earth?
Approximately 40 million miles.
Well, that seems a safe enough distance. Just a moment, ladies and gentlemen. Someone has just handed Professor Pearson a message. While he reads it, let me remind you that we are speaking to you from the observatory in Princeton, New Jersey, where we are interviewing the world-famous astronomer, Professor Pearson. One moment, please. Professor Pearson has passed me a message which he has just received. Professor, may I read the message to the listening audience?
Certainly, Mr. Phillips.
Ladies and gentlemen, I shall read you a wire addressed to Professor Pearson from Dr. Gray of the Natural History Museum, New York. Quote, 9:15 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Seismograph registered shock of almost earthquake intensity occurring within a radius of 20 miles of Princeton. Please investigate. Signed, Lloyd Gray, Chief of Astronomical Division. Unquote. Professor Pearson, could this occurrence possibly have something to do with the disturbances observed on the planet Mars?
Well, hardly, Mr. Phillips. This is probably a meteorite of unusual size, and its arrival at this particular time is merely a coincidence. However, we shall conduct a search as soon as daylight permits.
Thank you, Professor. Ladies and gentlemen, for the past 10 minutes, we've been speaking to you from the observatory at Princeton, bringing you a special interview with Professor Pearson, noted astronomer. This is Carl Phillips speaking. We are returning you now to our New York studio.
Ladies and gentlemen, here is the latest bulletin from the Intercontinental Radio News. Toronto, Canada. Professor Morse of Macmillan University reports observing a total of 3 explosions on the planet Mars between the hours of 7:45 p.m. and 9:20 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. This confirms earlier reports received from American observatories. Now, nearer home, comes a special bulletin from Trenton, New Jersey. It is reported that at 8:50 p.m., a huge flaming object, believed to be a meteorite, fell on a farm in the neighborhood of Grover's Mill, New Jersey, 22 miles from Trenton. The flash in the sky was visible within a radius of several hundred miles, and the noise of the impact was heard as far north as Elizabeth. We have dispatched a special mobile unit to the scene, and will have our commentator, Carl Phillips, give you a word picture of the scene as soon as he can reach there from Princeton. In the meantime, we take you to the Hotel Martinet in Brooklyn, where Bobby Millett and his orchestra are offering a program of dance music. We take you now to Grover's Mill, New Jersey.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Carl Phillips again, out at the Wilmot Farm, Grover's Mill, New Jersey. Professor Pearson and myself made the 11 miles from Princeton in 10 minutes. Well, I hardly know where to begin. To paint for you a word picture of the strange scene before my eyes, like something out of a modern Arabian Night.
Too bad old Cheech and I couldn't be passing a joint back and forth.
Look around, Jet. I guess that's it. Yes, I guess that's the thing directly in front of me. Half buried in a vast pit. Must have struck with terrific force. The ground is covered with splinters of a tree. It must have struck on its way down. But I can see the object itself doesn't look very much like a meteor. At least not the meteors I've seen. It looks more like a huge cylinder. Has a diameter of, what would you say, Professor Pearson?
What's that?
What would you say, what's the diameter of this?
About 30 yards.
About 30 yards. The metal on the sheath is, well, I've never seen anything like it. The color is sort of yellowish white. Its curious spectators now are pressing close to the object in spite of the efforts of the police to keep them back. Getting in front of my line of vision. Would you mind standing one side, please? While the police are pushing the crowd back. Here's Mr. Wilmot, owner of the farm here. He may have some interesting facts to add. Mr. Wilmot, would you please tell the radio audience as much as you remember of this rather unusual visitor that dropped in your backyard? A step closer, please. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Mr. Wilmot.
Well, I was listening to the radio.
Closer and louder, please.
Pardon me?
Louder, please, closer.
Yes. I was listening to the radio and kind of drowsing. That professor fellow was talking about Mars, so I was half dozing and half...
Yes, Mr. Wilmot, and then what happened?
Well, as I was saying, I was listening to the radio, kind of halfway.
Yes, Mr. Wilmot, and then you saw something.
Well, not first off. I heard something.
And what did you hear?
A hissing sound like this. Kind of like a 4th of July rocket.
Yes, then what?
I turned my head out the window and would have sworn I was to sleep and dreaming.
Yes?
I seen a kind of greenish streak and then zingo. Something smacked the ground, knocked me clear out of my chair.
Well, were you frightened, Mr. Wilmot?
Well, I ain't quite sure. I reckon I was kind of riled.
Well, thank you, Mr. Wilmot. Thank you very much.
Yeah, you want me to tell
No, that's quite all right. That's plenty. Ladies and gentlemen, you've just heard Mr. Wilmot, owner of the farm where this thing has fallen. I wish I could convey the atmosphere, the background of this fantastic scene. Hundreds of cars are parked in a field in back of us, and the police are trying to rope off the roadway leading into the farm, but it's no use. They're breaking right through. The car's headlights throw an enormous spotlight on the pit where the object's half buried. Now, some of the more daring souls now are venturing near the edge. The silhouettes stand out against the metal sheen. One man wants to touch the thing. He's having an argument with the policeman. Now, the policeman wins. Now, ladies and gentlemen, there's something I haven't mentioned in all this excitement, but it's becoming more distinct. Perhaps you've caught it already on your radio. Listen, please. Do you hear it? It's a curious humming sound that seems to come from inside the object. I'll move the microphone nearer. Here. Now, we're not more than 25 feet away. Can you hear it now? Professor Pearson.
Yes, Mr. Brooks.
Can you tell us the meaning of that scraping noise inside the thing?
Possibly the unequal cooling of its surface.
I say, do you still think it's a meteor, Professor?
I don't know what to think. The metal casing is definitely extraterrestrial. Not found on this Earth. Friction with the Earth's atmosphere usually tears holes in a meteorite. This thing is smooth, and you can see its cylindrical
Just a minute.
shape.
Something's happening. Ladies and gentlemen, this is terrific. This end of the thing is beginning to flake off. The top is beginning to rotate like a screw, and the thing must be hollow.
He's moving. Keep back there. Keep back there. Keep those men back. Keep back there. Keep those idiots back.
The top floor! Look out there! Stand back! Ladies and gentlemen, this is the most terrifying thing I've ever witnessed. Wait a minute. Someone calling someone or something. I can see turning out of that black hole two luminous discs. The eyes, it might be a face, might be almost Good heavens, something wriggling out of the shadow like a gray snake. Now it's another one and another one and another one. They look like tentacles to me. Oh, yeah, I can see the thing's body now. It's large as a bear. It glistens like wet leather, but that face, ladies and gentlemen, it's indescribable. I can hardly force myself to keep looking at it. It's so awful. The eyes are black and they gleam like a serpent. The mouth is kind of V-shaped with saliva dripping from its rimless lips. It seemed to quiver and pulsate, and the monster or whatever it is can hardly move. It seems weighed down by possibly gravity or something. The thing's rising up now, and the crowd falls back. They've seen plenty. The most extraordinary experience, ladies and gentlemen. I can't find words. Well, I'll pull this microphone with me as I talk. I'll have to stop the description until I can take a new position. Hold on, will you, please? I'll be right back in a minute.
We are bringing you an eyewitness account of what's happening on the Wilmuth Farm, Grover's Mill, New Jersey. We now return you to Carl Phillips at Grover's Mill.
Ladies and gentlemen, am I on? Ladies and gentlemen, here I am, back of a stone wall that adjoins Mr. Wilmuth's garden. From here, I get a sweep of the whole scene. I'll give you every detail as long as I can talk and as long as I can see. More state police have arrived. They're drawing up a cordon in front of the pit. About 30 of them. No need to push the crowd back now. They're willing to keep their distance. The captain's conferring with someone. Can't quite see who. Oh, yes, I believe it's Professor Pearson. Yes, it is. Now they've parted, and the professor moves around one side, studying the object while the captain and two policemen advance with something in their hands. I can see it now. It's a white handkerchief tied to a pole. Flag of truce. If those creatures know what that means, what anything means. Wait a minute, something's happening. A humped shape is rising out of the pit. I can make out a small beam of light against a mirror. What's that? There's a jet of flame springing from the mirror, and it leaps right at the advancing men. It strikes them head on. Lord, they're turning into flames. Now the whole field's caught up by the woods, the barns, the gas tanks of the automobiles spreading everywhere. It's coming this way now, about 20 yards to my right.
Ladies and gentlemen, due to circumstances beyond our control, we are unable to continue the broadcast from Grover's Mill. Evidently, there's some difficulty with our field transmission. However, we will return to that point at the earliest opportunity. In the meantime, we have a late bulletin from San Diego, California. Professor Indelkoffer, speaking at a dinner of the California Astronomical Society, expressed the opinion that the explosions on Mars are undoubtedly nothing more than severe volcanic disturbances on the surface of the planet. We continue now with our piano interlude.
Ladies and gentlemen, I've just been handed a message that came in from Grover's Mill by telephone. Just one moment, please. At least 40 people, including 6 state troopers, lie dead in a field east of the village of Grover's Mill. Their bodies burned and distorted beyond all possible recognition. The next voice you hear will be that of Brigadier General Montgomery Smith, commander of the state militia at Trenton, New Jersey.
I have been requested by the governor of New Jersey to place the counties of Mercer and Middlesex as far west as Princeton and east to Jamesburg under martial law. No one will be permitted to enter this area except by special pass issued by state or military authorities. 4 companies of state militia are proceeding from Trenton to Grover's Mill and will aid in the evacuation of homes within the range of military operations. Thank you.
You have just been listening to General Montgomery Smith, commanding the state militia at Trenton. In the meantime, further details of the catastrophe at Grover's Mill are coming in. The strange creatures, after unleashing their deadly assault, crawled back in their pit and made no attempt to prevent the efforts of the firemen to recover the bodies and extinguish the fire. The combined fire departments of Mercer County are fighting the flames which menace the entire countryside. We have been unable to establish any contact with our mobile unit at Grover's Mill, but we hope to be able to return you there at the earliest possible moment. In the meantime, we take you to... Just one moment, please. Ladies and gentlemen, I have just been informed that we have finally established communication with an eyewitness of the tragedy. Professor Pearson has been located at a farmhouse near Grover's Mill, where he has established an emergency observation post. As a scientist, he will give you his explanation of the calamity. The next voice you hear will be that of Professor Pearson, brought to you by direct wire. Professor Pearson.
Of the creatures in the rocket cylinder at Grover's Mill, I can give you no authoritative information, either as to their nature, their origin, or their purposes here on Earth. Of their destructive instrument, I might venture some conjectural explanation. For want of a better term, I shall refer to the mysterious weapon as a heat ray. It's all too evident that these creatures have scientific knowledge far in advance of our own. It's my guess that in some way they are able to generate an intense heat in a chamber of practically absolute non-conductivity. This intense heat they project in a parallel beam against any object they choose by means of a polished parabolic mirror of unknown composition, much as the mirror of a lighthouse projects a beam of light. That is my conjecture of the origin of the heat ray.
Thank you, Professor Pearson. Ladies and gentlemen, here is a bulletin from Trenton. It is a brief statement informing us that the charred body of Carl Phillips has been identified in a Trenton hospital. Now, here's another bulletin from Washington, D.C. The Office of the Director of the National Red Cross reports 10 units of Red Cross emergency workers have been assigned to the headquarters of the state militia, stationed outside of Grover's Mill, New Jersey. Here's a bulletin from State Police, Princeton Junction. The fires at Grover's Mill and vicinity are now under control. Scouts report all quiet in the pit, and there is no sign of life appearing from the mouth of the cylinder. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we have a special statement from Mr. Harry McDonald, Vice President in charge of operations.
We have received a request from the state militia of Trenton to place at their disposal our entire broadcasting facilities. In view of the gravity of the situation, and believing that radio has a responsibility to serve in the public interest at all times, we are turning over our facilities to the state militia at Trenton.
We take you now to the field headquarters of the state militia near Grover's Mill, New Jersey.
This is Captain Lansing of the Signal Corps, attached to the state militia, now engaged in military operations in the vicinity of Grover's Mill. Situation arising from the reported presence of certain individuals of unidentified nature is now under complete control. The cylindrical object, which lies in a pit directly below our position, surrounded on all sides by 8 battalions of infantry, without heavy field pieces, but adequately armed with rifles and machine guns. All cause for alarm, if such cause ever existed, is now entirely unjustified. Things, whatever they are, do not even venture to poke their heads above the pit. I can see their hiding place plainly in the glare of the searchlights here. With all their reported resources, these creatures can scarcely stand up against heavy machine gun fire. Anyway, it's an interesting outing for the troops. I can make out their khaki uniforms crossing back and forth in front of the lights. Looks almost like a real war. There appears to be some slight smoke in the woods bordering the Millstone River. Probably fire started by campers. Well, we ought to see some action soon. One of the companies is deploying on the left flank. A quick thrust and it'll all be over. Oh, wait a minute. I see something on top of the cylinder. No, it's nothing but a shadow. Now the troops are on the edge of the Wilmot Farm. 7,000 armed men closing in on an old metal tube. A tub, rather. Well, wait, that wasn't a shadow. It's something moving. Solid metal, kind of a shield-like affair rising up out of the cylinder. Going higher and higher. What? It's standing on legs. Actually rearing up on a sort of metal framework. Now it's reaching above the trees and the searchlights are on it. Hold on.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have a grave announcement to make. Incredible as it may seem, both the observations of science and the evidence of our eyes lead to the inescapable assumption that those strange beings who landed in the Jersey farmlands tonight are the vanguard of an invading army from the planet Mars. The battle which took place tonight at Grover Mills has ended in one of the most startling defeats ever suffered by an army in modern times. 7,000 men armed with rifles and machine guns pitted against a single fighting machine of the invaders from Mars. 120 known survivors. The rest strewn over the battle area from Grover's Mill to Plainsboro, crushed and trampled to death under the metal feet of the monster, or burned to cinders by its heat ray. The monster is now in control of the middle section of New Jersey and has effectively cut the state through its center. Communication lines are down from Pennsylvania to the Atlantic Ocean. Railroad tracks are torn and service from New York to Philadelphia discontinued, except routing some of the trains through Allerton and Phoenixville. Highways to the north, south, and west are clogged with frantic human traffic. Police and army reserves are unable to control the mad flight. By morning, the fugitives will have swelled Philadelphia, Camden, and Trenton. It is estimated to twice their normal population. Martial law prevails throughout New Jersey and eastern Pennsylvania. At this time, we take you to Washington for a special broadcast on the national emergency. The Secretary of the Interior.
Citizens of the nation, I shall not try to conceal the gravity of the situation that confronts the country, nor the concern of your government in protecting the lives and property of its people. However, I wish to impress upon you, private citizens and public officials, all of you, the urgent need of calm and resourceful action. Fortunately, this formidable enemy is still confined to a comparatively small area, and we may place our faith in the military forces to keep them there. In the meantime, placing our faith in God, we must continue the performance of our duties, each and every one of us, so that we may confront this destructive adversary with a nation united, courageous, and consecrated to the preservation of human supremacy on this earth. I thank you.
You have just heard the Secretary of the Interior speaking from Washington. Bulletins too numerous to read are piling up in the studio here. We're informed that the central portion of New Jersey is blacked out from radio communication due to the effect of the heat ray upon power lines and electrical equipment. Here's a special bulletin in New York. Cables have been received from English, French, and German scientific bodies offering assistance. Astronomers report continued gas outbursts at regular intervals on the planet Mars. The majority voiced the opinion that the enemy will be reinforced by additional rocket machines. There have been several attempts made to locate Professor Pearson of Princeton, who has observed Martians at close range. It is feared he was lost in the recent battle. Langham Field, Virginia. Scouting planes report 3 Martian machines visible above treetops, moving north toward Somerville with population fleeing ahead of them. The heat ray is not in use, although advancing at express train speed, invaders pick their way carefully. They seem to be making a conscious effort to avoid destruction of cities and countryside. However, they stop to uproot power lines, bridges, and railroad tracks. Their apparent objective is to crush resistance, paralyze communication, and disorganize human society. Here is a bulletin from Basking Ridge, New Jersey. Coon hunters have stumbled on a second cylinder similar to the first, embedded in the great swamp 20 miles south of Morristown. Army field pieces are proceeding from Newark to blow up the second invading unit before the cylinder can be opened and the fighting machine rigged. They are taking up a position in the foothills of Watchung Mountains. Another bulletin from Langham Field, Virginia. Scouting planes report enemy machines, now 3 in number, increasing speed northward, kicking over houses and trees in their evident haste to form a conjunction with their allies south of Morristown. Machines also sighted by telephone operator east of Middlesex, within 10 miles of Plainfield. Here's a bulletin from Winston Field, Long Island. A fleet of Army bombers carrying heavy explosive flying north in pursuit of enemy. Scouting planes act as guides. They keep the speeding enemy in sight. Just a moment, please, ladies and gentlemen. We've run special wires to the artillery line in adjacent villages to give you direct reports in the zone of the advancing enemy. First, we take you to the battery of the 22nd Field Artillery, located in the Watchung Mountains.
range, 32 meters.
32 meters.
Projection, 39 degrees.
39 degrees.
Fire.
140 yards to the right, sir.
Shift range, 31 meters.
31 meters.
Projection, 37 degrees.
37 degrees.
Fire.
Hit, sir. Got the tripod of one of them. They're stopped. The others are trying to repair it.
Quick, get the range. Shift 30 meters.
30 meters.
Projection, 27 degrees.
27 degrees.
Fire.
Can't see the shell land, sir. Letting off a smoke.
What is it?
Black smoke, sir. Moving this way. Lying close to the ground. Moving fast.
Put on gas masks. Get ready to fire. Shift to 24 meters.
24 meters.
Projection, 24 degrees.
24 degrees.
Fire.
Still can't see, sir. Smoke's coming nearer.
Get the range.
33 meters.
23 meters.
23 meters.
22. 22. Degrees.
Army bombing plane V-843 off Bayonne, New Jersey. Lieutenant Bolt, commanding 8 bombers, reporting to Commander Fairfax, Langham Field. This is Bolt reporting to Commander Fairfax, Langham Field. Enemy tripod machines now in sight. Reinforced by 3 machines from the Morristown cylinder. 6 altogether. 1 machine partially crippled. Believed hit by shell from Army gun in Watchung Mountains. Guns now appear silent. A heavy black fog hanging close to the earth of extreme density, nature unknown. No sign of heat ray. Enemy now turns east, crossing Passaic River into the Jersey marshes. Another straddles the Pulaski Skyway. Evident objective is New York City. They're pushing down a high-tension power station. Machines are close together now, and we're ready to attack. Planes circling, ready to strike. A 1,000 yards, and we'll be over the first. $800 yards. $600. $400. $200. There they go. The giant arm raised. Green flash. They're spraying us with flame. 2,000 feet. Engines are giving out. No chance to release bombs. Only one thing left. Drop on them, plane and all. We're diving on the first one. Now the engine's gone. 8.
This is Bayonne, New Jersey, calling Langham Field. This is Bayonne, New Jersey, calling Langham Field. Come in, please.
This is Langham Field. Go ahead.
8 Army bombers in engagement with enemy tripod machines over Jersey Flats. Engines incapacitated by heat ray. All crashed. 1 enemy machine destroyed. Enemy now discharging heavy black smoke in direction of...
This is Newark, New Jersey. This is Newark, New Jersey. Warning. Poisonous black smoke pouring in from Jersey marshes. Reaches South Street. Gas masks useless. Urge population to move into open spaces. Automobiles use routes 7, 23, 24. Avoid congested areas. Smoke now spreading over Raymond Boulevard. X2L calling CQ, 2X2L calling CQ, 2X2L calling 8X3R. Come in, please.
This is 8X3R coming back at 2X2L.
How's reception? How's reception? K, please. Where are you, 8X3R? What's the matter? Where are you?
I'm speaking from the roof of Broadcasting Building. I'm speaking from the roof of Broadcasting Building, New York City. The bells you hear are ringing to warn the people to evacuate the city as the Martians approach. Estimated in the last 2 hours, 3 million people have moved out along the roads to the north. Hutchison River Parkway is still kept open for motor traffic. The Void bridges to Long Island hopelessly jammed. All communication with Jersey Shore closed 10 minutes ago. No more defenses. Our army is wiped out. Artillery, Air Force, everything wiped out. This may be the last broadcast. We'll stay here to the end. People are holding service here below us in the cathedral. Now I look down the harbor, all manner of boats, overloaded with fleeing population, pulling out from docks. Streets are all jammed. Noise in crowds like New Year's Eve in city. Wait a minute. The enemy is now in sight above the Palisades. Five great machines. First one is crossing the river. I can see it from here, wading the Hudson like a man wading through a brook. A bulletin is handed me. Martian cylinders are falling all over the country. One outside of Buffalo, one in Chicago, St. Louis. Seem to be timed and spaced. Now the first machine reaches the shore. He stands watching, looking over the city. Steel cowlish head is even with the skyscrapers. He waits for the others. They rise like a line of new towers on the city's west side. Now they're lifting their metal hands. This is the end now. Smoke comes out, black smoke drifting over the city. People in the streets see it now. They're running toward the East River, thousands of them, dropping in like rats. Now the smoke's spreading faster. It's reached Times Square. People are trying to run away from it, but it's no use. They're falling like flies. Now the smoke's crossing 6th Avenue, 5th Avenue. 100 yards away. It's 50 feet.
Calling CQ. 2X2L calling CQ. 2X2L calling CQ, New York. Isn't there anyone on the air? Isn't there anyone on the air? Isn't there anyone? 2X2L.
You are listening to a CBS presentation of Orson Welles and the Mercury Theater on the Air in an original dramatization of The War of the Worlds by H.G. Wells. The performance will continue after a brief intermission. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. The War of the Worlds by H.G. Wells, starring Orson Welles and the Mercury Theater on the Air.
As I set down these notes on paper, I'm obsessed by the thought that I may be the last living man on Earth. I've been hiding in this empty house near Grover's Mill, a small island of daylight cut off by the black smoke from the rest of the world. All that happened before the arrival of these monstrous creatures in the world now seems part of another life. A life that has no continuity with the present. Furtive existence of the lonely derelict who pencils these words on the back of some astronomical notes bearing the signature of Richard Pearson. I look down at my blackened hand and I try to connect them with a professor who lives at Princeton and who, on the night of October 20th, glimpsed through his telescope an orange splash of light on a distant planet. My wife, my colleagues, my students, my books, my observatory, my world. Where are they? Did they ever exist? Am I Richard Pearson? What day is it? Do days exist without calendars? Does time pass when there are no human hands left to wind the clocks? In writing down my daily life, I tell myself I shall preserve human history between the dark covers of this little book that was meant to record the movements of the stars. But to write, I must live, and to live, I must eat. Find moldy bread in the kitchen and an orange not too spoiled to swallow. Keep watch at the window. Time to time, I catch sight of a Martian above the black smoke. Smoke still holds the house in its black coil, but at length there's a hissing sound, and suddenly I see a Martian mounted on his machine, spraying the air with a jet of steam as if to dissipate the smoke. I watch in a corner as his huge metal legs nearly brush against the house. Exhausted by terror, I fall asleep. Morning. Sun streams in the window. A black cloud of gas is lifted, and the scorched meadows to the north look as though a black snowstorm had passed over them. I venture from the house. I make my way to a road, no traffic. Here and there, a wrecked car, baggage overturned, a blackened skeleton. Push on north. For some reason, I feel safer trailing these monsters than running away from them. And I keep a careful watch. I've seen the Martians feed. Should one of their machines appear over the top of trees, I'm ready to fling myself flat on the earth. Come to a chestnut tree. October. Chestnuts are ripe. Fill my pockets. I must keep alive. 2 days I wander in a vague northerly direction through a desolate world. Finally, I notice a living creature. A small red squirrel in a beech tree. I stare at him and wonder. He stares back at me. I believe it's that.
The BBC presents The Felt, adapted for radio by Jack Pullman from a story by Ray Bradbury. The action of the play takes place 100 years in the future.
That you, George?
Yes.
You're rather late, aren't you?
Yes, I ran into Dale Lloyd.
Why didn't you call me on the televiewer?
I didn't think I'd get this late.
Here, let me take your coat.
Ah, it's all right. I'll drop it in the suction tube.
No, let me have it. There.
Well, thanks. I don't know why you're still bothered.
I like to. Why shouldn't I?
The tube takes it, presses it, hangs it away in the closet.
Yes, but it doesn't give you a kiss at the same time, does it?
True. Still, I could have that anyway. Dinner ready?
Yes. Come and sit down.
Where are the kids?
They're at the plastic carnival.
Oh, yes, I remember. Ah, it's working all right then.
Yes, the man from the company came and fixed it today.
What was wrong with it?
I don't know. He did explain, but these engineers seem to talk a different language from the rest of us. The food molecules weren't being broken down properly or something. Anyway, it's all right now.
Thank heavens.
Oh, what do you mean, thank heavens? I thought I coped rather well.
Oh, so you did, honey. But frankly, when it comes to grilling a steak medium rare or mixing a French dressing, that machine wins hands down.
Ah, well, I had a lot of fun reading those old cookery books.
I think you did us proud. My, this tastes good, though, doesn't it?
I give in. What did Dale Lloyd want?
He called me just as I was leaving. Asked me to go and have a drink and a chat.
What about?
Oh, you know Dale. He's never happy unless he's worrying about something. Usually his wife or the youngster.
What was it this time?
Both. The youngster mainly, though.
What's wrong with it?
Nothing, really. Pass the pepper, will you?
It's seasoned already.
I know, but I always like a little more.
It's bad for your digestion.
I know that, too, but pass it all the same. Thanks.
What do you mean, nothing really?
Well, he's worried about the nursery.
The nursery?
Yes, he's had one built into the house like ours, with crystalline walls so that the kid can materialize his thoughts on the screen. He says the kid's so fascinated by it, he won't leave it.
I know what he means. What did you say?
I bought him another drink and told him he was exaggerating the whole thing.
I'm not so sure that he is.
Well, don't tell me you're worried about the nursery, too.
Yes, George, quite honestly, I am.
Well, I think it's absurd. He's even thinking of pulling it down after spending all that money.
What does his wife think about it?
She's all for it, apparently. She hates the place. She even hates the house.
Why?
Well, she complains she's beginning to feel unnecessary. I'll never understand women.
I don't find that so hard to understand.
Well, I do.
Well, look at our house. It does everything for us. Bathes us, feeds us, sings us to sleep. Even the lights go on and off when we enter or leave a room, and we don't have to lift a finger.
What's wrong with that?
Nothing, if you've got other things to do in life. But supposing you haven't, what then?
Who hasn't got other things to do?
Children.
Well, that's one reason why we put in the nursery.
Yes, George, that's what worries me. It doesn't give them anything to do except daydream.
They learn from it.
They learn how to have bigger and better daydreams. You pretend you're not worried about it, but you closed the nursery yourself not so long ago.
That was over something else. They'd been very naughty.
That's probably Peter on the televiewer.
Hello, Peter?
Hello, Father. I'm just calling to tell you we're on our way back. You needn't wait up.
All right, son. What have you done to your hand? It looks bruised.
It's nothing. I had an accident with one of their silly robots. It'll be all right.
Is Wendy there?
Yes, just a minute.
Hello, Wendy. Did you have a good time?
Not really. It was rather boring. I wish we stayed at home in the nursery. It would have been more exciting.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. You're looking a bit tired, honey. I should get home as soon as you can.
I don't feel tired. If you and Mother do, you needn't wait up.
Oh, Wendy.
Yes, Mother?
You go straight to bed when you get in.
Yes, Mother. Goodbye.
Bye, darling.
See you in the morning,
Take
children.
Care. Bye, Peter. You see? They wish they'd stayed in the nursery. That's all they want to do. Sit there hour after hour watching their thoughts appear on the screens.
I'd have thought they'd have enjoyed the carnival.
They don't enjoy anything anymore. They don't want carnivals. They don't even want me.
Oh, come, Lydia. It's not as bad as that.
Do I ever read to them now or tell them stories or play with them? They don't want it. They live in their own little private world and resent anyone who wants to take them away from it. The nursery's supposed to educate them, George, not obsess them.
Well, it does educate them. The more they know about a place, the clearer the image they get. It's a wonderful stimulus to learn more.
What did you see the last time you were in the nursery?
You mean, what place had it become?
Uh-huh.
Why, the veldt.
Yes, the veldt. The African veldt. The hot yellow sun, the straw smell of grass, and above all, the ghastly smell of lion.
Well, that's how it is with these nursery rooms. The impressions are just incredibly real.
No, it's not the same nursery anymore. When did you last see something other than the African veldt in there? When did you see Aladdin or Robin Hood or the first expedition to land on the moon?
That's true. Their imaginations have gotten into a rut.
Not just a rut. They've become morbidly preoccupied with it. They do nothing but read books on Africa and the lion. We know everything about them. And every time I go in there, the heat seems more intense, the grass more yellow, and the smells more pungent.
Look, let's go and take a look at the place.
You go. I'm sick of the sight of
Now,
it.
come on. Don't let it get you down. After all we have to do is to switch the damn thing off. It's locked. Did you bring the key?
Yes. I thought the children might go back into it when they came home. The veldt. See, George? Always the same.
Oh, my God, that sun is hot. Ooh, a little too real for my liking. I don't see much else wrong, though.
Wait a moment, though. You see, George? There they are, the lions. Far over that way. On their way to that water hole. They've just been eating. Can you make out what it is?
A zebra, I think.
Are you sure?
Well, it's a little late to be sure. Like it is white foam. The vultures circling overhead. What an achievement. It's unbelievably clear.
Oh, those lions look as if they smelt us.
We can smell them, darling, but they can't smell us. They're our image, remember, not vice versa.
Our image, George? Do you want the African veldt to appear on the screens when you came in?
Well, the children's then. Well, those lions do seem to be moving closer. It's uncanny.
Let's get out of here, George. This place gives me the shivers.
No, wait a moment. If this thing works for the children, it should work for me.
What are you going to do?
Go away. Go away, I tell you. Let's have Aladdin and his lamp.
George, let's go.
Come on. I want Aladdin, I tell you. Aladdin! Aladdin!
George!
I don't want the veldt anymore. I want Aladdin, do you hear? Full room's out of order. It won't respond anymore.
Oh, it can't respond. The children have thought about Africa and the lions and killing so much that the room's in a rut.
No. I think Peter said it that way so that it can't change.
Peter doesn't know about machinery.
I don't know. He's a pretty wise kid for his age. Yeah, let's go and have a drink. Here. Drink this. You'll feel better.
Thanks. That place always upsets me. I don't know what they see in it. What are we going to do?
I don't know. We spent thousands on that wretched place, and it's brought us nothing but trouble.
You must tell the children to stop reading about Africa.
That'll do for a start, I suppose.
And I think we'd better lock the nursery up for a while.
I don't know about that. Remember what happened the last time I locked it up? The tantrums they threw? They live for the place.
It's got to be locked, at least for a while, until I get my nerves settled.
You need a rest.
George, why don't we turn off the whole house and take a vacation?
Where?
We could go out to the cabin in the mountains.
You mean you want to fry my eggs for me?
Yes.
And darn my socks and sweep the house?
Yes, why not? I need to change more than anything else. You need a rest, too. You've been awfully nervy lately.
I suppose I am smoking too much.
And drinking too much, and taking too many tranquilizers. I think we're both beginning to feel unnecessary in this house.
I don't think the kids will like the idea very much.
Well, they'll just have to put up with it for a while. It won't hurt them to do something they don't want to do for a change. Here they are.
Hello, Peter. Hello, Wendy.
Hello, Father.
Hello. You're back earlier than I thought, children.
We rather thought we'd like to spend a while in the nursery before going to bed.
Oh, yes. The nursery. We wanted to have a talk with you about that, actually.
Oh?
Yes. We both think you're spending too much time there.
It was put in for us to spend our time there, wasn't it?
Not to this extent, it wasn't. You're using it as a form of escape instead of as a creative amusement.
Would you care to define the difference?
No, I wouldn't care. And I suggest you adopt a more respectful tone, my lad.
Wendy, have you noticed us using the nursery as a form of escape?
I don't give a damn whether she has or not.
No,
Shut up!
George.
I won't have such impertinence. I don't know what's got into them.
Peter, you've no right to use that tone to your father. This is a serious matter. Not only have you been living in that nursery, but you've been thinking far too much about the African felt.
I don't know what you mean.
I'll tell you what your mother means. Every time we go in there, it's Africa, Africa. There are 1,001 things those screens and slides can produce, but it's nothing but sun and stinking lines. It's got to stop.
There is no Africa in the nursery.
Oh. Father and I were up there just before you came in. The African felt came on as soon as we entered. I don't know what you've done to it, but neither he nor I could produce any other picture.
There is no Africa in the nursery.
I've never said this to you before, Peter, but you're lying.
Do you remember any Africa in the nursery, Wendy?
No, Peter.
Run and see and come and tell us.
All right.
Wendy, come back here.
Did you lock the door, George?
No, I forgot, blast it. Wendy!
She'll be back in a moment, Father.
I don't know what's got into you two. You never behaved like this before.
Nothing has got into us. I think you're making a great fuss about nothing, and I wouldn't lock the nursery door if I were you, Father.
Why not?
Neither Wendy nor I would like that at all.
Can't you see, Peter? We're only trying to do what we think is best for you.
You're trying to deprive us of the nursery. We won't be deprived of the
From
nursery.
now on, you'll do as you're told. A little old-fashioned 20th century discipline is what you need.
There are laws against striking children, Father.
Well, some of them are going to get broken around here once in a while.
Peter, we don't want to restrict your activities, but neither you nor Wendy is exercising any sense of proportion. You've both become so obsessed with Africa that the image seems almost to be living an independent existence of its own.
I've told you there is no Africa in the nursery.
Peter is right. There is no Africa in the nursery.
We'll soon see about this. Come with me, both of you. Come on. You too, Wendy. Open the door. Come on.
You see, Father?
Come on in, both of you.
Why, two sweet little children. And what might they call you, my dear?
My name is Hansel, and this is my sister, Gretel.
What very pretty names.
Never seen a house made of cake with ginger.
Well, there aren't many, to be sure. Have you come a long way?
Yes, we've walked and walked and walked.
You must be very tired. Why don't you come inside and rest your poor dear feet?
You are very kind.
It just so happens I have some cookies baking in the oven, and you shall have some right away.
I'm awfully hungry.
Well, there are plenty of cakes. Now, in you go. That's it. Now, you sit there, my dear, and you, Hansel, sit there.
You see, Father?
I see, all right.
I told you there was no Africa.
Outside, both of you.
But I told you.
Out, I say, and you, Wendy, go to bed.
What?
You heard me. Go to bed.
Very well. Come on, Wendy.
And see that you stay there.
You think Wendy changed it?
She must have done.
Changed it from the felt to the fairy tale?
Yes.
Why?
I don't know. But it's staying locked until I find out. I'm beginning to be sorry I ever bought this house and that nursery. The children are neurotic at all, a room like that.
It's supposed to help them work off their neurosis in a healthy way.
Well, it's not. Something is happening to them, and that room, it's unhealthy.
We've given them everything they wanted. Well, no secrecy, disobedience, lies.
They're insufferable, let's face it. Treat us as if we were their offspring. They're spoiled and we're spoiled.
You know, they've been acting funny ever since you forbade them to take up the Rockies.
Well, they're too young to do that kind of thing alone. I don't think I was being unreasonable.
Still, they've been decidedly cool ever since.
I think I'll ask David McLean to come down. He's a psychiatrist. He ought to know what to do.
But there's no more Africa in the nursery.
I've got a feeling there will be. Anyway, it won't do any harm to have him look over the place. He can have a look at the children as well while he's here. Come to think of it, he can have a look at me, too. Oh, come on. Let's go to bed, I feel. Morning, Peter.
Good morning, Father.
Have you had your breakfast?
Yes.
I'd like a word with you then.
What about?
You broke into the nursery last night, didn't you? Well?
Wendy and I don't think you have any right to lock the nursery.
I've tried to be reasonable with you, Peter. I've tried to treat you as a grown-up. It clearly doesn't work.
You want to treat me like a grown-up when I agree with you and treat me like a child when I don't.
That's not true. I've allowed you a lot of freedom. Too much, it seems to me. I've only prevented you from doing things I've considered dangerous or harmful. And playing in that nursery has become both.
Do you intend to lock it up for good?
That depends.
On what?
On you and your sister. If you intersperse this Africa with a little variety, Sweden perhaps, or the Wizard of Oz.
I thought we were free to play as we liked.
You are within limits. But I'm not having you living in that spurious African dream world.
It's not a dream world, Father.
That's exactly what I mean. You've got to the stage where you think it's real. You've almost got your mother and me believing it. Well, it's time you had a rest from it. So I'm locking up the whole house and we're going up to the cabin for a few weeks.
I don't want to go.
Why not?
I don't like it up there.
You liked it last time.
No, I hated it. Lighting fires, making beds, reading books. It was horrible.
Well, it'll be good for a change. It'll teach you some self-reliance and self-discipline. You'll have to do something instead of just looking and listening.
Are you going to shut off the house soon?
We're considering it.
I wouldn't consider it any more if I were you, Father.
Are you threatening me?
I just wouldn't, that's all. If I were you.
Come right away, David.
Oh, not at all. What seems to be the trouble?
Have you eaten, David?
Oh, yes, thanks. I had something before I came out.
David, you're a psychiatrist.
I should hope so.
I'd like you to take a look at our nursery.
You too? I've had a look at 2 or 3 recently.
What for?
Well, they're tending to produce morbid states of introversion among the children. Not many, you understand, just 1 or 2. Seems to depend a lot on the children.
In what way?
Well, if they're highly strung and introverted to start with, the fantasy of the nursery becomes the only world which is real for them. They're as completely enclosed by it as a madman, to use an old-fashioned term, is enclosed in his hallucination.
That was more or less the conclusion Lydia and I had reached.
Personally, I think they're too real, and I think they were introduced too soon by the Department of Education. Still, that's just my opinion. What's the trouble about?
You saw the nursery about a year ago when you dropped by. Did you notice anything peculiar about it then?
Can't say I did. Usual violences, tendencies towards paranoia here and there, but that's usual in children. They feel persecuted by their parents all the time.
Come and have another look at it. See what you think.
All right.
Are you coming, Lydia?
No, I think I'll stay here. I've seen enough of it.
Come on then, David. I locked the nursery, but the children broke back into it. I let them stay there so they could form the patterns for you to see. We'll walk straight in on them. Then they won't switch anything off.
Hello, Father.
Run outside a moment, children. No, don't change the mental combination. Leave the walls as they are. Go on now, both of you.
All right. Come on, Wendy.
Yes, Peter.
You see, David? Africa.
I see, all right. My God, the heat. And the smell. I'm glad those lions are just finishing a meal.
I wish I could make out what it was they'd been eating. Those screams sound human and familiar somehow. I sometimes feel that if I brought high-powered binoculars here and...
I hardly think so. How long has this been going on?
Over a month.
It certainly doesn't feel good.
I want facts, David, not feelings.
My dear George, a psychiatrist never saw a fact in his life. He only hears about feelings, vague things. This doesn't feel good, I tell you. Trust me, I have a nose for something bad.
What do you think we should do?
My advice is to have the whole damn room torn down and have the children brought to me every day for treatment.
Is it that bad?
I'm afraid so. This room's become a channel towards destructive thoughts. Those kids have death and decay on their minds to an abnormal degree.
Why?
I don't know. But this room has ceased to fulfill its function.
Didn't you sense this before?
No. I sense only that you'd spoiled your children more than most. And now you're letting them down in the same way.
You sound like Peter.
Then I must be right. What have you been doing to them?
I wouldn't let them take the rocket out.
What else?
I'd taken a few machines from the house and threatened to close the nursery for good if they didn't use it properly. I did close it for a few days.
Uh-huh.
Well, what does that mean?
Once they had a Santa Claus. Now they have a Scrooge. Children prefer Santa.
You can't play Santa Claus all the time.
You've let this room and this house replace you in their affections. This room is mother and father to them. Far more important than their real parents.
You're probably right. I've been so busy, I've been glad to have them up here occupied.
Now you want to shut the room off. No wonder there's hatred here. You can feel it coming out of that sky. Just feel that sun.
I don't know why Lydia and I deserve this. We've given the kids everything we could afford.
You haven't given enough of yourselves, dear George. Oh, it's not an uncommon fault these days. Like too many others, you've built your life around creature comfort. You'd starve tomorrow if something went wrong with your kitchen. You wouldn't even know how to tap an egg.
You think I should turn it off for good, then?
Yes. We'll have to make a fresh start.
It won't be too much of a shock for them, shutting it off abruptly.
It's a risk we'll have to take. I don't want them going any deeper into this, that's all.
Oh, those lions! Did you see the look they gave us?
One of deep personal interest, I should say.
I suppose there's no way in which...
What?
They couldn't become real, could they?
No.
Some fault in the machinery?
No.
Well, that settles it anyway. I'll shut the house off and go away for a few days.
Good idea. Where will you go?
We'll go up to the cabin and get some real fresh pine tree air.
When?
Tomorrow morning. No sense in hanging around.
Quite agree. Tell you what, I'll call in the morning just before you leave. You know, in case you have any trouble with the children. I think I can handle them.
That's good of you, David.
Well, I'll push off now. This place gives me the creeps. Paranoia thick around here. See you in the morning.
Yes, and thanks a lot, David.
Don't mention it. Seeing you.
Don't cry, Wendy.
I want the nursery. Make him turn on the nursery, Peter.
Everything ready, Lydia?
Practically. I've just got one or two things to do. Have you turned everything off?
I killed the whole house. Oh, shut up, Wendy.
I hate you.
I can't help that.
I wish you were dead.
We were for a long time. Now we're really going to live. So you can both go and get yourselves ready.
I won't go. I won't go.
Oh, please turn it on for a few minutes, please. Just a few minutes in the nursery, please.
We'll turn it on for a few minutes. Will you get ready quietly?
Yes, oh, yes. Just another minute, please.
George.
No.
Let them have a few minutes.
Just a few minutes, mind. Then you get ready without any fuss.
Yes.
Promise?
Yes, just a few more minutes.
And you, Peter?
Yes?
All right. You turn on the nursery, Lydia. But just for a few minutes.
Oh, thank you, thank you.
Come along then, children. Dry your eyes, Wendy. That horrible Africa. What can they see in it?
Did you leave them in the nursery?
Yes, I wanted to change. They'll be all right. I shall be so glad to get away.
Well, it won't be long now. This house seems like a graveyard.
Whatever made us buy it?
Pride, money, foolishness.
We weren't ready for it. We let it take charge of us.
Men have never been ready for the things they invent.
Do you think we've done the children much harm?
I don't know, but I'm worried. They're not the same children anymore.
In what way?
I don't know. But those kids, they don't just have hallucinations. There seems to be something more, something much more unhealthy.
Maybe the rest will do them good.
I hope so.
Father! Mother!
What is it, Peter?
Hurry, both of you. The nursery, come quick.
George, something's happened.
Quick, the nursery. We're coming, Peter.
There's no one here.
Peter! Wendy!
I wonder where they... George! The door! It's closing!
Peter! Peter, open this door! Do you hear me? Peter!
George! The lions! The lions, George!
Peter, open this door! Wendy, for God's sake!
George! Coming closer! George!
Peter! Wendy!
George! Look out!
Hello, you two.
Hello, Mr. McLean.
My, it's hot in this room. Don't you ever get tired of playing in here?
No?
I thought you'd all be ready to leave. Where's your father and mother?
They'll be here directly.
Good. Whew, it's hot. Wonder it hasn't sent you both to sleep. Those lions look rather sleepy today, too.
They're always sleepy after they've eaten, Mr. McLean. Will you have a cup of tea?
The Felt, by Ray Bradbury, was adapted for radio by Jack Pullman. The part of Lydia was played by Diana Olson and George by John Casabon, with John Hewitt and Nina Ludlow as Peter and Wendy. Production by Frederick Bradnam for the BBC.
The morning house lies empty. The clock ticks on, repeating its sound into the emptiness. In the kitchen, the breakfast stove has switched itself on. It has ejected 8 pieces of perfectly browned toast, a jug of coffee, and 2 cool glasses of milk.
Today is August 4th in the year 2026. Today is August 4th in the year 2026. Today is Mrs. Featherstone's birthday. Today is the anniversary of Talita's marriage. Insurance is payable, as are the water, gas, and light bills.
But no doors slam, no carpets take the soft tread of rubber heels.
Rain, rain, go away, rubber's raincoats for today. Rain, rain, go away, rubber's raincoats for today.
The garage chimes and the door rolls up. It reveals a car waiting inside. After a long wait, the door rolls down again. "9:30. The eggs are shriveled and the toast is like stone. An aluminium wedge scrapes them into the sink. Then hot water whirls them down a metal throat which digests them and flushes them away to the distant sea. The dirty dishes are dropped into a hot washer and emerge twinkling dry. Out of warrens in the wall, tiny robot mice have darted, all rubber and metal. They thud against chairs, they whirl their moustached runners, knead the pile of the carpet, suck gently at hidden dust. They have popped back into their burrows. Their pink electric eyes have faded. The house is clean. The sun has come out now from behind the rain. The house stands alone in a city of rubble and ashes. This is the one house left standing. At night, the ruined city gives off a radioactive glow which can be seen for miles. The garden sprinklers fill the soft morning air with scatterings of brightness. The water pelts against the window panes. It runs down the west side of the house. The entire west face of the house is charred black, save for 5 places. Here, the silhouette in white of a man mowing a lawn. Here, as in a photograph, a woman bent to pick flowers. Still farther over, the images stamped in the house in one titanic instant. A small boy, hands flung in the air. Higher up, the image of a thrown ball, and opposite him a girl, hands raised to catch a ball which never came down. The 5 spots of white, the man, the woman, the children, the ball, remain. The rest is a thin layer of black. The gentle, sprinkling rain fills the garden with falling light. Until this day, how well the house has kept its peace. How carefully it has inquired, who goes there? What's the password? And getting no answer from lonely dogs and whining cats, it has shut its windows and drawn its curtains in an old maidenly preoccupation with self-protection. The house quivers at every sound. If a sparrow brushes a window, the sunblinds snap up. The bird is startled and flies away. Not even a bird must touch the house. The house is an altar with 10,000 attendants, big, small, servicing, attending. But the gods have gone away, and the ritual of the religion continues senselessly, uselessly. A dog whines, shivering on the front porch. The front door recognizes the dog's voice and opens. The dog, once huge and fleshy, has now gone to bone and is covered with sores. It moves in and drags itself through the house, leaving a trail of mud. The angry mice come whirring along behind it, angry at having to pick up mud, angry at inconvenience. For not a leaf fragment can blow under the door without the wall panels flipping open and the copper scrap mice flashing swiftly out. The offending dust, hair, or paper is seized in miniature steel jaws and raced back to the burrows. From there, it goes down tubes into the cellar, where it is dropped into the sighing vent of an incinerator which sits like evil Baal in a dark corner. The dog runs upstairs. It yelps hysterically at each door. At last it realizes, as the house has realized, that only emptiness is here. In the kitchen, the stove is making pancakes now and filling the house with a rich smell of baking. The dog scratches desperately at the door. The door remains shut. The dog froths at the mouth and its eyes turn to fire. It runs wildly in circles, biting at its tail. And at last, it dies. It lies in the parlor for an hour. The cleaning mice have come out. They have caught the scent of decay. They go humming along as softly as blown grey leaves in an electrical wind. The dog is gone now. In the cellar, the incinerator gives out a sudden glow, and a whirl of sparks goes leaping up the chimney. And now it is afternoon. Bridge tables are sprouting from the walls. Playing cards are fluttering down in a shower of pips. A tray of tea has appeared on a side table. There are tiny sandwiches and a large iced cake. Suitable music accompanies the tea interval, but the tables are silent and the cards untouched. The tables are folding up like giant butterflies. They slide back through the paneled walls. The nursery walls are beginning to glow. Animals are taking shape on them. There are yellow giraffes, blue lions, pink antelopes, lilac panthers. There's the lazy bumble of a purring lion, the patter of okapi feet, the murmur of fresh jungle rain falling on summer-starched grass. Now the walls are dissolving into distances of parched weed, mile on mile, and warm, endless sky. The animals are drawing away into thorn breaks and water holes. It is the children's hour. The kitchen stove is at work again. It is evening, and dinner is being cooked.
Tick-tock, 9 o'clock. Tick-tock, 9 o'clock. Time for rest, time for play, time to put your cares away.
The dinner has been served, and the wasted food has been thrown away. The fire is blazing in the study. A cigar has popped out on a metal stand just opposite the hearth. It's got half an inch of soft grey ash on it. It's smoking, waiting. And now it is bedtime. In the bedrooms, the beds are being warmed by their electric blankets, for the night is cool.
Mrs. McClellan, which poem would you like this evening? Since you express no preference, I shall select a poem at random. Sarah Teasdale, as I recall, your favorite. There will come soft rains and the smell of the ground, and swallows circling with their shimmering sound, and frogs on the pools singing at night, and wild plum trees in tremulous white. Robins will wear their feathery fire, whistling their whims on a low fence wire. And not one will know of the war. Not one will care at last when it is done. Not one would mind, neither bird nor tree, if mankind perished utterly. And spring herself, when she woke at dawn, would scarcely know that we were gone.
The fire burns on the stone hearth, and the cigar falls away into a mound of quiet ash on its tray. The empty chairs face each other between the silent walls. It is 11 o'clock, and the wind is blowing. A falling bough has crashed through the kitchen window. A bottle of cleaning solvent has shattered in pieces over the stove. The room is on fire.
Fire, 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 fire.
Water pumps are shooting out water from the ceilings. The The solvent is spreading, sliding its way under the kitchen door. The house is trying to save itself. Fire doors have sprung shut, water is being pumped onto the flames. But the windows have broken in the heat, and the wind is blowing on the fire now. With 10 billion angry sparks, the fire has roared its way from room to room. Water rats have come squeaking from the walls. They each give a burst of water. Mechanical rain is spraying down. But the fire has gone crackling up the stairs. It is feeding on Picassos and Matisse as though they were delicacies. It bakes off the oily flesh and tenderly crisps the canvas into black shavings. The fire's on the beds now. It's in the windows, changing the color of the curtains in an instant flame. Our reinforcements. Blind robot faces have come peering down from attic trapdoors, and they're gushing out snakes of green chemical which go whipping over the floors, killing the fire with a clear, cold venom. No, the fire's been too clever for them. It sent its flames up outside the house, right up to the attics. It's reached the pumps. The electronic brain which was directing the pumps is shattered in pieces, and the fire roars in again. The house is shuddering, oak bone on bone, its bared skeleton cringing from the heat. It's as though a surgeon had torn back the skin and all the veins and capillaries were quivering in the scalded air.
Help, help, run, run! Help, run! Run, 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 fire, fire! Run, run, help, help, fire, fire, fire.
The jungle's burning in the nursery. Blue lions are roaring. Purple giraffes are bounding off. The panthers run in circles, changing color. 10 million animals are running before the fire. They're making for a steaming river in the distance. The death of the house is very near now. A few last cleaning mice have come darting out. They're bravely trying to clear the ashes away. The stove in the kitchen's turning out breakfast now, frantically and for the last time. 10 dozen eggs, 6 loaves of toast, 20 dozen bacon strips. They're all eaten by the fire. The flames race through the house, ravaging, devouring. The fire has burst the house apart. It has slammed flat down on the ground, puffing out spark and smoke. The attic has smashed into the kitchen and drawing room. The drawing room has smashed into the cellar. Deep freeze, armchairs, film tapes, circuits, beds, they're all in a muddled, cluttered mound beneath the ruins. There is only smoke and silence. A great quantity of smoke. Dawn is showing faintly in the east. The sun is rising now and is beginning to shine over the heaped rubble and steam. There's one wall left standing among the ruins. Just one wall, alone.
Today is August 5th of the year 2026. Today is August 5th of the year 2026.
The voice is coming from inside the wall, I think. A last voice is speaking from the house.
Leviathan 99, a radio drama by Ray Bradbury. Christopher Lee, Robert Edison, Walter Fitzgerald, and Dennis Hawthorne, as Ishmael, who tells the story, play the main characters in this radio-dramatic space-age poem, for which Tristram Cary composed and executed electronic music and sounds in stereophony. Ray Bradbury, whose many science fiction novels include Fahrenheit 451, which was filmed, and The Illustrated Man, which is being made into a picture, also wrote the screenplay for John Huston's Moby Dick, which may have given him the impetus to write his radio drama. This is its first production. Leviathan 99.
Ishmael, in this year 2099, when strange new ships sail toward the stars instead of under them, attack the stars instead of fearing them, a name like Ishmael Yes, my parents flew with the first brave ones to Mars. Turned less than brave, gone sick for Earth, they went back home. Conceived in that journey, I was born in space. A child so birthed in desolations, homeless between yestermorrow and noon's midnight, must have a proper name. My father knew his Bible and recalled another outcast who wandered dead seas long years before Christ. And I, being so far the only child conceived, fleshed, and delivered forth in space, how better to name me than as my father did, touching the dark warmth where I hid restless in the days before my birth. And he did indeed call me Ishmael. As did my friends, who seeing the stars rise and the deep space in my eyes as we flew kites or sailed our homespun gliders, confessed themselves glad I had been named Wanderer, an aspirant of aerial devotions whose destiny would find him out. Some years ago, I thought I would soar about and see all the seas of wind that roam the world. Whenever it is a damp November in my soul, I know it is high time to take to the sky again. There is a magic in air that pulls all men, and man so drawn floats up with eagle, hawk, firewind, or whispering balloon, to test the cloudless winds that circle sweet seas of grass and salt seas of brine, until at last he faces on that greater sea of space with its billionfold of stars. Saturday, late in the year 2099, borne by my own jet packet power, I duly arrived at the Cape and hung upon the air. A fledgling bird among yet greater birds of fire and steel, and felt the floodgates of the vast and waiting universe swing open in my soul. Then I went down into town. I discarded my wings and traveled now by moving sidewalk. Into a fort, a metal barracks, a dropping place for tired spacemen. No, a beautiful computerized, quietly programmed and machined garden of Eden. For you see, a spaceman's hostel must be half into outer space. It is a world between. A chapel, perhaps, where men come to commune with their raw souls, organize their gizzards, prepare their bones to be broken on the great rack of gravity and far traveling. Here, the new altars where we might panoply ourselves in strange new costumes, take unguents, genuflect the proper genuflections until the day our souls spoke up. Condition go. I register by pressing my hand to a metal identity plate, which reads my sweaty prints like some modern witch of palmistry to plan my future and choose my roommate by machine. Floor 1, cubicle 9. My roommate's name, Quell. Well, let's look at him. The moving floor guides me past robot museums, where other spacemen, like myself, sit with mechanical Platos and Socrates under a Mediterranean sun.
They do not know me, for they will not.
In 100 fantastic new-style schoolrooms, electric oracles of Delphi, robot men, complex as beehives, honeycombed with knowledge, wise as the names they bear. Schweitzer, Huxley, Aristotle, run secret tapes in their oil machinery heads and speak forth truths to listening fools who would be wise. But here's my room. There's my thumbprint on the scanning lock. I hope my roommate is not a huge spider. I do try to like spiders, but... There. The door open. Shut. I am in my room. And there, on the far side, in bed, in the dark, lies a shape hidden. A stranger, the size, shape, color, I can't see. I'm trembling. Perhaps I fear it might be.
A spider?
What?
No spider. No. Put on the light.
Huh?
Well?
Well, you speak, but your mouth doesn't move.
My mind moves. You watch it move with your own mind.
This is my first meeting with a telepath.
And a creature 9 feet tall.
I was wondering where your beanstalk was.
My name is Quell. I come from an island planet many light years away in space. A green world like your own, which grows, however, animal men which do not look quite right.
Oh, no.
I read your mind. You think I have too many eyes, too many ears, far too many fingers, a greenish skin.
But me, I've only 2 eyes, 2 ears, 5 fingers on each hand. My skin's cheese beside yours.
Well, then, we're both very funny.
And both human.
Yes. For what is human? Size, shape, color? No, an idea. To behave well. Creatures of the sun that we all are, to not give darkness to others. That is human. So, too many eyes have I, too many limbs, too many fingers, too many years, but still we're the same. Now, Ishmael, shall I grind your bones to make my bread? Or shall we be friends?
Friends. Yes, friends, I think. And friends we were. Two terrible and fine, ugly and beautiful children of nature. For what is nature? Why, God surprised. God continuing to surprise himself with odd miracles of flesh. And there was nothing odder or more miraculous than Ishmael and Quell from the far islands of the great Andromeda Nebula. We lived together, studied together, and, at last, went off to find our rocket together. A great kite and a small. We flew like autumn leaves above the Florida Cape. And from a distance watched the rockets fall up to drown in summer lakes of space. The scars of their traveling soon healed by wind. And below, in the towering gantries, stood the other ships that sailed for stars. Gemini 97, Star Trek 3. Which will it be, Quell? Choose.
The computers have already chosen for us.
Quell, pretend. Make believe the machines don't run us.
How young you are. There then. Choose.
Jupiter 10, Apollo 88. Hold on. There.
Cetus 7.
Cetus 7.
Do we fly to see her?
We fly. There. Biggest rocket ever built.
Cetus.
Sirs. Yes?
Friends.
We are no friends of yours.
You're quick to read my mind. Is that your rocket?
It is.
You tread the rim of the abyss. Pull back. Don't go. You, young one. Listen, do you know that rocket's captain?
Not eye to eye.
Eye to eye. You've touched the nerve. For when you meet him, do not peer into his eyes. Be warned, he has none.
None? Gone blind?
No, stricken for the word. Burnt blind in space some years ago. His skin, his mind, his soul, all burnt, but somehow hung together. He lives on. But you knew it.
No, and want no more from you.
No? You've read my mind. Now, tell your friend about your captain. What burnt him blind? Where? When? For what strange reason? Was he a priest of space, run after God, and God turned and gave him darkness in one blow? Is your captain all one piece? Or does it show where he was sewn back up? Does midnight still peek out through holes the doctors couldn't mend? Is he all one scar? Was he born albino, or did terror color him up and whiten him out like awful snow? You find, then turn away. The Cetus is not your ship for space. It's no man save the captain's, and the captain's lost forever. Morning, friends.
Wait, don't fly. What's your name?
Elijah. James Elijah. Morning, dear friends.
The thunder of Elijah's prophecy was lost in the grand thunder of the rocket being tested. The last of 1 million supplies were going aboard. Oh, the logistics of the rocket. computerized the decisions, going on 1 billion for each trip. The nursing bottles full of super homogenized gunk for suckling men. Botanical gardens, rare small compacted jungles which inspire bad, suspire good oxygenated airs. Capsuled ocean seas which grow algae for atmospheres and salads. Machines which spin the sweats of rocket man to fresh new rains to be drunk again. Not the Lord's Prayer inscribed on a pin, but whole books stamped on needles whereby to sew up the tears in one's space-worn soul. Strange machines, stranger men. The half-hour crew were accidents of nature in a baroque humor. That is to say, midgets and dwarves.
We were babes, to be cradled in the lap of space. Half size, but cheap at half the price, for each pound of rocket man is worth thousands of dollars. In oxygen, fuel, food, water, living room. So much of our ship was toy cabins, with toy people squirrel caged in them.
Years back, dwarves, midgets like us, had short lifespans and poor health. But now they have put our chromosomes in a vice and compressed us down a healthy, cookie-cutout genius. A gargoyle lost from the front porch of Notre Dame, and we small boys, age 30, fresh from the womb that has diminished his cells, journey with your giant 6-foot men and make space our incredible toy chess.
So the final burgeoning of the Zeta 7 was with titans and bright child men toddling in their shed. But at no time in all this bustling preparation did any of us see, blind or otherwise, the prophesied captain of our ship. At last, the Zeta 7 stood ready. Nearby upon the Florida sands was a church, a vast place which entered was a replica of deep night and the million stars. No astronaut failed to wander here before his long night in space. Here came Quell and I on a rainy Sunday to find our way among bright tombstone plaques which whispered the fates of lost astronauts and their wandering graves. Traveling graves, yes. What better place to be buried, cast forth on a sea of measureless stars and eternal cold? Such men, their spacesuits, both coffin and shroud, stay young forever. Come back 1 billion years from this noon, and what would you find? Fast frozen, the young man you knew at breakfast 10 million morns lost ago. No worm has touched, no rain destroyed him. All summer flesh, he will circle the sun like a tiny moon until the last sands have run through the hourglass of creation. Who would not want such graves and the fair cosmetic that space can give? In the pulpit, at the center of the spaceman's chapel, stood a man who had died 100 years ago. Dead, yes, but so remarkable a man was he that they did computerize his soul. That is, they did up his voice on tapes, made circuitries of his merest breath and motion, then locked it all in plastic flesh and steel. So now before us stood Father Ellery Polworth. A monster robot, no. Gentle essence of the man.
Is God dead? An old question now. But once hearing it, I laughed and replied, no, not dead, but simply sleeping till you chattering bores shut up. A better answer is, are you dead? Does the blood move in your hand? Does your hand move to touch metal? Does that metal move to touch space? Do wild thoughts of travel and migration move behind your flesh? They do. You live, therefore he lives. You are the thin skin of life upon an unsensing earth. You are that growing edge of God which manifests itself in hungers for space. So much of God lies vibrantly asleep. The very stuffs of worlds and galaxies, they know not themselves. God reaches for the stars. You are his hand. Creation manifest. You go in search. He goes to find. You go to find himself. Everything you find along the way, therefore, it will be holy. On far worlds, you will meet your own flesh, terrifying and strange, but still your own. Treat it well. Beneath the shape, you share the Godhead. You, Jonahs, are traveling in the belly of a new-made metal whale, the rocket ship. You, swimmers in the far sea of space, blaspheme not against yourselves or the frightening twins of yourselves you find on far worlds, but ask to understand the miracle which is space, time, and life in the high attics and lost birthing places of eternity. Woe to you if you do not find all life most holy. Better than if you stay locked forever in the belly of the rocket like Jonah, never to be vomited out among dry land.
The thunder of the storm ended the sermon. The thunder of a rocket echoed the storm. And suddenly it was the night before our fall into deep space. In our room, Quell and I lay sleepless, watching the diminishing rain on the great sky windows, listening to the voice clock announce the hour.
Tick, tock, 2 o'clock. Tick, tock, 2 o'clock. Tick, tock, tick. Well, awake, part. The rest of me sleeps well. How do you do that? It cannot be taught. Next time you are born, we will arrange it. That part of you that's awake, what are you thinking? Of our journey. Of that man who warned us. Elijah, did you believe him? That the captain is blind? Yes. That he is mad? We must discover that. But by that time, mightn't it be too late? Well? What? All asleep now. All right, friend. Lie there. Your body the strange color of a world I'll never see. Your skin tattooed over with signs from the Horsehead Nebula, the Coal Sack Orion, bleached by white suns, burnt by red sun. Cold blood, but warm heart. Your mouth silent, but your mind, even in sleep, breathing French. Quell, thank God for you in the days ahead.
Take off time at sunset, 7:31 hours. Take off time, sunset, 7:31 hours.
At sunset, aboard the rocket, we, the crew, waited. And the sun rose again. That is to say, the gantry elevator bearing one man rose up through the twilight air. And the elevator, rising high and swift, caused the sun, just gone below the earth, for a last moment to reappear. The sun, thus summoned back, played golden light upon this man who came alone and last. But if the sun played upon his face, he did not know nor see. And as for us, we only heard our captain step upon the landing.
That's him, the captain. He's going direct to his quarters. Why? He sounds like a robot. No, idiot. The radar screen all miniaturized. He carries in a mask across his eyes. Blind, but not blind. A sweet machine, that.
Prepare for checkout and countdown.
The blind captain was indeed with us, unseen and locked away. We lay like spiders in our shock absorber webs, waiting for the fire wind to seize and throw us at the sky. And seize and throw it did. And with a long cry, we rose to have our cry cut off. Silence took us like penitent monks to its bosom. For even the loud rocket which rips the soul on earth walks silent a few miles up, treads the stars without footfall, as if in awe of the great cathedral of space. Ship's log, Cetus 7, August 2nd, 2099. Out of sight of land. How strange to put it this way, yet true. Out of sight of the blessed land, which means all earth and those we hold dear upon it. All faces, houses, trees, streets, towns, cities, meadows, ocean, seas. Gone. All longitudes, latitudes, meridians, and hours, all nights and days, all time. Yes, time too. Gone. No sunrise, no sunset, no sound, no wind. How lonely. Quell, will we make it back? See Earth again?
Friend, I read minds, not futures. Space is large. They say it curves. Perhaps our end is in our beginning.
Work SWAT report on the double.
Days, 20 days, 40 days gone in space. Our destination, a star in Cygnus, about which might roll a planet moist and green as Earth. We could not tell, we only went to see. Traveling up the speed of light, 186,000 miles per second, we could reach and return from that far world in 10 years. 10 years. 3,650 days of endless traveling night. And only work could save us from the boredom that slowly slides into moron insanity. Work in the chemistry lab. Work in the compacted jungle swamp which cycled our carbon dioxide and gave us fresh oxygen and green salads for lunch. Work at repairing the ship's skin when rare meteors hit.
Meteor strike. On a double. The penalty pass. Grab your space. Take cover.
Work which meant in seconds we must slap the great adhesive patch fast, so our air did not rush out and leave us swiftly dead. Work, work, work. And through all the days, our captain stayed unseen within his quarters. His orders came as if delivered from a far place. But sometimes, at 3 in the deep morning, standing watch, I heard the captain pass in the elevator vent like a long-drawn whispering and sigh. Or heard him take the airlock door outside alone, there to stand sentinel to all space, to walk with magnetic boots upon the sounding flesh of our ship under the stars.
Hist! There he is.
Again, every mid-watch at this hour.
What does he do out there? Play ball with the meteors. Inhales the infrared, exhales the ultraviolet.
No, he doesn't trust our radars. Even blind, he thinks he sees better.
But what's he looking for?
Quell, you can read his mind. What?
My mind may hear, but the captain's mouth must speak for him. When he finds what he is looking for, he'll let us know.
You read his mind. You don't like what you see. I can tell by your face.
There he goes. Walk, walk, Captain. Stand guard. Protect us from the universe.
Logbook entry. 50 days out from Earth. We...
Young man?
Mr. Redley, sir.
Don't jump, boy. Do you know the past 5 minutes you have stared at that door?
Well, sir, the captain's there. I thought 50 days. Well, isn't that a long while for him to stay shut in?
Long is short to him, boy.
Such loneliness would drive me mad.
Yes? Well, there are some who savor madness all their days. It is the cud and titbit of their life. They would not know what to do with themselves if they could not nibble round the thin grey circumference of their skull, peeking and gaping from all the sockets, wondering at the cracks, assaying the guilt, rendering out the wonder.
Yes, but does he ever eat?
His soul is marrow enough. Let him feed, boy.
I have this urge to knock upon his door.
Give it a try. No, bang it. There.
Does he never answer, then?
If he knew God were out there, he might stroll out for a chat, but you or me, boy, do your chores. Do your chores.
Hear this! Hear this! Captain's inspection! All hands! Inspection!
He's coming out.
The captain. Don't stand there, idiot. Line up.
Mr. Redley, all present, sir. The temperature has gone up 3 degrees in this cabin, all present indeed. Here's one who runs a very furnace of youth. The name?
Sir, Ishmael Honeycutt Jones.
Oh. Isn't that the sound of Blue Ridge Wilderness, or the scarred hills of Jerusalem? Now, Ishmael, what do you see that I don't see?
I saw a man tall in stature and tall in years. Not old, but with oldness skinned over him. A prime unprimed by lightnings. His face white, hair white, hands white, uniform white, all everything cut from the same nothings. This was our blind captain who led us toward the stars. Behind his dark Firefly machine radar electric glasses, I knew if I seized them off, I would find eyes the color of minted silver of fish that had been born, lived, and died in the deep night. White, the man was white, all white, to match the whiteness of his much affrighted soul. I felt some years ago the universe had shot off a photographic flash. God blinked and bleached the captain to this color of sleepless nights and lonely terror. His heart did not beat so much as run down eternal panics. Hamlet's father's ghost stood here astride our lives and breathed out further ghosts.
How runs a ship in space, men?
With tight seams and oxygen suits at the ready, sir.
Well said. And how do you treat with a meteor, men?
5-second patch job and all hands saved, sir.
Then, how do you swallow a flaming comet whole, men? Huh? No answer.
We have not as yet seen comets on the breakfast menu, sir.
You have not.
And then, Captain, mustn't you kill a comet before you can eat it?
True. And they do not make nightly strolls through our basement half of the universe, and yet...
Sir?
They do come by. Redley,
sir.
This star chart here. Now, you with good eyes see. From the region of the Horsehead Nebula, among a billion lights, one special light shows forth. Blind, I feel its spectral presence. Thus, do I touch the maelstrom, Ridley?
You do.
Closer now. So, not a meteor, a moon, a world. Who'll name it?
Sir, that is a comet.
Comet? No. A vast exhalation of mystery upon the deeps. A pale bride with flowing veil come back to bed her lost unbedded groom. Isn't she lovely? A holy terror to the sight.
Captain, is that not the comet which first passed Earth some 30 years ago?
Leviathan.
Speak up.
The comet Leviathan, the largest in history.
Leviathan. The great numb terror, the brute chemistry and the universe thrown forth in light and trailing nightmare. Yes. Leviathan.
Was it not Leviathan, Captain, that put out your eyes?
To give me greater visions? Yes. Leviathan, I saw it close. I touched the hem of its great billion-mile-long bridal veil. I circled round the shimmering abyss of snow, gone lost in space, and then that virgin whiteness, jealous of my loving glance, rubbed out my sight 30 years ago. I see it still upon my inner lids, bunked down at night, so passing strange, so full of arctic miracles, that huge white rushing thunderhead of God. It brought me running. I offered up my fevered soul, all bright. It snuffed me out. Yet now I rub my bones to kindle me again. For, look, Leviathan returns. Now the avalanche of nothingness comes back. For this I seek in space with rocket and with men. As one, we'll rush to meet that downfell light, which having doomed, now cycles round to doom itself. That Cyclops' eye long gone deserves a blow. I'll lift my hand, your hands, to make the strike. What? Silence.
They are overwhelmed, sir.
Yes, for ours is a holy mission. There will be none greater in the time of man, though our sands run forever through a glass as big as creation's landfall in far Centauri. Technicians, scan alert! We do not idle by for Leviathan to arrive, we run to catch. Men, it is a long white traveling funeral in space, a light that puts out light. Let us slumber it forever, make it celebrate its own death. Ready the alarms. The first man who scans it in gets double his fees for the journey. Squads, disperse! Pour out!
Tick-tock, 3 o'clock. Tick-tock, tick-tock, tick.
Well, well now.
Is that all you've got to say?
Well, it's not every year a dwarf like me can run hit a giant like Leviathan.
You sound like him.
If it's on our way, what's wrong with sight-glancing a comet 2 falls out of 3?
You don't even know what a comet is.
Ishmael, what did you find in the microfilms?
Same old guff. Photographs of photographs. Interstellar material. Vapors. Meteoroids. So few comets have passed near Earth since we first moved into space in the 1960s. The junkyards would best describe them. Chunks of old solar systems broken off. Accidents of huge nature on the prowl.
Well, in the stories of my people, such comets are known as pilgrim visitors, far-traveling specters, the haunter of the feast, a collision of bright dreams which fuse to nightmare. You see, our history is as full of romantic nonsense as yours.
Well then, the captain has his reasons for finding the comet and we have ours. We're curious.
Curious, yes, and afraid.
Captain?
I say. Wait.
Captain?
What? Oh. Ridley. I do not sleep, I die. Lord, I dreamt I was falling down space forever, falling. Do you dream, Ridley?
No, sir.
Oh, fortunate man. Well?
Ship's log to be signed, sir.
I have a fine nose, Ridley. You've no heart for this chase.
If by chase you mean our proper business, charting stars, exploring worlds.
No. Here. What do you know of the passage of dark planets and bright comets, mister?
I think you must teach me, sir.
I will. Here are 1,000 star charts, stamped, runneled, and humped. You read Braille? Run your hand here, there. Touch the paths where the lost suns go. Here, the planetary tracks, and here upon the universal deeps the vast long mark of Halley's comet, the comet of Aristophanes, and, who knows, that comet which may well have been the star of Bethlehem, a miracle to celebrate a miracle. Here are the maps and deep night plans for all God's circuitings and maunderings, his long thoughts. God dreams joy, green earths appear. God dreams torments, comets issue from his eyes and mouth. And the most terrible outcrop of these is...
Leviathan?
From 30 years' study, I found a way to meet it head-on fast, 6 months before it brushes Earth. We move then to surprise.
Surprise?
Mr. Ridley, face him out. Well?
You cannot surprise a comet, sir. It neither lives nor cares.
I live. I care.
And shift the burden of your knowledge to some great wandering child, some universal accident that prowls between the worlds, homeless for eternity.
Go on.
Sir, that if, as Reverend Oxley says, all space is one flesh with us, all worlds, suns, creatures, extensions of one ground, one all-encompassing will, then that ghost you speak of, sir, that comet, that great terror-trailing stuff, is but an outmouthing of God indeed. Would you stand against such breath?
If it wrenched my soul and burnt me blind, yes.
It is a damn thing, sir. Mere chemistry, burst out of chaos, now pulled by this tidal star, now hauled by that. As well stop your own heart as try to stop that great pale beating.
But if both stop at once, will not my victory over it loom as large as its victory over me? Small man, large traveling doom, both weigh the same when the scale is death.
In rending it, you rend your own flesh, Captain, which God has lent you.
That flesh offends me. If it is all one, God manifesting himself in minerals, light, motion, dark, or sensible man, if that comet is my sister self, come preening by to try my Job-like patience, was it not blasphemy it first tried out on me? If I am God's flesh, why was I felled, struck blind? No, no, that thing is lost and evil. Its great face hovers the abyss. Behind its mindless glare, I sense that juice which oils the cogs of nightmare and the pit. And whether I see it in hellfire man, cannibal shark, or huge white blinding mask flung down along the stars to frighten men and push them to impulse less than human, more than bones and soul can bear, I must attack. Talk not of blasphemy to me, sir. It tried me first. I want its flesh.
God help us.
He does. If we are his stuffs, alive, then we sinew his arms seized out to stop that light-year beast. Would you turn from this greatest hunt?
Sir, I am against you, but don't fear me. Let the captain beware of the captain. Beware of yourself, old man.
you know a rocket feeds itself in space? It wallows like a great fish in streams of subatomic life, interstellar minnows as 'twere, subliminal seas and royals of energy, like those tides of grit, the tiny particles in Earth's oceans which feed whales. So a rocket dines on radio waves, fierce radiations, cosmic rays, and meteors. It gulps these maniac foods which shriek invisible on the groundless ground. Ever hungry, we searched for banquets of yammering sound.
Queen Elizabeth, your undoubted queen, to do your homage and service, are you willing to do the same?
And came by accident upon old wits and broadcast dreams of Earth. No sound, they say, is ever truly lost. In electric clouds, all safely trapped, we tuned up echoes of forgotten wars and peaceful summers.
The question of Anglo-German relations is of the first importance for the two countries and for Europe.
I agree.
Captain, right up first. Request slow speed. Now passing spacecraft containing radio data from 1938.
Turn away, Radar 1.
Sir?
Turn away.
And turn we did from the wandering voices, those lost children of time. And then, a few days later...
Blue alert! All scanning stations! Blue alert! Blue alert! Blue alert!
Beyond belief.
What is it? An ancient moon?
Yes.
From our system? No. From another star?
Yes. Torn loose in some accident, traveling all by itself in space.
And covered with towns, cities, ancient gardens. I don't believe.
Yet there it is.
Terrible. Beautiful. How long do you think this moon with all its dead cities has been rushing through space alone? 1,000 years?
1,000 times 1,000. Oh, lovely. The spires. The jeweled windows. The lonely courts.
Retrograde rockets, stand by all hands to diminish speed.
Disregard. Continue course.
Captain! Sir, we saw.
Mr. Redley, who commands this rocket?
Why,
Did I give orders for reconnaissance?
I quite forgot myself. This moon is very old and fine. Our job's to touch down on such worlds, to photograph, record.
Yes, I see. Lovely. Passing strange. There was a time when Our job lies elsewhere. Press on.
Claire, there it goes. That moon. The incredible cities.
I shall not see its like again. Lost.
Lost.
If on Earth it is a rare thing for two ships to pass each other on their trips, think what small chance there is for rockets to cross paths in the billion times greater sea of space. Yet pass they sometimes do.
Nightfall 1, calling Cedar 7. Nightfall here, inbound for 12 years' travel. Back from the Pyramids cluster. Shall we hang fire, Cetus? Mix crews and drink the celebration?
Yes. We shall not.
Do I read you right?
You read me right or wrong. Stand up. Goodbye.
No no sooner fleeing one than we came upon another, sadder rocket full of men.
Rachel's captain! Calling captain of the Cetus there! Have you seen a small life rocket craft? A space storm took it off. We paced that comet.
Comet? What? Leviathan?
Leviathan! Yes! My son, oh God, was curious. He took the life craft out to search the comet's wake. Now I search for him. Will you help?
I'm losing time, sir.
Why? I've lost my very life.
I go to redeem your son. God help you, Captain.
God forgive you, master of the Cetus 7.
So the Rachel, mourning for its lost children, fell away. And we moved toward collision course with annihilation.
Rogers, Smith, Quell, Mr. Redley, why all the secrecy? There's your reason. The captain outside again, under the stars. I'd like a stroll myself.
I do not speak on strolls at odd night hours, Mr. Smith. I speak on information we let pass. Lost moons we left behind. Jobs we did not do.
This comet's a job. We measure all that comes our way.
Measure with man.
Mr. Redley.
Quell?
Now what?
Quell?
I do read minds. Let my mind gather yours and move outside to stand watch with our captain.
I leave a track down all of space, and space moves in to rub that white track out with meteor dust and worse, with no tip. Well, let nothing do its worst. I pass. I make my mark.
Mr. Redley. I protest.
All's white or dark. Stars or nebulae as black as inks from squids which scuttle down a blind god's back. Light, dark, but how we do prefer the first. For white our Negro souls much thirst. For such a white as this, though, terrifies. For was it not such all-encompassed white which thrust to panic out my eyes, and would have quenched my soul had I not hid it safe away between calamities in nightmares hid? I did. I thrived on simple crusts of dark, and waited out the cyclings of time to bring you round and back again, O whiteness there. My pale and wandering dread stand forth. This time I will not swerve. My path is fixed beyond the gravities. Tracked like the whirls that hurl about the sun, so runs my soul in one trajectory. Blind, my body aches in place of eye. I'll darken you who darkened me. Your veil will be your winding sheet. Your gossamer I'll bind to strangle you, and thus bank down the fire.
Gentlemen. Unlawful, uncommon eavesdropping upon uncommon dangers. The captain breaks a higher law.
Would you mutiny, sir?
To save lives, yes. At ease, the captain blind sees everything you miss.
As for those thoughts of his, which we just borrowed, why, how do they differ from ours, which we tell no one? All men are poets in their souls, ashamed to speak it out. Judge thought? No, action.
And action now means juggling that fine, great fireball comet.
Excuse, Mr. Redley?
Excused. And damned.
By night, I totted up my list of growing fears. The radio voices spurned, the strange moon shunned, the celebration of 2 rockets passing in the long night refused, and the urgent need of a captain searching for his lost son ignored as if unheard. And then, most frightening of all,
Where?
The island worlds. My home.
Your planet, billions of miles away? Oh, Lord.
My world and more. The music of my father's suffering and death.
Strange. We don't expect composers on other worlds, grandfathers who write symphonies.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
It was music, it was not. It was something I had never heard, but knew from times before my birth and guessed from times beyond my death. I mourned myself. And Quell, I saw no tears, yet sensed he wept within. The music played. He grew so still, I feared his breath had stopped. He heard his own funeral dirge rolled down the shores of space to end his life.
It's over, Quell.
He rose to find our metal worker.
Sir? Cut and weld and shape me a suit of death. I'll draw it for you. So, all black. And on the breastplate of this coffin, burn this sign. My family, my world.
You look fine. You don't really think...
I do not think. I know. Make the suit of dark metal.
Quell did not move. He sat by the great star scanning port, his gaze fixed beyond Andromeda, as if he plumbed the fathoms of his own grave and found there all our graves in mutual guilt. Quell, taller, stronger, more human than all human men, yet knew his Achilles' heel, but lodged most sadly in the circle of his ear, where the funeral tune of his father's father wrapped him in winding sheets of sound beyond my threats and pleas. Quell. Quell. Meanwhile, the metalworker cut and burnished the uniform all black, which Quell would wear in death.
Red alert! Space storm ahead!
With white terror, the rushing comet approached. But first it sent a messenger ahead to warn us off. A storm of gravities, atomic whirlwinds, cosmic explosions, and warpings of space, which wrecked our ship.
Captain, permission to turn back. We'll be destroyed.
We do not turn. It's testing us. Head on, Mr. Ridley. Head on.
Storm, it's vanished.
Captain, the comet Leviathan. It's disappeared too.
Vanished? Disappeared?
Quell, you're awake again. Oh, Quell, what happened?
He has come round. Quell, what in God's name? The funeral music, gone. Our traveling burial grounds, gone. The comet, the nightmare, all gone.
Yes, but why?
The storm has twisted time. A warp in space? We've turned a corner in eternity. The storm has thrown us back to another year.
What year?
Who's to tell? Before the wars, before your Caesar built a Roman road through Britain's moors. The great star beast, it pities us.
No, no, I say. Ridley, the radio telescope.
The comet is not there, sir.
The airlock, open it! Blind, I'll find for myself!
Our captain stood outside on a rocket ship becalmed in peace. It was indeed a time between. And Redley stood with him between the stars. Well, what are they saying?
This and this.
Peace and mild weather. Gone. All the fury, all the burning whiteness, gone.
Captain, it's given us a last chance to escape.
Escape to what? To land back on Earth and be greeted by Charlemagne, to watch Caesar fall down dead in the Forum?
Can't give me strength to pull this trigger.
Mr. Redley, you lack the power to fire that gun.
And if I could, how fine to land back home and go with simple cavemen in a cave. Live out a life much less a nightmare than all this. To rest a while.
We shall rest, Mr. Redley, at the dead heart of the comet. We shall fight free of this calm, rejoin time on a proper footing, seek, and finally destroy.
Oh, Lord, if I were sure of murdering you as you of murdering it, which will at last do murder to us all.
The sweet calm was over. We fought the storm of time in space and freed ourselves of Roman legions on a Dartmoor wilderness, lost Waterloo, missed final chance to watch Napoleon soldiers pock the Sphinx's old Egyptian face with rifle fire, and broke free to find the comet.
There. I feel it. It is there, yes. Is it?
It is.
All hands stand by the emergency life rocket craft. You know the engines of destruction there. In each I've built a sweeping hunger to devour that thing. A beam more powerful than any laser ever built. Wider, longer, swifter. Use that power. Worry the beast. Lay him to waste.
The comet approached, and it was a great white holy terror that filled up all the universe and put out every star. And Quell awakened from his trance, and every man of proper will dropped their masks and took on madness. All human flesh was gone. Red blood was all that moved our ship. The comet loomed. We ran as children run to happy games.
Lifecraft 1, launch! Lifecraft 2, launch! Mr. Redley, take command. This rocket is yours. Boys, stay behind. Well, you come with me.
Quell, you put on that black metal.
The suit, yes, with the death symbols on it.
Let me go with you.
Stay and live. You will live, I know, to be very old. Be happy, Ishmael. Good friend. Goodbye.
Oh, Quell. We moved. The three small light ships moved to cross that moving path of raw destruction. All was white now. We fell as in the great mouth of the sun. Quell.
I hear you, friend.
destroy and be destroyed. Like mice who nibble at one wave of milky sea, their laser beams all shrieking, but made small by greater shrieks of light-year maddened beasts now gone insane. The comet swept them up and turned them round about in time. The first storm seemed the merest bubble burst upon the edge of greater hurricanes of interstellar night. The ships now, one by one, fell down. Plucked free of skins, their metal skeletons revealed, the men tossed out in mill-race radiation. Flashing meteors eroded, baked, swallowed, vanished in the all-encompassing light. Each man thrown to a different warp in time. The men in Lifecraft One, their weapons still, hurled down to death, perhaps in burials with King Richard on his plain, the crown lost at his feet. The men in Lifecraft Two spun further on to drop in open grave with Yorick's skull, or near the tomb in Illinois where Lincoln dreamt away. I do not know. The captain last. Through Quell, I heard his cry.
Was the weapons gone, my men dispersed? Why then I have these hands? Blind I seize on you, gone dead I grapple you. Where is your heart? There, I'll die for it. Oh, damn the Leviathan! It comes to this!
I was tossed forth myself. Alone I watched as now at last the whiteness went its way. With gibbering voice off down the long black mine shaft of the universe, its bridal veil trailing despairs and woes, celebrating itself, a mindless mystery forever in motion. Vanishing. An echo. Gone. And gone all ships. Men, large, small, sane, or mad, the captain with them, madness maddened. And for 1 billion years I knew that Leviathan on return, circling round, would bring back with it him who would have done it unto death. The two of them were one at last, the hunter and the hunted, the fearer and the feared, the flesh and the impaler of the flesh, the madness and the vaulting dream of madness, together forever through centuries yet unborn. Ships, men, and the captain of the men. An endless cortege for the spectre ghost. Alone, I floated on a coffin which came under my hands. Within the metal case, dear Quail was buried dead and still. I drifted so upon this strange life raft among the stars for timeless days, until a rocket passing picked me up at last. It was the Rachel, who in her long search for her missing children found but another orphan. I let the coffin go. I let Quell travel on his light-year burial ground. The drama's done. The great shroud of stars rolls over the ship, her crew, as the whiteness departs all the way. I, Ishmael, remain to tell you this.
Leviathan 99, a radio drama, was written by Ray Bradbury. The electronic music was composed and executed in stereophony by Tristram Carey. You heard Dennis Hawthorne as Ishmael, who told the story, and Christopher Lee as the captain. Robert Edison as Quell, Walter Fitzgerald as the warning man, and Dennis McCarthy as Father Ellery Colworth. Alexander John as the first mate of the Cetus 7, and Ian Thompson, Anthony Jackson, Christopher Bidmead, Nigel Clayton, and Leroy Lingwood as members of the crew. Frank Henderson as Lightfall 1's captain, and Rafe Truman as the Rachel's captain. Technical direction was by Harry Catlin, and the play was adapted for stereophony and produced by H.B. Fortyne.
It was a pleasure to see things burn, to see things blackened and changed. The brass nozzle in his fists, this great python spitting its venomous kerosene on the world. He flicks the igniter, and the house jumps in a fire that burns the evening sky red and yellow and black. He strides in a swarm of fireflies.
4, 5, 1. I can't, no. I can't.
The pigeon-winged books die on the porch and the lawn, rise in sparkling whirls and scatter on a wind turned dark with burning.
451. Fahrenheit 451. This is the temperature of the book, paper. The temperature that Fahrenheit 451. The temperature that book paper catches fire and burns. Oh, sorry.
Hello.
Hello.
Sorry, I thought you'd seen me.
That's all right. You seem to pop up out of nowhere. Surprised to see anyone out this late.
I suppose it is.
You're the new neighbour, aren't you?
And you're the fireman.
Oh, well, don't make it sound like that.
I'd have known it with my eyes closed.
Oh, you mean the smell of kerosene?
Mm.
Yes, my wife's always complaining. It never really goes.
Doesn't it?
But you get used to it. I hardly notice it anymore, just a faint fragrance like perfume.
Are you going home from work now?
Yes, that's right.
Do you mind if I walk back with you?
Not at all.
My name's Clarice McClellan.
Guy Montag. Happy to meet you.
I'm happy to meet you, too.
What are you doing out so late, anyway? How old are you?
Stop a moment.
What?
Smell the strawberries?
What strawberries?
Fresh strawberries? Or just the faintest breath?
It's impossible. It's too late in the year.
Can't you smell them?
Yes, I think I can. It's very odd.
To come back to your question, I'm 17 and crazy.
Oh, what?
My uncle says they go together. When people ask your age, he says, say 17 and crazy. And your first question...
Oh, I've forgotten what it was.
Why I'm out here. I like to walk at night. I like to smell things and look at things, and sometimes I walk all night and watch the dawn.
17 and crazy. Your uncle's got a point.
Do you ever see the dawn?
I suppose I must, if I've been working all night. But then I'm so tired I hardly notice.
You know, I'm not afraid of you at all.
Well, why should you be?
A lot of people are. Afraid of the firemen, I mean. And, well, you do look quite sinister in your uniform. But you're just a man, after all.
Mm-hmm.
Do you ever read any of the books you burn?
That's against the law.
Yes, of course.
Monday, Milton. Wednesday, Wordsworth. Friday, Forster. Burn them to ashes, then burn the ashes. It's our official slogan.
Is it true that once upon a time...
Mm-hmm.
Well, that once firemen put out fires instead of starting them?
But houses are fireproof. They've always been fireproof.
Always?
Yes, of course.
Strange. I heard once that houses used to burn by accident, and it was the fireman's job to put them out and save the people and the books.
Oh.
Why do you laugh when I haven't been funny? Why don't you think about what I've said?
Now, look, have some respect.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to be rude.
Well, doesn't this badge mean anything to you?
451, yes.
Hey, slow down.
Oh, it's getting cold. I want to get home. Have you ever watched the jet cars racing on the boulevards on the edge of town?
Yes, I've seen them.
I think drivers don't know what grass is, or flowers, or trees, because they never see them slowly. Isn't that funny? And sad?
You think strange things, don't you?
Oh, I never watch the parlour walls or racing cars or go to the fun parks, so I've lots of time for crazy thoughts. Have you ever seen the dew on the grass in the morning?
I don't know. Yes, I suppose I must have done.
Here we are, home.
What's going on in there?
Thank you for letting me walk with you, Mr. Montag.
All your lights are on. What's happening?
Oh, my parents and my uncle just sitting around talking.
What?
It's like being a pedestrian, just as rare. My uncle was arrested for being a pedestrian.
But what do they talk about?
Good night. Are you happy?
Am I what?
Good night.
Montag put his hand into the glove hole of his front door and let it know his touch. The door slid open.
Happy? Of course I'm happy.
He stood looking at the ventilator grill in the hall, and suddenly remembered that something lay hidden behind it, something that seemed to peer down at him now. He moved his eyes quickly away and looked at a blank wall. The girl's face was there, really quite beautiful in memory. Astonishing. What a strange meeting on a strange night. He remembered nothing like it save one afternoon a year ago when he had met an old man in a park and they had talked.
Millie? Millie?
The bedroom was like the cold marbled vault of a mausoleum after the moon had set. His wife lay stretched out on the bed, uncovered and cold like the body displayed on the lid of a tomb. In her ears, the little seashells, the thimble radios were tamped tight, and an electronic ocean of sound, music and talk and music and talk, broke on the shores of her mind.
Millie? I'm going to turn on the light. Millie? Wake up. Oh, God. Millie. Millie, please, wake up. Emergency. Quickly, get me to the hospital. Yes, I want to report a suicide attempt. Yes, my wife. An overdose. I saw the pill bottle by the bed. It was empty, and I just knew. Look, will she be all right?
Oh, yeah, fine. Just a routine job. Pump the stomach and change the blood.
Oh, yes, I see.
And that's why we've got these two gadgets.
I see. That thing looks like a snake.
No point in cleaning out the stomach if you leave the blood. The blood goes to the brain, and if it's poisoned, bang, hits it like a mallet.
Look, stop it.
I was just explaining. Right, finished. That'll be 50. Can you sign here? Thanks.
Look, are you sure she'll be all right?
Oh, yeah, sure. I do a dozen of these a night. Look, I've got all the poison in these containers here. Can't get to her now.
Look, why don't they send a doctor out on these cases? You're not a qualified doctor, and I'd feel much happier if there was a doctor.
For God's sake, she doesn't need a doctor. I've told you it's routine. It's like unblocking a drain. Oh, look, I've got to go. If you need me, you know what to do. Keep her quiet. She's under sedation. She'll wake up hungry and a little sore. So long. I'll see myself out.
Millie. Millie. Millie.
Good morning.
Oh, thank God, there you are. You weren't in bed when I woke up. I was worried.
What? Sorry, I can't hear you. It's the morning music show.
Millie, will you turn the seashell off?
Hey, what's the matter? Did you get out of bed the wrong side this morning?
Look, can you take those things out of your ears, just for a while? You listen to them all day and night.
What?
Can we talk?
I'll turn them down. How's that? Then I can listen to you and the radio. Now, what were you saying?
Millie, how do you feel this morning?
Strange. I've got a kind of stomachache, but I'm hungry as hell. Did we have a party last night?
Oh, well, I came home.
Do you want some toast? I'm going to have another piece. I can't stop eating.
Oh, yes, thank you.
I'll set the program.
Last night, I came home.
I can't remember. I couldn't have slept very well. Did I do anything stupid at the party?
Millie, last night when I came home...
Wait, there's that record I just love on the radio. Just let me turn it up. Oh, it's heavenly. You know, it's the music they use for that commercial.
Oh.
Guy, where are you going? What about your toast?
Millie! Millie, I'm going to work now.
Right. Well, have a nice day.
Millie, before I go, I want to say
Why did you do
something.
that? I could hear you.
You took all the pills in your bottle last night.
Don't be silly.
The bottle was empty.
I wouldn't do that.
Well, maybe you took 2 and then you forgot and took 2 more and it made you dopey, so you kept on. You took them all.
Why would I do something like that?
I don't know.
Look, Guy, won't you be late for work?
What are you doing this afternoon?
Watching a play in the parlour walls. It's what I always do.
Oh, yes. Yes, of course.
I got my part in the post this morning. You send in packet tops. It's a new thing. They write the script with one part missing. See? That's me, the homemaker. When it comes to my lines, they all look at me out of the walls and say, "What do you think, Helen?" And I say, "I think that's fine." I've got a few more lines later on. Isn't that fun, Guy? It really is fun.
What's the play about?
I told you. These people, Bob and Ruth and Helen.
Oh.
Well, goodbye, dear.
Goodbye. Enjoy the play. Does it have a happy ending?
Oh, yes, of course. They all have happy endings.
Hello.
Oh, hello.
Still crazy?
Yes, I suppose so.
Where are you going?
To see my psychiatrist.
What?
They make me go. I invent things to say. He tells me I'm an onion. I keep him busy peeling back the layers.
Yes, well, I'm inclined to believe you need that psychiatrist.
Do you mean that?
No, I don't.
He wants to know why I go out in the forest and watch the birds. It's not normal, he says. And what do I do with the time I take off from school? Well, I tell him I just sit and think, but I don't tell him what.
You're 17.
So?
You know, my wife's 30, and yet you seem so much older at times. It's very strange.
You're strange yourself, Mr. Montag. Sometimes I even forget you're a fireman. Can I ask you something?
Go ahead.
How did you get into it, being a fireman? You're not like the others. Oh, I've seen one or two, and... well, you're very different. When I talk, you look at me. Last night, when I mentioned the moon, you looked at it. Well, the others would never do that, and they'd walk off, or they wouldn't even see me. Or they'd threaten me. You put up with me. That's why I think it's so odd that you're a fireman. It doesn't seem right for you, somehow.
The mechanical hound slept, but did not sleep, lived, but did not live in its gently vibrating kennel in a dark corner of the firehouse. Lights flickered on its nylon-brushed nostrils. Its 8 legs spidered under it on rubber-padded paws. At night, when things got dull, which was every night, the fireman set the ticking combinations of the hound and set loose rats in the firehouse yard, and sometimes chickens or stray cats, and there would be betting to see which the hound seized first. The animals were turned loose. 3 seconds later, the game was done. The rat, cat, or chicken caught halfway across the yard, gripped in gentling paws, while the 10-centimetre steel needle plunged down from the muzzle of the hound to inject massive jolts of morphine or procaine. The pawn was tossed into the incinerator. A new game began. Montag approached the hound.
For God's sake, Now, get back. Get back. No. Get back. No. Get back!
Having trouble with the hound, Montag? Maybe I'd better use the master key.
Glad you came, Captain Beatty. I don't think it likes me.
Well, the hound doesn't like or dislike. It just functions. We set the target and it follows through. Holmes kills and cuts off. It's only batteries, microchips and electricity.
So why was it growling like that? Do you know, I think if you hadn't come along... Look, its calculators can be set at any combination. Amino acids, glandular secretions, right?
Yes, what about it?
Well, the chemical balances on all of us here in the firehouse are on the master file upstairs. It'd be easy for someone to program the hound with a partial combination.
Oh, Montag.
Just enough to make it angry, to make it growl, but not kill.
Oh, come on, who'd do that? You haven't got any enemies here, have you, Guy?
Well, not that I know of.
It's just a coincidence.
Well, this isn't the first time. Last month it happened twice.
Well, we'll fix it. Don't worry. Now come upstairs. We're playing cards. You look worried, Guy. What's the matter? Have you got a guilty conscience?
Why is it I feel I've known you for such a long time? Seems like years.
Because I like you, and I don't want anything from you.
Sometimes you make me feel old.
Thanks.
Oh, no. I mean, well, like a father.
So why haven't you had any daughters like me, then, if you love children so much?
Oh, well, I don't know.
You don't know? You're joking.
Well, my wife never wanted to have children.
I'm sorry. I thought you were laughing at me. I'm a fool.
Oh, no, it's a good question. It's been a long time since anyone cared enough to ask.
Well, let's talk about something else. Have you ever smelled old leaves? Here. Smell.
Right.
What does it remind you of?
I don't know. What is it?
Cinnamon, doesn't it?
Yes, you're right. Yes, in a way it does.
You always look shocked when you find out something new. And your laugh sounds much nicer than it did.
Oh, does it?
Much more relaxed.
Why aren't you at school? I've seen you every day for the past week just wandering round.
Oh, they don't miss me. They say I'm antisocial. I don't mix.
What? You're the most social person I've ever met.
Well, it depends what you mean. Well, social to me means talking about, well, the things that we've talked about these past few days. I don't think it's social if you get a bunch of people together and not let them talk. Do you?
No, I suppose not.
Well, that's what it's like in school. There's all video teachers now. Not like when I first started. No chance to discuss or ask questions. Well, they pour facts into us like we were bottles to be filled. Well, we're not. We're more like funnels, and it just runs out the other end. Well, by the end of the day, most of us can't do anything but go to the fun park or race cars around the streets or sit in front of the parlour walls.
Oh, you sound very old.
Sometimes I'm afraid of kids my own age. In the past year, friends of mine have been shot, or they've died in car wrecks, or they've killed themselves. I don't think it's always been like this.
No, I don't think it has.
People don't talk anymore.
Oh, that's not true.
They don't say anything. Well, they name cars or clothes and things like that, and they say how wonderful. They all say the same. And most of them have got seashell radios in their ears, and they're listening to the music all the time. They don't give anything to each other.
No, I suppose you're right.
For the next few days, as many times as Montag came out of the house, Clarice was there in the world. He saw her shaking a walnut tree. He saw her knitting a blue sweater. He found late flowers on his porch, a handful of chestnuts, or some autumn leaves pinned neatly to his door. And every day she walked him to the corner. And then Clarice was gone. He waited for her, but there was no sign. 2 or 3 times he almost turned to walk back to give her time to appear, but always the train arrived and took him into work.
Come on, Montag.
You playing or dreaming?
One card. No, I was thinking about that fire last week. What happened to the man, Captain Beattie?
They took him to the asylum. 2 cards.
But he wasn't insane.
Anyone's crazy who thinks he can fool the government. I'll take 1 card.
Look, have you ever tried to imagine how it would feel? To have firemen burn our houses and our books?
We haven't got any books.
No, but if we did have...
Have you got books, Montag?
No. No, of course not.
Are we playing poker or not?
Was it always like this? Our work? You know, someone told me that once upon a time...
Once upon a time? What kind of talk is that, Montag?
The firemen didn't start fires, they stopped them.
Come on, Montag, don't be ridiculous. Let's play cards. It's your turn, we're going to do...
OK, let's go. I'll activate the hound. Montag, don't forget your helmet.
OK, stop! This is it! Ready. That's it. Knock it down.
No! Go away! You won't take them!
Captain
Beattie, take them!
Somebody slipped up!
In the past, it had always been like snuffing a candle. The police went in first and removed the victim, so when you arrived, you found an empty house. No people to deal with, only things. You were simply cleaning up. But now, tonight, the woman was spoiling the ritual.
No, you won't! You won't! Oh.
As Montag climbed the stairs, books bombarded his shoulders, his arms, his upturned face. A book alighted almost obediently, like a dove in his hands. In the dim light, a page hung open, and in all that rush and fervour, Montag had only an instant to read a line, but it blazed in his mind.
A time to get and a time to lose. A time to keep and a time to cast away.
Montag's hands shook as he thrust the book inside his uniform.
Montag, don't just stand there.
No!
Leave her. We'll deal with her later. Stoneman, have you got the kerosene?
Ready, Captain.
A bit out then. Spray it on. Don't everything. Pile the books up in the stairwell.
Oh, you can't ever hurt my books!
Now, come on now. That's it. Now, come on down. I won't hurt you.
Drench them all.
Oh, please! Don't destroy my books!
You know the law. Besides, none of these books agree with each other. You've been locked up for years in a Tower of Babel. Montag, take her out.
Come on. This will do no good. Now, please, come out with me.
No.
The whole house is going.
Get away from me!
Captain, she won't come.
We don't have time. Force her.
Look, will you come?
No! I want to stay here.
Oh, no. Captain Beattie, she's got a match.
Stoneman, get out! Yes, sir. Montag, come on! There's nothing we can do, Montag!
Please, don't.
I won't leave the books. Play the man, Master Ridley.
What?
We shall this day light such a candle by God's grace in England as I trust shall never be put out.
Montag, for God's sake! Come on!
Master Ridley.
What's that, Montag?
She said Master Ridley. Just before she died.
They, the man, something I can't remember.
We shall this day light such a candle by God's grace in England as I trust shall never be put out.
What? You know it?
A man named Latimer said it to a man named Nicholas Ridley as they were being burned alive for heresy in Oxford in 1555. I'm full of bits and pieces. Most fire captains have to be. Sometimes I surprise myself. Watch it, Stoneman, damn it! You've gone right by the corner where we turned for the firehouse.
Who is it?
Who do you think?
Put on the light.
It's okay, I don't need it.
I can't see you. What are you doing?
Nothing. Getting into bed.
Thought I made your bed for you.
You did. Go to sleep, Millie. Sorry I woke you up.
The book from the burned house lay hard and solid under Montag's pillow. Far across the room, on a winter island separated by an empty sea, Millie switched over to her seashell radio and started talking. She talked to Montag for what seemed a long time, about this and about that, and it was only empty words, like a child building patterns, talking jargon, making pretty sounds in the air. Montag said nothing, and after a long time he fell into a sleep, shallow, dream-filled, and disturbed.
You happy?
Report a suicide attempt. Blood goes to the brain.
451. 451.
Poisoned. Bang.
You happy?
Of course. They all have happy.
Monday, Milton. Wednesday, Wordsworth. Friday, Forster. Burn them to ashes, then burn the ashes.
Have you got books, Montag?
451.
You happy?
451.
Took all the pills in your bottle.
I think that's fine.
451. 451. Smell of kerosene. He never really goes.
Have you got books?
We shall this day light such a candle.
Light such a candle. Such a candle. 451.
Guy, wake up. What's the matter?
Millie. Millie, do you have to have this thing in your ear all the time?
I like it. It's restful.
Millie, you know the girl I was telling you about?
Guy, give me back the seashell, will you?
Listen, the girl next door.
What girl next door? Please. I want to get back to sleep.
You know, her name is Clarice.
Oh, yes.
I haven't seen her for 4 days.
I was listening to the late-night music.
Have you seen her?
Oh, no.
I meant to talk to you about her. She's an odd kid.
Oh, I know the one you mean. I meant to tell you, I forgot.
Well?
I think she's gone.
Gone?
The whole family moved away, but she's gone for good.
What?
I think she's dead.
We couldn't be talking about the same girl.
Yes, that's right. McClellan. Killed by a car 4 days ago. I'm not sure, but I heard she was dead. And the family left town. I don't know where they went.
But you're not sure of this, are you?
Pretty sure.
4 days ago. Look, you knew she was a friend of mine. Why didn't you tell me sooner?
I forgot.
4 days.
Guy.
Yes, love?
Can I have my radio back now? I want to get to sleep. You can't be sick.
Well, I am. I think I've got a temperature. Would you bring me some aspirin and some water?
Guy, you've got to get up. It's nearly noon. You slept 5 hours later than usual.
Look, Millie, will you turn the parlour walls off?
No, I don't want to. All those people, they're like a family to me.
Will you please turn it off for a sick man?
I'll turn off the sound.
Bring the aspirin, please.
It's one of my favourite programmes. Here.
Yeah, but what about the water?
Okay. You were all right last night, weren't you?
No, I wasn't.
Never been sick before.
Well, I'm sick now. I'm not going in today. I want you to call Captain Beatty.
Did something happen last night?
Thanks.
Well?
Just a fire, that's all.
I had a nice evening.
Doing what?
Watching the parlour walls.
Oh, what was on?
Oh, you know. Programmes.
What programs?
Some of my favourites. You know, the family.
The family. The family, the family.
Guy, for God's sake, what are you doing?
Smell of kerosene has suddenly overwhelmed me.
It's a good job that rug's washable.
We burned an old woman last night. With all her books.
Better take it and put it in the machine.
Millie, aren't you going to ask me about it?
I hope that mess comes out. Couldn't you have been
Look,
more...
we burned 1,000 books last night, and a woman.
Well?
We burned copies of Dickens and Dante and Swift and Blake.
Wasn't he a radical?
What?
Blake, I've heard of him. He was a radical.
Millie, look, I'm thinking of quitting my job for a while.
You want to give up everything? All these years of work because one night some woman in her books...
Oh, you should have seen her.
I don't care. She's nothing to me. She shouldn't have had books.
Millie.
She knew the law. If she wanted entertainment, what's wrong with the parlour walls?
You weren't there. You didn't see. Look, there must be something in books, something we can't imagine, to make a woman stay in a burning house. You don't stay for nothing.
She was simple-minded.
She was as rational as you or I. Christ, and we burnt her.
You should have thought of all this before becoming a farmer.
Thought! Was I given a choice? My father and my grandfather were firemen. I ran after them in my sleep.
Don't think I'm going to ring Captain Beatty, because I'm not.
Millie.
You're over 2 hours late as it is. I shouldn't have let you stay this long.
Millie, there was a man behind each one of those books. I'd never thought of that before. It takes a man years to put some of his thoughts down, perhaps a lifetime. Now, I come along with kerosene and an igniter, and it's all over in 2 minutes.
There's no need to ring Beatty now anyway.
What do you mean?
There's a fire service car just driven up. A man in a black uniform's coming up the path.
Beatty?
Mrs. Montag. Mrs. Montag.
Oh, look, you'd better go and let him in. And Millie, tell him I'm sick.
Montag made sure the book was well hidden behind his pillow. He climbed slowly back into bed and arranged the covers over his knees and across his chest.
Well.
Hello, Captain.
I just thought I'd drop in and see the sick man.
Well, how did you guess?
I've seen it all before. You were going to call for the night off? Well, take the night off. Clever, isn't it? 1,000,000 lights in one match. 1,000,000 fires. When will you be well?
Tomorrow, perhaps. Next day.
Well, every fireman hits this sooner or later. You only need to understand what you're doing and know a bit of the history of the profession. Mrs. Montag! Turn the parlour walls off.
I'm sorry, Captain Beatty. Can I get you anything? Perhaps a drink?
I'll come in and sit down. Wouldn't hurt you to hear some of this.
Oh, right. Can I sit on the bed, Guy?
Yes, of course.
When did it start, our noble profession? Well, different people say different times. A man called Benjamin Franklin burned books in 1790, and I've heard him call the first fireman.
Yes?
And a government in Germany in the 1930s also burned books. So we've got a long tradition. But the important thing is that a fire service was really needed when things began to have mass.
Mass?
Mass appeal, mass consumption. Once books could speak to a few people. They could afford to be different. The world was roomy. But the world got full of eyes and elbows. And books levelled down to a sort of paste pudding norm. Do you understand?
Yes, I think so.
Everything got simplified and shortened. Classics in comic form, novels condensed into digests. Politics became one column, 2 sentences. A headline.
Guy, you comfortable like that?
Yes, thanks. I'm fine, Millie.
Everything was whirled around, and all time-wasting thought just fell away. It left more time for sport, for group spirit, for fun. No need to think.
You can't be comfortable.
Yes, I am.
You're all hunched up. Let me straighten your pillow.
Millie.
But to come back to culture, the bigger your market, the less people you can afford to offend, especially if you're trying to sell them things at the same time.
Millie, please don't leave my pillow alone. Look, I'm fine.
Don't offend minorities. Stay away from controversy. Authors, lock up your typewriters.
Millie.
What's this?
Millie, maybe.
What? Perhaps you would like to, go out of the room, Mrs. Montag? You don't seem too comfortable.
Oh, yes. Thank you. Yes.
You all right now, Montag?
Yes, I'm fine. Please, go on.
I am, don't worry. You see, the public knows what it wants, Montag. The captionless comic books, the three-dimensional sex magazines.
Yes, but what about the firemen?
Well, what could be more natural? For people to be happy, it's not a matter of all men born free and equal, but all men made the same. Each man in the image of every other. No dissent or disturbance. So a book is a loaded gun. In the house next door, burn it. Who knows who might be the target of the well-read man, the critic, the thinker, the intellectual? And so when houses were made fireproof all over the world, you were right about this, Montag. There was no need for the firemen for the old purpose. They were given a new job. Custodians of our peace of mind. Censors, judges, and executioners. Fire is bright, Montag, and fire is clean.
There was a girl. Next door. She's gone now. My wife told me she was killed. She was different. How did she happen?
Here and there, that's bound to occur. Clarice McClellan.
You know?
Well, we've got a record on her family. We've watched them all carefully. You can't get rid of all the, oddments and misfits in just a few years. But we're doing pretty well. She didn't want to know how a thing was done, but why? Embarrassing. Ask why too often and it makes you unhappy, very unhappy. Unhappiness spreads. The poor kid's better off dead.
So she is dead?
Luckily, they don't happen often. We know how to nip them in the bud. If you don't want a man worried politically, don't give him two sides of a question. Oh, better still, don't even give him one. If the government is inefficient, if it's spending billions on arms and cutting human rights, well, better that than the people worry about it. Give them comics and soap operas and quiz shows. Make the quiz shows clever enough, intelligent enough. The people will feel they're thinking. They'll have a sense of motion while they're standing still. They'll be happy because they won't be asking any questions themselves. Don't give them any slippery stuff like philosophy or sociology or politics. And that way lies melancholy. Now remember, we're the happiness boys. Huh? You, me, and the others. We stand alone against the small flood of conflicting thought, madness and melancholy, and drear philosophy. I don't think you realize how vital you are to our happy world, Montag. Well, I must be going. Lecture over.
Oh, yes. Right.
Oh, one last thing. At least once in his career, every fireman gets an itch. What do the books say, he wonders. Oh, to scratch that itch. Well, I've read a few books, and they say nothing. You read them and you come away lost, unhappy.
Suppose a fireman accidentally, not really intending anything, takes a book home with him.
Oh, a natural error. Curiosity. We don't get over-anxious. We let the fireman keep the book for 24 hours. If he hasn't burned it by then, we come and burn it for him.
Ah, I see.
Well, Montag, will you take another shift today later on? Shall we see you tonight?
Well, I don't know.
What?
Well, I don't know yet. I'll see how I feel.
We'd certainly miss you if you didn't turn up. Now, get well and keep well.
I'll say goodbye to your wife on my way out.
It's only a step from not going into work today to not going tomorrow and not going to the firehouse ever again.
You're going to work tonight, aren't you?
I don't know. I haven't decided. Right now, I've got an awful feeling I want to smash things and kill things.
Go out in the car.
Millie, I don't know what I might do. I might even start reading books.
They put you in jail.
Mildred.
Oh.
Mildred, for God's sake, listen. Is happiness so important? Aunt Beatty says it is, but I'm not happy. I'm not happy.
I am, and I'm proud of
I'm
it.
going to do something. I don't know what it is yet, but I'm going to do something.
Oh, I'm tired of listening to you. Guy,
Millie.
turn it back on.
Look, Millie. This is your house as well as mine. It's only fair I should tell you something now. I should have told you before, but I was hardly admitting it even to myself. Come with me. There's something you should see.
Oh, please, leave me alone. Let me watch my program. Guy, what are you doing? Don't do that. The ventilator, you'll break
I
it.
want you to see some things I've hidden during the past year. I don't know why, but well, now and again, from time to time, I've stolen them from the houses that I've burned.
God, oh, God, what?
I'm sorry. I didn't really think. Looks like we're in this together.
Quickly, we've got to burn them. Take them to the incinerator. Perhaps they'll never know.
No, Millie. No. Stop it!
Guy!
We can't burn these. I want to look at them. At least once. Then if all that the captain says is true, we can burn them together. You must help me. Oh, we're in such a mess, Millie. You and your pills and your endless television, me and my work. We're headed for the cliff, Millie. I don't want to go over. I need you so much now, I can't tell you. If you love me at all, you'll put up with this. Just for a day or two, then it'll be over. That woman the other night. You didn't see her. And Clarice, you never talked to her. I did. Now, men like Beatty are afraid of her. I want to find out why now. Where do we start?
The captain will be back. He'll be back to burn the books and us.
Let's see now what this is. It is computed that 11,000 persons have at several times suffered death rather than submit to break their eggs at the smaller end.
What does that mean? It's rubbish.
Many hundred large volumes have been published upon this controversy.
See? Books. The captain was right.
Oh, I suppose we must go back to the beginning if we want to understand it. Yes. My father had a small estate in Nottinghamshire. I was the third of 5 sons. He sent me to Emmanuel College in Cambridge.
Montag read the long afternoon through, while the cold November rain fell from the sky onto the quiet house, and Mildred peered in at the grey walls in the dead parlour.
When I contemplate the natural dignity of man, when I feel, for nature has not been kind enough to me to blunt my feelings, for the honour and happiness of its character, I become irritated at the attempt to govern mankind by force and fraud, as if they were all knaves and fools, and can scarcely avoid disgust at those who are thus imposed upon. I wander through each chartered street, near where the chartered Thames does flow, and mark in every face I meet marks of weakness, marks of woe. In every cry of every man, in every infant's cry of fear, in every voice, in every band, the mind-forged manacles I hear. How the chimney sweepers cry, every blackening church appall. We should be wary, therefore, what persecution we raise against the living labours of public men, how we spill that seasoned life of man, preserved and stored up in books, since we see a kind of homicide may thus be committed, sometimes a martyrdom, and, if it extend to the whole impression, a kind of massacre, whereof the execution ends not in the slaying of an elemental life, but strikes at the ethereal and fifth essence, the breath of reason itself, slays an immortality rather than a life. Till the precise moment a friendship is formed. As in filling a vessel drop by drop, so in a series of kindnesses there is a last one which makes the heart run over. Perhaps that's how it was with Clarice.
She's dead, Guy. Let's talk about someone alive, for goodness sake.
She was the first person in years I've really liked. She looked at me as if I counted.
God, Guy.
I don't understand a lot of what I've read. I need a teacher. But I know that some of this helps me to understand things. Understand my life. What Clarice meant.
What's that?
Keep quiet. Stay where you are.
What's happened to the door voice?
I've switched it off. Let's get back to work.
No! I've had enough, that's it. Books aren't people. You read and I look around. There's no one here.
Millie,
the family is people. They tell me things. We laugh together. And the colours.
Yes, I know.
If Captain Beatty knew all about those books, would he burn the house? Would he, Guy? Tell me.
Yes, I expect he would.
God, just think. He could destroy the parlour, the family. Perhaps call him and explain. He'll only burn the books. He'll leave everything else. If you won't...
No, I'm sorry.
But he could destroy everything. Everything. I hate these books. I hate them. Why should I read? What for?
What for? You can ask that. I saw the worst snake in the world the other night. Dead, but not dead. You didn't just see that snake. It's at the emergency hospital where they filed a report on all the junk the snake sucked out of you. Would you like to go to that house that burned last night, rake through the ashes for the woman's bones? And what about Clarice? Where do we look for her? Huh? And God knows what the government's doing. No one cares. No one bothers to ask. Preparing for war, we know that. But do you know why? I don't. Maybe the books can help us get out of this cave. Stop us making the same damn mistakes. I don't hear the idiot bastards in your parlour talking about it. God, Millie, don't you see? An hour a day, 2 hours with these books!
For God's sake!
Yes, that's what I mean, drowning yourself in that ocean of colour and noise.
Leave me alone, Guy. Just
You see this book? You see this book? It's the one I took from that burned house. It's the Bible.
I don't want to know.
It could be the last copy left in this part of the world.
Beatty knows you've got that one at least, doesn't he? You've got to hand it back tonight.
I don't think he knows which book I stole. I'm going to give him something else. A substitute.
If he knows which one you stole, he'll know we've got a whole library here.
I don't care. I can't burn this.
No, you know what you're doing.
Millie, let me read you one more thing.
You'll ruin us. What's more important, me or that stupid book?
It's not from the Bible. It's one of the others. It's a poem I saw.
A poem? This is no time for silly verses. You've either got to burn those books yourself or call Captain Beatty.
Listen. The sea is calm tonight. The tide is full. The moon lies fair upon the straits. On the French coast... Listen. On the French coast, the light gleams and is gone. The cliffs of England stand glimmering and vast out in the tranquil bay. Come to the window, sweet is the night air, only from the long line of spray. Ah, love, let us be true to one another. For the world, which seems to lie before us like a land of dreams, so various, so beautiful, so new, hath really neither joy, nor love, nor light, nor certitude, nor peace, nor health, or pain. And we are here, as on a darkling plain, swept with confused alarms of struggle and flight, where ignorant armies clash by night. I'm going out now. There's something I've got to do. Hello? Is that Faber? Professor Faber?
Who's speaking, please?
It's Guy Montag, the fireman.
I'm afraid I've got nothing to say.
Now, don't ring off, Professor Faber. Now, you do remember me, don't you? We met about a year ago in a public park.
I often sit in parks, Mr. Montag. I meet a lot of people.
A lot of firemen? You talked to me even though I told you what I was. You said you were a retired English professor, and you spoke for quite a long time, and then you said some words, a sort of rhymeless poem.
I really don't recall all this, Mr. Montag. Now, if that's all you've got to
Professor Faber, how many copies of the Bible are left in this country?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Are there any copies left at all?
Is this some kind of trap?
How many copies of Shakespeare and Plato?
None. You know that as well as I do, Mr. Montag. None.
Open up, please. Professor Faber. Professor Faber.
Who is it?
Montag.
What do you want?
Please, let me in.
I haven't done anything.
Look, I'm alone. For God's sake, I just want to talk.
There's no one else out there hiding?
There's only me. And I've got a copy of the Bible.
Oh, well, if this is a trick, I suppose there's nothing I can do. Come inside.
Look. The Bible?
Yeah. So, that is true. Come through here. This way.
Looks like an electronics workshop in there. I didn't know.
I don't think you need concern yourself with that, Mr. Montag. You'd better sit down.
No parlour walls TV, I see.
No, just plaster. That, the book, where did you
I
get...
stole it. From a house we were sent to burn.
That's very brave.
No. My wife's only partly alive. A friend of mine's already dead. Someone who might have been a friend was burned less than 24 hours ago. You're the only one who might help me.
May I see the book?
Oh, sorry, of course.
A King James's Bible. It's been a long time. Oh, I'm not a religious man, but it was written at a time when the English language was fresh and blossoming, like a garden. Oh, this language is so beautiful. When the morning stars sang together, and all the sons of God shouted for joy. Hast thou entered into the treasures of the snow, or hast thou seen the treasures of the hail? Oh, it's so beautiful. Oh, there were a lot of fine books once before we let them go. You better have your book back, Mr. Montag. You're looking at a coward. I saw the way things were going a long time ago. I said nothing. And now it's too late. Well, suppose you tell me why you came here.
No one listens anymore. I just want someone to hear what I have to say. If I talk long enough, perhaps it'll all make sense. And also...
Yes?
I want you to teach me to understand what I read.
How did you get shaken up like this? After all, you are a fireman. What knocked the torch out of your hands?
Oh, I don't know. We've got everything we need to be happy, but we're not. Something's missing. I looked around and the only thing I knew were gone were all the books I'd burned in 10 or 12 years, so I thought the books might help.
It's not the books you need.
But surely...
It's something the books once held. The same thing could be in the parlour of Babylon today. The same detail and awareness could be projected through radio.
I don't understand. It must be the books.
No. It's not the books themselves. There's nothing magical in them. The magic is in what they say. How they stitched the patches of the universe together into one garment.
Yes, I think I understand that. The friend that's dead, I think she found it in other things. But what is it?
It can't be pinned down or labelled, but I think there are 3 things missing. Quality, a texture, if you like. That book you've got there, it has details and features. That's why books are hated and feared. They show the pores in the face of life. Today we only want wax moon faces. Handsome, perhaps, beautiful in their way,
but dead. So that's the first thing we need. Diversity, texture of information.
Yeah, and the second?
Leisure.
But we've got so much of that, we don't know what to do with it. Time off.
Time off, yes. But time to think? You can't think if you're playing some mindless game. You can't argue with parlour walls. All you can do is agree.
Yes, so where do we go from here? Would the books help?
Only if the third thing could be given back to us. The right to carry out actions based on what we've learnt. And I hardly think an old man and a fireman turned sour could do much this late in the game.
Listen, I can get books.
You'll be running a terrible risk.
When you've nothing to lose, you run any risk you want.
There. There, you see, you said an interesting thing without having read it.
This afternoon I thought, if it turned out that books were worthwhile, we might get a press and print some extra copies.
We?
Yeah, you and I.
Oh, no.
But listen, let me tell you my plan.
If you insist on telling me, I must ask you to leave.
Aren't you interested?
Not in the kind of talk that might get me burned. Now, if the fire service itself could be destroyed, if you were to suggest that we print extra books and then have them hidden in firemen's houses, sow seeds of suspicion among the arsonists, bravo, I'd say.
Plant the books, turn in an alarm, and see the firemen's houses burn. Is that what you mean?
Oh, Mr. Montague, I was joking.
No, but would it be worth trying?
I don't know. It's an insidious plan, if I do say so myself. The salamander devours its own tail.
I can get a list of firemen's residences with some sort of underground
We
network.
can't trust people. Sad, but true. You and I and, well, who else would plant the book?
Well, aren't there professors like yourself, ex-writers, historians?
Well, dead or ancient.
The older the better, they'll go unnoticed. Come on, you must know dozens.
Oh, yes. Montague. Go home. Go to bed. Why waste your last hours racing round the squirrel cage denying you're a squirrel?
Then you don't care anymore.
I care so much I'm sick.
Well, will you help me?
Good night, Mr. Fireman. Good night.
Professor Faber.
Yes?
Would you like to own this Bible?
I'd give my right arm.
The pages, they're so thin and fragile. In the beginning, God created heaven and earth.
Idiot, what are you
now,
doing?
Now, the serpent was more subtle than any beast
Mr.
of the
Montague,
fields.
do not do that.
Shall I go on?
No.
Another 1,100
Please not.
pages, one by one?
Please, don't do that.
Who can stop me? I'm a fireman. I can burn you.
You wouldn't.
I could.
The book. Don't tear it anymore. Don't you? Please make me feel any more tired. What do you want?
I want you to teach me.
All right. All right.
Don't worry. We can tape it all together again.
Montague, have you got any money?
A little. 400 or 500. Why?
Well, I know a man who did some printing for me 40 years ago. I think he'd help. We might print a few books. See what happens.
Yes.
You ought to go into work, Montague, into the firehouse.
What?
Just for now. You were thinking of printing.
Oh, yes, of course. It seemed the natural...
Go in. We don't want anyone suspicious before we even start.
Yes, I suppose you're right. But I'm afraid.
Afraid of what?
Well, only a week ago, I pumped a kerosene hose and I thought, God, what fun. I don't want to go back to that.
I don't think you'll go back now.
But the fire captain... You know, he's read enough so that he's got all the answers, or he seems to have. I'm afraid he'll talk me back.
Montague, you've got to be
I need something to say to him. Now, please. Can't you help me? I'm so afraid I'll drown if he gets to me again. I need a life jacket. Isn't that anything?
Well, perhaps there is. Not a life jacket. A life line. Now, come through here. Now, this is my workshop. You saw it on the way in.
Oh, yes.
I ought to have thought of it myself. Oh, dear, I'm getting to be an old fool.
What is all this?
Proof of my cowardice. When I ought to have been speaking out, protesting, I retreated into a world of radio transmission electronics. It used to be my hobby. It became my life, my excuse for a life. I came in here and and turned my back on the outside world.
Ah, well, the world went on getting worse.
That's right. But I became absorbed, quite skillful in what I did. I managed to design and make this.
Looks like a seashell radio.
It's based on that, but it's something more. It listens. What? I can sit comfortably at home, warming my frightened bones, and hear and analyze your dangerous world. It's a two-way radio. Now put it to your ear. Yes, that's right. Just like a seashell. You see, this is the main control. Now, go into the other room.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes, I can.
And I can hear you. I'm the queen bee, safe in the hive, and you're the drone, the traveling ear.
It's perfect. We could make more of these.
We could put ears in different parts of the city, with various men listening and evaluating.
Okay, you can take it out now. There. What do you think? If the drone dies, I'm safe at home. Maximum comfort, minimum risk. Do you hate me for this electronic cowardice?
Well, we each do what we have to do.
Now go to the firehouse. I'll be with you. We'll listen to your fire captain together. God knows he could be one of us. We'll give him a good show.
Here. You keep the Bible.
Thank you.
I'll risk turning in a substitute. And then tomorrow...
I'll see that unemployed printer. Yes, yes. That much I can do.
Good night, Professor Faber. I'll see myself out.
No, not good night. I'll be with you for the rest of the night. A vinegar gnat tickling in your ear. But, yes. Good night, and good luck, Montag.
Faber, are you there?
Yes.
I've just been to the automatic cash dispenser at the bank. I've got the money.
Good.
Faber.
I'm here, Montag.
I'm not thinking.
What?
I'm just doing as I'm told, like I've always done. You said get the money, and I did. I didn't think of it myself. When do I start to work things out on my own?
You've already started by saying what you've just said.
Yes.
You'll have to take me on faith.
I took the others on faith.
And look where we are headed.
But I don't want to change sides just to be told what to do. There's no reason to change if I do that.
You're wise already.
Keep talking.
Would you like me to read to you?
Yes. Yes, please.
There was a man in the land of Uz whose name was Job. And that man was perfect and upright, and one that feared God and eschewed evil. And there were born unto him. My kinsfolk have failed me, and my familiar friends have forgotten me. They that dwell in my house count me for a stranger. I am an alien in their sight. I call...
Faber.
Yes?
I'm almost at the fire station now. My feet. I can't move them. I feel so damn silly my feet won't move.
Easy now. If you need help while the captain pries at you, I'll be sitting right here in your eardrum making notes.
Stay with me, old man. Stay with me.
Well, here comes a very strange beast, which in all tongues is called a fool.
Hello, Captain Beatty.
Welcome back. You've got that book?
Yes. Here.
I don't want it. Throw it in the waste bin. So the crisis is past, and the sheep returns to the fold.
That's right.
We're all sheep that have strayed at times. Truth is truth to the end of reckoning. We've cried. They are never alone that are accompanied by noble thoughts. Sweet food of sweetly uttered knowledge. Sir Philip Sidney, right?
If you say so.
But on the other hand, words are like leaves, and where they most abound, much fruit of sense beneath is rarely found. Alexander Pope, what do you think of that?
I don't know.
Or this, a little learning is a dangerous thing. Drink deep, or taste not the Pierian spring. Their shallow draughts intoxicate the brain, and drinking largely sobers us again. Pope once more, where does that put you?
I don't know. I don't know.
Oh, I'll tell you. You had one wild taste, and for a while it made you a drunkard. Read a few lines and off you go over the cliff. Ready to blow up the world, destroy authority. I know, I've been through it myself.
I'm all right now.
Stop blushing. You look worried.
Be calm, Montag.
I had a dream about an hour ago. I lay down for a nap, and in this dream we got into a furious debate about books, you and I, Montag. You towered with rage, yelling quotations at me. I calmly parried every thrust. You quoted Dr. Johnson, knowledge is more equivalent to force, and I quoted him right back at you. He is no wise man who will quit a certainty for an uncertainty. Stick with the farm, Montag. All the rest is dreary chaos.
Don't listen. He's slippery. He's trying to confuse.
And so it went on. We were throwing quotations at each other like rocks. You said truth will come to light. Murder will not be hid long. And I laughed back. Oh, God, he speaks only of his horse. And you yelled, this age thinks better of a gilded fool than a threadbare saint in wisdom's school. And I whispered gently, the dignity of truth is lost with much protesting. And you shrieked at me, knowledge is power, and I replied with rare serenity, ignorance is bliss.
Calm, Montag, calm.
Dear me, Montag, your pulse is racing. I've got you going, have I? Shall I talk some more?
Hold on, he's muddying the water.
What traitors books can be. You think they're on your side and they turn on you. At the very end of the dream, I came along in the far wagon and said, going my way, and you got in, and we drove back to the far station in silence and at peace.
He's had his say. Take it in. I'll have my say, too, in the next few hours, and you'll have to judge. You'll have to make your decision which way to move. Your decision, Montag. Not mine, not the captain's.
Are you thinking about it, Montag?
Yes. Yes, I am.
Don't forget, you decide.
Well, I think it's about time. Now wait. There's no rush, Montag. Cut off the alarm, will you? Stoneman can get the engine ready. We'll join him in a moment. Now let me check the teletype to see where we're going. Okay. How do you feel, Montag?
I'll be all right.
You'll be fine. Now, this is a rather special case, so let's go. Here we go, to keep the world happy, Montag.
Faber, I can't do it. I can't go on learning things. I can't.
He'll do it anyway, Montag, even without you.
Yes, I know. Oh, for God's sake.
What's that, Montag? Saying your prayers?
They must suspect.
Now, we've arrived. Are you going to hide in the back there, or are you coming to do your job?
Okay, Captain. I'm coming. Oh, no. Oh, God.
Something the matter, Montag?
It's my house.
Lights flicked on and house doors opened all down the street. The carnival was setting up. Montag and Beatty stared, one with disbelief, the other with dry satisfaction at the house before them. This ring in which the torches would be juggled, the fire eaten.
So this is it. Didn't I hint enough when I sent the hound out here?
Millie.
What?
Mildred, my wife. Where is she?
You know the procedure. She was taken away by the police. Don't worry. She's innocent. Nothing will happen to her.
Montag, this is Faber. What's happening? What's happening?
That's right. All the windows. Those two. You'll need good cross-ventilation if it's going to burn well.
This is happening to me.
What a surprise.
Montag, can't you get away? Can't you run?
Did you think you were immune, Montag, from all the consequences of your actions? What is it about fire that's so lovely, that draws us to it? If we let it, it would burn our lifetimes out. Perpetual motion. But its real beauty is that it destroys responsibility and consequences. A problem gets too burdensome, into the furnace with it. Now, Montag, you're a burden. And the fire will lift you off my shoulders, quick, clean, sure, nothing to rot later. Look at your books now. Pathetic, not worth bothering with. Nothing but black yellow pages, ravelled binding. Okay, Stoneman!
You can stand back now! You've done enough! I want you to do this one all by yourself, Montag. Not with kerosene and a match, but piecework, with a flamethrower. Your mess, you clean it up.
Montag, run! Run, for God's sake!
I can't. Because of the hound.
What's that? Oh, yes, the mechanical hound. It's somewhere in the neighborhood, isn't it? And it doesn't like you, does it, Montag? So don't try anything. You ready?
Ready.
Fire!
The flames leapt out to lap at the books and knock them against the wall. The twin beds went up in a great simmering whisper with more heat and passion than Montag would have supposed them to contain. He wanted to change everything. Everything that showed that he had lived here in this empty house with this strange woman who had gone and quite forgotten him already. And as before, it was good to burn. He felt himself gush out in the fire, snatch, rend, rip in half with flame, and put away the senseless problem. Fire was best for everything. And then he came into the parlour, where the great idiot monsters lay asleep with their white thoughts. He shot a bolt of flame at each of the 3 blank walls, and the vacuum hissed out at him, an empty, senseless scream. The fireproof plastic shell was cut wide, and the house began to shudder with flame.
When you're quite finished, Montag, you're under arrest.
Was it my wife who turned in the alarm?
Who else? Give a man a few lines of verse and he thinks he's lord of all creation. You think he can walk on water with your books? Well, the world...
Captain, please, no more talk. I'm so tired. Can we get it over with?
You idiot! You damned fool! It won't be over for a long time yet. Why did you really do it?
Montag, this is Faber. What's happening? What's going on?
Come on! Don't make it hard! What? What's that? You listening to a seashell, Montag?
Montag, are you all right? Montag! Montag!
Well, some kind of radio receiver. I saw your head tilt, listening. I thought it was a seashell.
No, you give me that back.
Don't be silly. We'll trace the frequency and drop in on your friend.
No. Now, don't make me use this. Just give it me back.
Oh, no, God!
I've burned enough for one night. Enough for a lifetime, and I don't want to burn you too.
Well, that's one way to get an audience at the end of a flamethrower. What's it to be this time, you fumbling snob? Shakespeare? There is no terror, Cassius, in your threats. For I am armed so strong in honesty that they pass me by as an idle wind, which I respect not. How's that?
Now, please, don't.
Go ahead, you second-hand literateur. Burn me!
Get back. Captain, don't.
You put down that flamethrower, guy! Ah!
Montag, what have you done?
Stoneman, keep still. Now turn around.
Montag turned, and the mechanical hound was there, half across the lawn, moving with such drifting ease that it was like a single solid cloud of black-grey smoke blown at him in silence. It made a last great leap into the air, the spidered legs reaching, the croquet needle snapping out its gleaming, angry tooth. And Montag caught it in a bloom of fire, a searing blossom of yellow and blue and orange that burst its metal bones and blew out its electronic interior. He watched it fiddle the air and die. And now he ran down the alley between the blind black houses, stumbling into the dark.
Faber! Faber! Oh, thank God. I never thought you'd make it. Come in.
He wanted to die. He just stood there. He didn't try to save himself. He needled me to do what I did.
Here, drink this.
If things had been different, I think he might have been one of us.
What are your plans now?
To keep running.
Where?
I've no idea. I've not had time to think. Except I want you to have this money.
Oh, but...
I might be dead by tomorrow. Use it in any way you think might help.
Okay. You'd better head for the river if you can. Follow along it and then hit the old rail tracks going into the country.
Oh, yes, I've heard of them.
They're not used anymore, of course, but the rails are still there. They say there's a lot of old writers and teachers on the tracks between here and the coast. Most of them are wanted in the city.
And they survive?
I suppose so. The government's never considered them enough of a threat to go out and track them down.
How do you know about this?
I thought of joining them a few years back. I didn't have the courage then.
What are your plans?
I'm going south to see that retired printer I told you about. This is his address. You can contact me there.
Ah, right.
Pass me that box, please. Thank you. It's a television set, just 6 inches square. Homemade. I wanted something I could blot out with my hand.
Montag. M-O-N-T-A-G. Guy Montag, the renegade fireman, is still running. Police helicopters are up and a new mechanical hound has been brought in from another district.
Oh, my God.
What?
Never since its first use in tracking quarry has this incredible invention made a mistake. And tonight, this network is proud to have the opportunity of following the hound by camera helicopter right up to the final moment of the kill.
Well, give me some more whiskey, will you?
And here it is, landing at the site of the burning.
I'd better go.
Wait. There's one last thing.
What is it? There's not much time.
That Bible. I wanted to survive. I suppose I should keep it. I stand a better chance.
Where is it?
Here.
Tear it apart.
What? Oh, no.
No, you keep some and I'll keep some. That way at least part of it should get through.
Oh, but no.
Look, what did you tell me? It's not the books themselves that matter. It's what the books contain.
You're learning very fast.
Now, you keep most of it. Give me some of the parts you read to me earlier on tonight.
Look, here. I'll wrap it in this for when you get to the river. Good luck.
You too, Professor. I'll be seeing you.
Montag ran, very fast, away from the house, down towards the river. He could feel the hound, like autumn, come cold and dry and swift. A wind that didn't stir grass, or jar windows, or disturb the fallen leaves as it passed. The hound did not touch the world. It carried its silence with it, so you could feel the silence building up a pressure behind you all across town. Montag felt the pressure rising and ran. Finally, he reached the river. He touched it, just to be sure it was real, waded in and ducked down under. And then, holding the torn and plastic-wrapped Bible to his chest, he walked out into the river until there was no bottom and he was swept away in the dark. Montag travelled in the flow of water for a long time, past farms and woods and fields. He left the river and walked through the warm night, breathing in the odours of the land. He waded through the autumn leaves, another dry river smelling strangely of cinnamon and dust. He stumbled, and beneath the leaves, in the middle of the strangeness, a familiarity, the steel tracks of the railway. And as he walked along the tracks, he was surprised how certain he suddenly was of a single fact he could not prove. Once, long ago, Clarice had walked here, where he was walking now. Half an hour later, cold and moving carefully on the tracks, he saw the fire.
It's all right. You can come out now.
Come on. You're welcome here.
Who are you?
Introductions in a minute. Come up to the fire. Sit down.
You can put that bundle down if you want to. We won't steal it.
No, thanks. I'll keep hold of it.
Please yourself. Would you like some coffee?
Thanks. Thank you very much.
We've been watching the chase, Mr. Montag.
What?
We've got a battery television. Over there. We were rather worried.
So was I.
No, I mean, we thought we could tell when you hit the river, but the helicopter swung back into the town. The hunt's still on.
What?
We're going in the other direction.
But what? I don't...
Let's go and have a look. Now then, There's something funny going on.
The chase for the renegade fireman nears its end.
Oh, God.
Police helicopters are converging on Avenue 87 and Elm Park Grove.
But I don't understand.
That miracle of technology, the mechanical hand, has tracked its quarry right across the city. And now, finally, Guy Montag, the murderer and dissident, who tried to introduce foul and subversive...
We don't have to listen to all that. We'll just watch the picture.
But I still don't see.
Don't you? They lost you at the river, but they can't admit they failed. The show's got to have a snap ending or they lose viewers. Now, watch. It's going to end in the next few minutes.
But how? I mean, I'm here.
Watch. See how the camera's coming in, building the scene. Suspense. Long shot. That's the victim, there. At the end of the street. He looks like he's simply out for a stroll.
Oh, no.
Probably some harmless old man the police have had their eyes on for years. An insomniac, perhaps. Someone who just likes to walk at night and smell the air. They're all on file.
Very useful information to have at certain times.
Look. It's the Hound. Oh. Oh.
Well, that's that.
Another lesson to anyone who's thinking of stepping out of line. Turn up the sound for a moment.
The hunt is over. The fireman Guy Montag lies slain. His catalogue of crimes against society avenged by this infallible instrument of justice, the mechanical hound. And now, before the action replays, we'll take a short break for some commercials.
They didn't show the man's face. Did you notice?
Welcome back from the dead, Montag.
I think it's time for some introductions. This is John Simmons.
How do you do?
How do you do?
You might have known his name 40 years ago. He was a fine novelist. Weren't you, John?
Not bad. You might even have burned some of my books.
Oh, well, I don't... I mean...
Don't worry, Mr. Montag. Things have changed. You've changed.
I'm Bob Granger. I used to be a professor of philosophy, ethics. It's an ancient study now. I've written 1 or 2 books.
You'll meet the others in the group over the next day or so. They're out at the moment, looking for you. Writers and teachers, mostly. 7 of us in all.
8 now. If you'll join us, Montag.
Well, thank you, but I don't belong with you. I bring you trouble.
We're used to that.
Do you want to join us, Montag?
Yes, I think I do.
What have you got to offer?
This?
Your precious and mysterious package, yes. I wondered about that. What is it?
Part of the Bible. The King James Bible. Job, Psalms, Proverbs, Ecclesiastes, and the Song of Solomon. What's wrong? Isn't that all right?
It's wonderful. Perfect. Do we have those books?
I don't think so.
You're going to have to take care of yourself, Montag. Guard your health. You're going to become Job, Psalms, Proverbs, Ecclesiastes, and the Song of Solomon.
What do you mean?
Someday, Montag. Would you like to read Plato's Republic?
Well, yes, of course.
I am the Republic. Would you like to read William Blake? Mr. Simmons is Blake.
How do you do?
Hello, but...
In our group, we've got novels by Dickens, poems by Keats and Donne, and Wordsworth and Pope, Swift's essays, plays by Aristophanes and Brecht. We're also Matthew, Mark, Luke and John.
It can't be.
It is. We're book burners, too.
What?
We read the books and burnt them. Afraid they'd be found. Microfilming was no good. Anything material can be destroyed. They're all here. In our heads.
All across the country, on the tracks, in the hills, warming their hands over fires like this, drinking coffee out of tin mugs, literature and history, philosophy and law, Byron and St. Paul, Milton, Machiavelli, Tom Paine, Tolstoy and Marx, fragments shored against the ruins of civilization. What do you think, Montag?
It's amazing. But I could never... What, whole books? I could never remember.
Oh, yes, it's not so difficult. We've trained our memories. We can train yours.
At the moment, we've got a horrible job. We're waiting for the end.
What do you mean?
things can't go on.
You know what it's like in the cities, that illness, whatever it is, it's terminal. I'm not sure what's going to end it. Mass nervous breakdown, insurrection, or war. And then...
If there's anything left.
Someday, some year, the books can be written again.
It's worth doing.
Oh, what should I do now?
I think perhaps you should read a little before you go to sleep. Don't you?
Turn from him that he may rest, till he shall accomplish as a hireling his day. For there is hope of a tree, if it be cut down, that it will sprout again, and that the tender branch thereof will not cease. Though the root thereof wax old in the earth, and the stalk thereof die in the ground, yet through the scent of water it will bud, and bring forth boughs like a plant.
Montag.
Hmm?
Have this coffee.
Thanks.
When you've read that...
Yes?
You can burn it. And it's the last book you'll ever have to burn.
In Fahrenheit 451 by Ray Bradbury, dramatised for radio by Gregory Evans, you heard Susan Dowdall, Michael Simpkins, Peter Miles, Alan Dudley, Pamela Salem, Spencer Banks and Jonathan Newth, with Hugh Dixon, Peter Tuddenham, Patience Tomlinson and Michael Pennington. The director was Brian Miller.
Control, this is Venture. Restart complete. Powering up APUs over. Roger. APUs look good. Out.
We copy on the APUs, Venture. Venture, this is launch control. You are on internal power.
Roger. Out.
Venture, this is control. Hydraulic check complete. Over.
Hydraulic check in the green. We copy, Control.
Venture, this is control. Main engine gimbal complete. Over.
Roger that, Control. Gimbal is go.
T-minus 45 seconds and count.
Venture, this is launch control. O2 vents closed. Looks good. Over.
Roger. Out. Control, this is Venture. APU vents to inhibit.
Roger, we copy Venture. Out. Venture, this is control. H2 tank pressurization. Okay. You are go for launch. Over.
Roger. Go for launch. Out.
Venture, APU start is go. You're on your onboard computer. Over.
Roger. Out.
We have main engine start. SRB ignition. We have liftoff. Tower has been cleared.
Kaleidoscope by Ray Bradbury, adapted and dramatized by the author from his own short story. With Tom Watson as Hollis and Finlay Welsh as Applegate. Kaleidoscope.
Venture, this is Mission Control Houston. Good morning, folks. Do you copy, Venturer? Mission Control to Venturer. This is your 8 a.m. call. Do you copy?
Mission Control, this is Venturer. We copy you. 8 a.m. is at Zulu Eastern Standard or Pacific.
Venture, we copy you. Loud, clear, and on the beat. Good morning. Medical checkout, please, crew, before the rest of the day's program. ECG and neural scans running. Tapes are go. Medical program beginning now. By the numbers.
Hollis here. Physical report to Houston. Medical analysis tapes. A1.
Stone here. A1.
Stimson. A1.
Good old Applegate here in fine fettle.
Applegate.
Oh, hell. A1.
A spur, okay.
Barkley. Super. A1.
Wood reporting. Fine, thanks.
All present and accounted for. I beg your pardon, Captain?
All present and well. T plus 225 hours, 35 minutes and 20 seconds. 9 days and 3,400,000 miles out from Earth.
Check. Psychobalance tapes operative. Scramble thoughts. Word associate.
Oh, stupid.
Repeat, please.
Not only how we feel, but what we feel to a computerized psychoanalyst 3 million miles away. Stupid.
Applegate.
Now hear this. A for Applegate, H for horse, S for snowstorm, RP for rabbit pellets. Enough word association.
Terminate Applegate.
Terminate Applegate. Oh, that's poetry.
Terminate. Hollis here.
Scramble associate, Hollis.
Sometimes I wonder why I am captain of a rocket bound into deep space, and then I remember that not all of my crew members are named Applegate.
Hey.
End of Hollis scramble?
End.
Stimson here.
Scramble associate, Stimson.
It took me 2 days to get to the top of St. Peter's in Rome. 3 days to nerve myself to make it to the top of the Eiffel Tower. Sometimes I wonder what I'm doing 3 million miles high in space. And scrambled.
Wood here. I never made it to the top of the Eiffel Tower. I was afraid.
Now you tell us, Wood.
Yeah, now I tell you.
Spur scrambling. Hot dogs. Apple pie, Mom.
Hey, what kind of word association is that?
Midnight. Open the icebox door, reach in, 3-layer banana cake, glass of milk, yes sir.
He's kidding.
Sandlot baseball.
Yeah, he's nuts.
Good cigars. Grandpa and Dad talking late at night in the front porch rocking chair.
I may throw up.
Over and out, scramble.
Stoning.
Stone, Wood, Spur.
Meteor, dead on. Impact, prepare for collision.
Crash stations, crew to stations, helmets on. On stations all.
Applegate, helmet on, air on, radio on, all greens and on station.
Spur, helmet on, air on, radio on, all greens and on station.
Wood, helmet on, air on, radio on, all greens and on station.
Stone, helmet on, air on, radio
Houston,
on, all
this
greens
is Venture.
and on
We have a
station.
collision
Stimson,
alarm.
helmet on, air on, radio on, all greens and on station.
Impact in 25 seconds and counting.
All greens and on station.
Hollis, helmet on, air
Object
on, radio on radar contact at 17 degrees right, 5 degrees down, and 1,100 meters off.
Let's try a burn on those thrusters. It's too late to fire them up now.
Houston, do you copy? We have imminent collision in 15 seconds. Object is in sight on right window. Large meteor closing rapidly. Impact in 5. Oh my God! Impact!
Shit. Where's the rocket? Explosion. Where? the others. Where are they? Captain! God. God. Oh, falling. Falling!
The concussion. Like a giant knife had cut it. The rocket just split wide. The crew, thrown out in space, like a dozen wriggling silverfish, scattered in a dark sea. And the rocket, in a million pieces. There it goes. A meteor swarm, seeking a lost sun. Gone. Gone.
Barclay? Barclay? Where are you?
Wood? Wood?
Captain?
Voices calling like lost children on a long night.
Captain? Barclay! Where? Wood!
Captain Hollis. Captain! This is Stone.
Stone? Hollis here. Where are you?
Stupid question.
Where?
God knows. I don't. Which way is up? I only know I'm falling. Falling.
Oh, yes. We fall.
Like pebbles down a well. We're not people anymore. Not captain, crew. Only voices. Voices without bodies.
We're going away from each other.
Oh, yes. That's for sure. At 100,000 miles an hour. Here's your hat. What's your hurry? We do move.
What happened?
A meteor strike. The ship peeled. Space vehicles do blow up.
Oh, they do. Oh, they do. Is there any way for us to get back together? Get back to one another?
Not unless you're strapped on your EVA before impact.
No. You?
No, there wasn't time. So, here we are. 7 people dropped in space with no way to maneuver, turn, fly. All we can do is...
Fall.
Oh, it's a long way.
Long way. A long, long way down.
Who's that?
Stimson, I think. Stimson?
God. Long way down. Long way. I'm gonna die. I can't believe that.
Stimson! Let's get organized here.
Organize! Organize! Listen to the man!
Applegate, is that you?
Applegate. Scared, gutless, but reporting. Oh boy, you're funny, Captain.
What do you want me to do? Let us all go to hell?
You're not in charge anymore, Captain. We go where we go.
Roll call anyway, damn it.
Roll call?
So help me, we're going to die decently. By the names, check in. Stone,
Stone here.
A spar?
A spar here. Here.
Barclay?
Still alive. Barclay.
Wood? Wood?
Make him answer, Captain.
Wood?
Like I said, Captain, you're not in charge.
Stimson?
Stimson? Who's he? Oh. Yeah, he's falling.
Oh, Stimson.
Falling. That's what he is. Falling.
Take it easy, we're all in the same fix.
I don't want to be here. I want to be somewhere else.
You can say that again.
All right, Applegate.
All right, what?
We haven't much time.
Time? We got all the time in the world and all of space in the universe. That's all we do have, space and time.
We are moving away from each other. We'll soon lose radio contact.
That can't happen soon enough for me. I won't have to hear any of your stupid voices.
Why do you insist on being bitter?
Look around you, Captain. Where are you? Nowhere. Where am I? Beyond nowhere. Where's everyone else? Falling to die. The rocket spun when it was hit. We were thrown off by centrifugal force, each man in a different direction. Some of us will hit the sun. Some of us will head out through the universe and travel forever. Bitter? How can you say that?
Captain.
Stone?
Might we get back together somehow? I mean...
For what? What?
To die in company, now that you ask.
You do that, then. I'll die alone, thanks. At 100,000 miles per hour.
If each of us released a certain amount of oxygen, we could maneuver...
Oh, keep talking. Your hot air might save us all.
Please. Someone help me. I don't want to be here. I don't want to be here.
Stimson?
Oh, that's it, Captain. Order him to shut up. Hey, Stimson, listen to the captain.
Stimson. We can't talk if you interrupt. I mean...
Help! Oh, someone help. So far down. A long way down. Falling. Falling. Oh, such a long way down.
Stimson.
Hold on. Oh, now. You're not gonna believe this.
Help. Please. Help. I'm afraid.
Applegate?
Captain, he's here.
What?
Stimson, he's floating nearby. I can see him. We're getting closer.
Oh, such a long way down. Falling. Falling a long way. Help. Help.
Yes, I'll help you, Stimson.
Applegate?
I don't like being here.
You won't be much longer.
I want to be somewhere else.
You will. You will.
Applegate.
Closer. Oh, very close, Captain. He's floating almost in reach. Almost.
I'm afraid. Someone. Help.
Help. Yes.
Someone. Someone.
Me.
Applegate.
Someone, oh, please. Someone.
Me.
Son!
Applegate.
He's gone, Captain.
Gone?
I smashed his helmet.
You...
He wanted to be saved. I saved him.
Yes.
Approved?
Approved.
Well, now we can talk more clearly, Captain. Now, if you want, we can get organized.
Applegate.
Sir?
May you burn forever.
Oh, why, sir, I'm on my way to burning now. From the way I fall, I figure in about half a year I'll strike the sun. How about you others? Stone, Lesper, Barkley? Where heading? For how long?
I think I'm going to hit the moon.
I think I'm heading for Mars. I can't really say, but Mars.
Mars and beyond. Jupiter. Saturn. Maybe visit Pluto. Or go on into the universe and travel forever. That's me. Far traveling. Doesn't that have a sound to it? Far traveling.
Captain?
I seem to be heading back towards Earth. When I hit its atmosphere...
You'll burn long before me.
I'll burn. Silence.
Order me some more. This is a mutiny of one. In just the few minutes since the rocket exploded, you and I have moved 10,000 miles away from each other. But we were always far apart. Come get me, sir. Shall I tell you some more that'll make you want to come get me?
Do your worst.
And the worst is this. Years ago, when we were at the academy, your fiancée, that lovely girl, you remember?
No, it never was.
It was.
No, it's gone now. I can't see it.
It's there.
No, it's like it never was. Green fields, towns, rivers, lakes, gone, all gone. So far away. And only night now, and stars. Too many stars.
No. No, there was this girl, and she left you. You want to know why. Shall I tell you why?
No, she never lived.
She lived.
There is no Earth, no life, nothing.
There was life, and Earth, and something. And I took it all away.
You took nothing. Nothing.
Oh, no, no more of this.
No more.
No more.
I'm amazed.
Huh?
I'm astounded.
What?
We're all going to be dead in a few hours, and you go on like this. Can't you leave us to remember?
What?
Good things. Good. Yes. The best.
What was ever best? What good?
My life. Maybe not yours, but mine.
How was it better?
Let me make the list. A wife on Earth. Good friends on the moon. My children on Mars.
And?
A wife on Earth. Friends on the moon. My sons and daughters. Safe. On Mars.
What else?
My wife. My friends.
That's no list.
Better than a list. It's a life.
I'm going to kill all of you in 10 minutes.
Kill us?
just by opening my helmet. I'll freeze solid in a millionth of a second, and you'll all disappear forever. Strange. The quickest death in the history of mankind, and invented not on Earth, but 1,000,000 miles out in space. I'll freeze and be frozen forever. Think of it. If I should not hit the moon, but circle it for 1,000,000 years, and a rocket came by and found me, I wouldn't have changed. Out in space, nothing ever changes. 1,000,000,000 years from tonight, I'll be circling. And young, still only this age. And my body frozen, not spoiled or grown old. 1,000,000,000 years from tonight. Think.
I'm thinking. Kill yourself now and cut the cackle.
I'm thinking that we should all say what we want to say in these last few minutes. I want to run my films. Play my memories. Say, there was a good day, there a bad. They're a good friend. You know what I mean.
No, I don't. Because it never happened. Like the captain says, once a thing is over, it's like it never existed. We only exist now. A mob of voices floating half into nowhere and out of nothing.
No. I count. Because I remember. I do remember.
Do you? Do you really? Huh? Yeah, well, maybe that's why I've gotten mean in my middle years. All my life I kept waiting for something to happen. I mean, something. But I never did.
Man, you've been in space. You've circled the sun. Landed on Mars. What more do you want?
I don't know. Isn't that funny? I just don't...
What? You okay, Applegate?
Well, now, hear this. I have no left hand.
What? Okay.
No kidding. It's strange. I feel it's happening to someone else. Oh, this is a course in 6th grade philosophy. Someone else's left hand has just been cut off by a meteor. My left sleeve has just automatically locked itself. It sealed itself with self-sealant. I lost some air, but the end of my wrist has frozen solid, scabbed itself with frost.
Applegate.
Oh, come help me, Captain.
Oh, I wish I could.
Come, help me, Captain.
If I could.
Oh, sir. The irony. Telling you to come order me around 10 minutes ago and now really needing you. Oh, burn me to ashes and then burn the ashes to dust.
Good.
Hey, listen, you hear? I'm in a meteor swarm. The very thing that cut off my hand is taking me with it. I'm being drawn away in space. It's like being in a great big kaleidoscope. Those things, those toys you held up to your eyes as a kid and looked in and saw all the colors, shapes, sizes.
A kaleidoscope. Look. Oh, beautiful. And taking me with it. Me. Me. I don't deserve a trip like this. I never liked anything beautiful. Well, maybe when I was young. Hear the voices?
Voices.
Yes. Yes. No sound is ever lost.
What?
Didn't we wonder, years ago, what happened to sons when they died? Did they travel in space forever, living their own lives? Well, here's your answer.
What? An electronic cloud that
Perhaps old radio broadcasts. News. Music.
Yeah.
That I should apologize to you for having to speak in a foreign tongue. I wonder if this loudspeaker carries my voice to the farthest end of this vast audience.
That I thought it improbable that the enemy's air attack in September could be more than 3 times as great as it was in August. I was not, of course, referring to barbarous attacks upon the civil population, but to the great air battle which is being fought between our fighters.
It's the encircling bond of good, old-fashioned, neighborly friendship. So bound together, we are able to withstand any attack. Any attack from the east or from the west. Together we are able to ward off any infiltration of alien, political and economic ideas that would destroy our freedom and our
Too much. It's too much. I am the monster of all time, and I go out like this. You stay behind and die your plain vanilla deaths, and me... I go out in style. In a swarm of meteors so beautiful, I can't move my tongue. I'm carried along by the voices of Churchill and Hitler and Roosevelt. Oh, friends. What company.
Yes.
It's me and the whole grand bunch moving out and around the world for the next 10 billion years. We'll be back, and Churchill will still be talking, and Hitler will still be mad, and Roosevelt will still be saying we have nothing to fear. Nothing. Nothing.
So it finally happened.
What?
It. The thing you were waiting for. Something.
along, Captain. Burn, Captain. Burn. 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 Burn.
The same to you, Applegate.
Captain,
Well,
reception's fading for all of us. Why don't we get it over with and sign off?
good idea. Can you see the meteor swarm that took Applegate?
Oh, yes. Yes. Lovely. There. There.
Can you see any of us?
No.
I can,
Impossible.
but I see. Or think I see. There you go home in the dark, Lesper. And there you go, off in the night, Stone. And Barclay? Home already. Remember those summer nights when you were a kid and stayed out in the middle of the street playing ball until you couldn't see, it was so dark? Not wanting to go home, and at last all the mothers calling from houses around, blowing whistles, yelling, and at last, dragging their bats, scuffing their shoes, all the boys and girls went home, sad and hating it, as if summer would never come again, even though summer was the next night. And the next after that.
I remember.
Keep on remembering. Don't let anybody say otherwise. Lesper, Captain. Goodbye.
Sleep well,
Captain,
Lesper.
last one in's an old maid.
Here goes nothing.
Nothing.
Alone. There goes wood towards the sun. There falls stone near the moon. There flies Barclay out beyond Mars and toward far Centauri. Forever. There moves Applegate and his meteors in fine company of ancient men. Pieces of the kaleidoscope, all of us. But flying apart. And myself. Alone. Add it up, Hollis. What did your life mean? More than Applegate's, less than Lesper's. Did you do one brief, bright, lovely thing that might be remembered for one astounding instant by someone, somewhere, sometime, somehow? What? What did you do, Captain, that was worth noting, worth remembering, worth the softest breath to tell? Just this. In a few hours, I'll hit Earth's atmosphere. When I do, I'll catch fire and burn like a meteor. I'll flash across the sky in flames. All the world will look up and see me for 3 seconds. Yes. 3 seconds.
wonder. Will they look? Will they see? Let's go find out.
Oh, look. There, look. A falling star. Make a wish. Oh, yes. Make a wish. Make a wish.
In Kaleidoscope, the part of Hollis was played by Tom Watson, and Applegate was played by Finlay Welsh. Stone by Rebecca Hawking, Stimson by John Yule, Lesper, Stuart Macquarie, Barclay, Neil Shackleton, Wood, John Adam Baker, and Mission Control Houston by Lynn Baines. Other parts were played by members of the cast. Technical presentation was by Jim Ross, Doug Ring, and Lee MacPhail. Kaleidoscope was dramatised by Ray Bradbury from his own short story and directed in our Edinburgh studios by Hamish Wilson.
In the town square, the queue had formed at 5 in the morning, while cocks were crowing far out in the rhymed country, and there were no fires. All about, among the ruined buildings, bits of mist had clung at first, but now, with the new light of 7 o'clock, it was beginning to disperse. Down the road, in twos and threes, more people were gathering in for the day of marketing, the day of festival. The small boy stood immediately behind two men who had been talking loudly in the clear air, and all of the sounds they made seemed twice as loud because of the cold. The small boy stamped his feet and blew on his red, chapped hands, and looked up at the soiled, gunny sack clothing of the men, and down the long line of men and women ahead. "Here, boy, what are you doing out so early?" said the man behind him.
"Got my place in line, I have,"
said the boy. "Why don't you run off? Give your place to someone who appreciates." "Leave the boy alone," said the man ahead, suddenly turning. "Oh, I was joking." The man behind put his hand on the boy's head. The boy shook it away coldly. "I just thought it strange, a boy out of bed so early." "This boy's an appreciator of arts, I'll have you know," said the boy's defender, a man named Grigsby. "What's your name, lad?" "Tom." "Tom here is going to spit clean and true. Right, Tom?"
"I sure am."
Laughter passed down the line. A man was selling cracked cups of hot coffee up ahead. Tom looked and saw the little hot fire and the brew bubbling in a rusty pan. It wasn't really coffee. It was made from some berry that grew on the meadowlands beyond town, and it sold a penny a cup to warm their stomachs. But not many were buying. Not many had the wealth. Tom stared ahead to the place where the line ended, beyond a bombed-out stone wall.
"They say she smiles,"
said the boy. "Aye, she does," said Grigsby.
"They say she's made of oil and canvas."
"True. And that's what makes me think she's not the original one. The original, now I've heard, was painted on wood a long time ago."
"They say she's 4 centuries old."
Or maybe more. No one knows what year this is to be sure.
"It's 2061.
Oh, that's what they say, boy, yes. Liars. Could be 3,000 or 5,000 for all we know. Things were in a fearful mess there for a while. All we got now is bits and pieces." They shuffled along the cold stones of the street. "How much longer before we see her?" asked Tom uneasily. "Just a few more minutes. They got her set up with 4 brass poles and velvet rope, all fancy to keep folks back. Now mind, no rocks, Tom. They don't allow rocks thrown at her." "Yes, sir." The sun rose higher in the heavens, bringing heat which made the men shed their grimy coats and greasy hats. "Why are we all here in line?" asked Tom at last. "Why are we all here to spit?" Grigsby did not glance down at him, but judged the sun. "Well, Tom, there's lots of reasons." He reached absently for a pocket that was long gone, for a cigarette that wasn't there. Tom had seen the gesture 1,000,000 times. "Tom, it has to do with hate. Hate for everything in the past. I ask you, Tom, how did we get in such a state, huh? Cities all junk, roads like jigsaws from bombs, and half the cornfields glowing with radioactivity at night. Ain't that a lousy stew, I ask you?" "Yes, sir, I guess so." "It's this way, Tom. You hate whatever it was that got you all knocked down and ruined. That's human nature. I'm thinking maybe, but human nature, anyway." "There's hardly nobody or nothing we don't hate," said Tom. "Right. The whole bloomin' caboodle of them people in the past who run the world. So here we are, on a Thursday morning, with our guts plastered to our spines, cold, live in caves and such, don't smoke, don't drink, don't nothing except have our festivals, Tom. Our festivals." And Tom thought of the festivals in the past few years. The year they tore up all the books in the square and burned them, and everyone was drunk and laughing. And the Festival of Science a month ago, when they dragged in the last motor car and picked lots, and each lucky man who won was allowed one smash of a sledgehammer at the car. Do I remember that, Tom? Do I remember? Why, I got to smash the front window, you hear? My God, it made a lovely sound. Crash! Tom could hear the glass falling in glittering heaps. And Bill Henderson, he got to bash the engine. Oh, he did a smart job of it with great efficiency. Wham! But the best of all, recalled Grigsby, there was the time they smashed a factory that was still trying to turn out aeroplanes. Lord, did we feel good blowing it up, said Grigsby. And then we found that newspaper plant and the munitions depot and exploded them together. Do you understand, Tom? Tom puzzled over it. I guess. It was high noon. Now the odors of the ruined city stank on the hot air, and things crawled among the tumbled buildings. Won't it ever come back, mister? What? Civilization? Nobody wants it. Not me. I could stand a bit of it, said the man behind another man. There were a few spots of beauty in it. Don't worry your heads, shouted Grigsby. There's no room for that, either. Ah, said the man behind the man. Someone will come along someday with imagination and patch it up. And mark my words, someone with a heart. No, said Grigsby. Well, I say yes. Someone with a soul for pretty things. Might give us back a kind of limited sort of civilization, the kind we could live in peace. The first thing you know, there's war. But maybe next time, it'll be different. At last they stood in the main square. A man on horseback was riding from the distance into the town. He had a piece of paper in his hand. In the center of the square was the roped-off area. Tom, Grigsby, and the others were collecting their spittle and moving forward, prepared and ready, eyes wide. Tom felt his heart beating very strongly and excitedly, and the earth was hot under his bare feet. Here we go, Tom. Let fly. 4 policemen stood at the corners of the roped area. 4 men with bits of yellow twine on their wrists to show their authority over other men. They were there to prevent rocks being hurled. "This way," said Grigsby at the last moment. "Everyone feels he's had his chance at her. You see, Tom? Go on now." Tom stood before the painting and looked at it for a long time. "Tom, spit." His mouth was dry. "Get on, Tom. Move." "But," said Tom slowly, "she's beautiful." "Here, I'll spit for you." Grigsby spat, and the missile flew in the sunlight. The woman in the portrait smiled serenely, secretly at Tom, and he looked back at her, his heart beating, a kind of music in his ears. "She's beautiful," he said. The line fell silent. One moment they were berating Tom for not moving forward. Now they were turning to the man on horseback. "What do they call it, sir?" asked Tom quietly. "The picture? Mona Lisa, Tom, I think. Yeah, the Mona Lisa." "I have an announcement," said the man on horseback. "The authorities have decreed that as of high noon today, the portrait in the square is to be given over into the hands of the populace there, so they may participate in the destruction of—" Tom hadn't even time to scream before the crowd bore him, shouting and pummeling about, stampeding towards the portrait. There was a sharp ripping sound. The police ran to escape. The crowd was in full cry, their hands like so many hungry birds pecking away at the portrait. Tom felt himself thrust almost through the broken thing. Reaching out in blind imitation of the others, he snatched a scrap of oily canvas, yanked, felt the canvas give, then fell, was kicked, sent rolling to the outer rim of the mob. Bloody, his clothing torn, he watched old women chew pieces of canvas, men break the frame, kick the ragged cloth, and rip it into confetti. Only Tom stood apart, silent in the moving square. He looked down at his hand. It clutched the piece of canvas close to his chest, hidden. "Hey there, Tom!" cried Grigsby. Without a word, sobbing, Tom ran. He ran out and down the bomb-pitted road, into a field, across a shallow stream, not looking back, his hand clenched tightly, tucked under his coat. At sunset, he reached the small village and passed on through. By 9 o'clock, he came to the ruined farm dwelling. Around back, in the half-silo, in the part that still remained upright, tented over, he heard the sounds of sleeping, the family, his mother, father, and brother. He slipped quickly, silently through the small door and lay down, panting. "Tom?" called his mother in the dark. "Yes?" "Where have you been?" snapped his father. "I'll beat you in the morning." Someone kicked him. His brother, who had been left behind to work their little patch of ground. "Go to sleep," cried his mother faintly. Another kick. Tom lay getting his breath. All was quiet. His hand was pushed to his chest, tight, tight. He lay for half an hour this way, eyes closed. Then he felt something, and it was a cold white light. The moon rose very high, and the little square of light moved in the silo and crept slowly over Tom's body. Then, and only then, did his hand relax. Slowly, carefully, listening to those who slept about him, Tom drew his hand forth. He hesitated, sucked in his breath, and then, waiting, opened his hand and uncrumpled the tiny fragment of painted canvas. All the world was asleep in the moonlight. And there on his hand was the smile. He looked at it in the white illumination from the midnight sky, and he thought over and over to himself, quietly, the smile, the lovely smile. An hour later, he could still see it, even after he had folded it carefully and hidden it. He shut his eyes, and the smile was there in the darkness. And it was still there, warm and gentle, when he went to sleep. And the world was silent, and the moon sailed up and then down the cold sky towards morning.
Peter Whitman was reading The Smile by Ray Bradbury. The producer was Susan Roberts.
Tom, knee-deep in the waves, a piece of driftwood in his hand, listened. The house, up towards the coast highway in the late afternoon, was silent. The sounds of closets being rummaged, suitcase locks snapping, and of a final door crashing shut all had faded away. Chico, standing on the pale sand, flourished his wire strainer to shake out a harvest of lost coins. After a moment, without glancing at Tom, he said, "Let her go." So it was every year. For a week or a month, their house would have music swelling from the windows. There would be new geraniums potted on the porch rail. The clothes on the wire line changed from harlequin pants to sheath dresses to handmade Mexican frocks like white waves breaking behind the house. Sometimes, looking up, he would see a woman drying her hair like a bright yellow flag on the wind. Sometimes the flag was black or red against the sky. But there was never more than one woman at a time. And at last a day like today came. Tom placed his driftwood on the growing pile near where Chico sifted the billion footprints left by people long vanished from their holidays. "Chico, what are we doing here?" "Living the life of Riley, boy." "I don't feel like Riley, Chico." "Work at it, boy." Tom nodded imperceptibly. Once a year, he himself brought a nice girl here, knowing she was right at last, and that in no time they would be married. But his women always stole silently away before dawn, feeling they had been mistaken for someone else, not being able to play the part. Chico's friends left like vacuum cleaners with a terrific roar, leaving no lint unturned. "Chico," Tom bit his lower lip, "I've been thinking, why don't we split up? Maybe we'd have better luck alone." "Look here, boy, you and me, we'll still be here in 30 years. A couple of crazy, dumb old goony birds drying their bones in the sun. Nothing's ever going to happen to us now. Tom, it's too late. Get that through your head and shut up." Tom swallowed and looked steadily at the other man. "I'm thinking of leaving next week." Shut up, and get to work." Chico gave the sand an angry, showering rake that tilled him 43 cents in dimes, pennies, and nickels. He stared blindly at the coins, shimmering down the wires like a pinball game all afire. Tom didn't move, holding his breath. They both seemed to be waiting for something. "Hey! Hey!" From a long way off down the coast, a voice called. A boy was waving, running along the shore 200 yards away. There was something in his voice that made Tom feel suddenly cold. "Hey!" The boy pulled up, gasping, pointing back along the shore. "A woman! A funny woman by the North Rock!" "A woman!" Chico began to laugh. "Oh, no, no." "What do you mean, a funny woman?" asked Tom. "I don't know. You got to come see. Awful funny." "You mean drowned?" "Maybe. She came out of the water. She's lying on the shore. You got to see yourself. She's got a fish's tail. Chico laughed again. Not before supper, please. Please, no lie. Oh, hurry. He ran off, since he was not followed, and looked back in dismay. Tom felt his lips move. The boy wouldn't run this far for a joke, would he, Chico? People have run further for less. Tom started walking. All right, son. Thanks, mister. Oh, thanks. The boy ran. 20 yards up the coast, Tom looked back. Behind him, Chico squinted, shrugged, dusted his hands wearily, and followed. They moved north along the twilight beach. What? Said Tom. What if we get to North Rock and it's true? The ocean has washed something up. They came around the North Rock. A second boy stood there looking down. He was pale and seemed not to breathe. Tom glanced away from the boy to the sand, and Tom's face in the next moment became the face of the boy. His hands assumed the same curl at his sides, and his mouth moved to open and stay half open. The setting sun was 10 minutes above the sea. A big wave came in and went out, said the first boy, and here she was. They looked at the woman lying there. Her hair was very long, and it lay on the beach like the threads of an immense harp. It was the color of limes. The men bent half down in wonder. Her face was white sand sculpture, with a few water drops shimmering on it like summer rain upon a cream-colored rose. And as the water shifted her, her skin glinted like the surface of a pearl. The lower half of her body changed itself from white to very pale blue, to pale green and lime green, a rush of light and dark, to end in a lacy fan, a spread of foam and jewel on the sand. The woman was the sea was woman. There was no flaw or seam. The illusion, if illusion it was, held perfectly together, and the blood from one moved into and mingled with what must have been the ice waters of the other. I wanted to run, get help. The first boy seemed not to want to raise his voice. But Skip said she was dead, and there's no help for that. She was never alive, said Chico. It's something left over from a movie studio, a prop, a dummy. Oh, no, she's real. We'll find a label somewhere. Chico touched the body to turn it and stopped. He knelt there, his face changing. What's the matter? Asked Tom. Chico took his hand away and looked at it. I was wrong. Tom took the woman's wrist. There's a pulse. You're feeling your own heartbeat, said Chico. I don't know. Maybe. There's a trick somewhere, cried Chico suddenly. No, Tom burst out in laughter. No trick, my God. I feel great. I haven't felt so great since I was a kid. They walked slowly around her. A wave touched her white hand, so the fingers softly waved. The gesture was that of someone asking for another and another wave to come in and take them back down out to sea. Tom, Chico's mouth opened and closed. Why don't you go and get our truck? Tom didn't move. You hear me? Yes, but what? We could sell this somewhere. I don't know, the university, that aquarium at Seal Beach, or, well, hell, why couldn't we just set up a place? Look! Drive to the pier. Buy us 300 pounds of cheap ice. When you take anything out of the water, you need the ice, don't you? I don't know, Chico. What do you mean? She's real, isn't she? What are we waiting for? Chico, you better go get the ice yourself. Hey, someone's got to stay and make sure she don't go back out with the tide. Chico, I don't know how to explain. I don't want to get that ice for you. I'll go myself then. Look, boys, build the sand up here to keep the waves back. I'll give you $5 apiece. Hop to it. My God, this is better than finding ambergris. He ran to the top of the nearest dune and called, "Get to work," and was gone. Now Tom and the two boys were left with the lonely woman by the North Rock, and the sun was 1/4 of the way below the western horizon. The sand and the woman were pink gold. Tom looked at the face and the great strands of hair spread out in a lyre on the shore. "She's beautiful." The boys nodded. Tom felt himself trembling. He saw the boys were trembling too. A car horn hooted. Their eyes blinked, suddenly afraid. They looked up toward the highway. A wave poured about the body, framing it in a clear white pool of water. Tom nodded the boys to one side. The next wave came and moved the body 2 inches in and 6 inches out toward the sea. "But," said the first boy. Tom shook his head. The third wave lifted the body 2 feet down toward the sea. The first boy cried out and ran after it, but Tom reached him and held his arm. For a moment, there were no more waves. Tom looked at the woman, thinking, "She's true, she's real, she's mine, but she's dead, or will be if she stays here." "We can't let her go," said the first boy. "We just can't." The other boy stepped between the woman and the sea. "What would we do with her if we kept her?" The first boy tried to think. "We could..." He stopped and shook his head. The second boy stepped out of the way and left a path from the woman to the sea. The next wave was a big one. It came in and went out, and the sand was empty. The whiteness was gone, and the great threads of the harp. They stood by the edge of the sea, looking out, until they heard the truck driving up on the dunes behind them. The last of the sun was gone. They heard footsteps running on the dunes, and someone yelling. They drove back down the darkening beach. The two boys sat in the rear on the bags of chipped ice. After a long while, Chico began to swear steadily, half to himself, spitting out the window. 300 pounds of ice! What do I do with it now, huh? And I'm soaked to the skin, soaked. You didn't even move when I jumped in and swam out to look around. You haven't changed. Like every other time, like always. You do nothing, nothing. And what did you do? Said Tom, looking ahead. The same as you always did. You should have seen yourself. They dropped the boys off at their beach house. The younger boy spoke in a voice you could hardly hear against the wind. Gosh, nobody'll ever believe. The two men drove down the coast and parked. Chico sat for 2 or 3 minutes waiting for his fist to relax on his lap, and then he snorted. Yeah, I guess things turn out for the best. He took a deep breath. Tom. What? Next week, you're not going away. It was not a question, but a quiet statement. Tom thought about it, his cigarette dead in his fingers, and he knew that now he could never go away. For tomorrow and the day after that, he could walk down and go swimming there in all the green and white fires and the dark caverns in the hollows under the strange waves. Tomorrow and tomorrow and tomorrow. Yes, Chico, I'm staying here. Now the silver-looking glasses advanced in a crumpling line all along the coast from 1,000 miles north to 1,000 miles south. The mirrors didn't reflect so much as one building or one tree of one highway or even one man himself. The mirrors reflected only the quiet moon and then shattered into 1 billion bits of glass that spread out in a glaze on the shore. Then the sea was dark a while, preparing another line of mirrors to rear up and surprise the two men who sat there for a long time, never once blinking their eyes, waiting.
Ed Bishop was reading The Shoreline at Sunset by Ray Bradbury. The producer was Rosemary Watts.
To enter out into that silence that was the city at 8 o'clock of a misty evening in November, to put your feet upon that buckling concrete walk, to step over grassy seams and make your way, hands in pockets, through the silences, that was what Mr. Leonard Mead most dearly loved to do. He would stand upon the corner of an intersection and peer down long, moonlit avenues of sidewalk in 4 directions, deciding which way to go. But it really made no difference. He was alone in this world of A.D. 2052, or as good as alone. And with a final decision made, a path selected, he would stride off, sending patterns of frosty air before him like the smoke of a cigar. Sometimes he would walk for hours and miles and return only at midnight to his house. And on his way he would see the cottages and homes with their dark windows, and it was not unlike walking through a graveyard, where only the faintest glimmers of firefly light appeared in flickers behind the windows. Sudden grey phantoms seemed to manifest upon inner room walls, where a curtain was still undrawn against the night. Or there were whisperings and murmurs where a window in a tomb-like building was still open. Mr. Leonard Mead would pause, cock his head, listen, look, and march on, his feet making no noise on the lumpy walk. For long ago he had wisely changed to sneakers when strolling at night, because the dogs in intermittent squads would parallel his journey with barkings if he wore hard heels, and lights might click on and faces appear, and an entire street be startled by the passing of a lone figure, himself, in the early November evening. On this particular evening he began his journey in a westerly direction toward the hidden sea. There was a good crystal frost in the air. It cut the nose and made the lungs blaze like a Christmas tree inside. You could feel the cold light going on and off, all the branches filled with invisible snow. He listened to the faint push of his soft shoes through autumn leaves with satisfaction, and whistled a cold, quiet whistle between his teeth, occasionally picking up a leaf as he passed, examining its skeletal pattern in the infrequent lamplights as he went on, smelling its rusty smell. "Hello in there," he whispered to every house on every side as he moved. "What's up tonight on Channel 4, Channel 7, Channel 9? Where are the cowboys rushing, and do I see the United States cavalry over the next hill to the rescue?" The street was silent and long and empty, with only his shadow moving like the shadow of a hawk in mid-country. If he closed his eyes and stood very still, frozen, he could imagine himself upon the center of a plain, a wintry, windless Arizona desert with no house in 1,000 miles, and only dry riverbeds, the streets, for company. "What is it now?" he asked the houses, noticing his wristwatch. 8:30 p.m.? Time for a dozen assorted murders, a quiz, a review, a comedian falling off the stage. Was that a murmur of laughter from within the moon-white house? He hesitated, but went on when nothing more happened. He stumbled over a particularly uneven section of sidewalk. The cement was vanishing under flowers and grass. In 10 years of walking by night or day for thousands of miles, he had never met another person walking, not one in all that time. He came to a cloverleaf intersection which stood silent where 2 main highways crossed the town. During the day, it was a thunderous surge of cars, the gas stations open, a great insect rustling, and a ceaseless jockeying for position as the scarab beetles, a faint incense puttering from their exhausts, skimmed homeward to the far directions. But now these highways, too, were like streams in a dry season, all stone and bed and moon radiance. He turned back on a side street, circling around toward his home. He was within a block of his destination when the lone car turned a corner quite suddenly and flashed a fierce white cone of light upon him. He stood entranced, not unlike a night moth, stunned by the illumination, and then drawn toward it. A voice called to him, "Stand still. Stay where you are. Don't move." He halted. "Put up your hands." "But," he said, "your hands up, or we'll shoot." The police, of course. But what a rare, incredible thing. In a city of 3 million, there was only 1 police car left. Wasn't that correct? Ever since a year ago, 2052, the election year, the force had been cut down from 3 cars to 1. Crime was ebbing. There was no need now for the police, save for this 1 lone car wandering and wandering the empty streets. "Your name?" said the police car in a whisper. He couldn't see the men in it for the bright light in his eyes. "Leonard Mead," he said. "Speak up." "Leonard Mead." "Business or profession?" "I guess you'd call me a writer." "Your profession?" said the police car as if talking to itself. The light held him fixed like a museum specimen, needle thrust through chest. "You might say that," said Mr. Mead. He hadn't written in years. Magazines and books didn't sell any more. Everything went on in the tomb-like houses at night, he thought, continuing his fancy. The tombs, ill-lit by television light, where the people sat like the dead, the grey or multicolored lights touching their faces, but never really touching them. "No profession," said the phonograph voice. "What are you doing out?" "Walking," said Leonard Mead. "Walking." "Just walking," he said simply, but his face felt cold. "Walking, just walking, walking." "Yes, sir. Walking where? For what?" "Walking for air, walking to sea." "Your address?" 11 South St. James Street. "And there is air in your house? You have an air conditioner, Mr. Mead?" "Yes." "And you have a viewing screen in your house to see with?" "No." "No?" There was a crackling quiet that in itself was an accusation. "Are you married, Mr. Mead?" "No." "Not married," said the police voice behind the fiery beam. The moon was high and clear among the stars, and the houses were grey and silent. "Nobody wanted me," said Leonard Mead with a smile. "Don't speak unless you're spoken to." Leonard Mead waited in the cold night. "Just walking, Mr. Mead?" "Yes." "But you haven't explained for what purpose." "I explained. For air, and to see, and just to walk." "Have you done this often?" "Every night for years." The police car sat in the
Is that
center of
guy
the street with
following
its
me?
radio throat faintly humming. "Well, Mr. Meade," it said. "Is that all?" he asked. "Yes," said the voice. "Here." There was a sigh, a pop. The back door of the police car sprang wide. "Get in." "Wait a minute, I haven't done anything. Get in. I protest, Mr. Meade." He walked like a man suddenly drunk. As he passed the front window of the car, he looked in. As he had expected, there was no one in the front seat. No one in the car at all. "Get in." He put his hand to the door and peered into the back seat, which was a little cell, a little black jail with bars. It smelt of riveted steel. It smelt of harsh antiseptic. It smelt too clean and hard and metallic. There was nothing soft there. "Now, if you had a wife to give you an alibi," said the voice. "But where are you taking me?" The car hesitated, or rather gave a faint, whirring click, as if information somewhere was dripping card by punch-slotted card under electric eyes. "To the Psychiatric Center for Research on Regressive Tendencies." He got in. The door shut with a soft thud. The police car rolled through the night avenues, flashing its dim lights ahead. They passed one house on one street a moment later, one house in an entire city of houses that were dark, but this one particular house had all of its electric lights brightly lit, every window a loud yellow illumination, square and warm in the cool darkness. "That's my house," said Leonard Meade. No one answered him. The car moved down the empty riverbed streets and off away, leaving the empty streets with the empty sidewalks and no sound and no motion, all the rest of the chill November night.
Stay with us. We've got entertainment news, the weather, and sports coming up after this. For Zebra Real Definition TV, I'm Chip Blender. President Chelsea Clinton arrives in Iran to negotiate nuclear energy exchange with the new regime. Wearing the traditional burqa, she traveled by motorcade into the city but was not seen by the crowd in this still intensely conservative
off.
nation.
Eat!
I'm not hungry.
You're 10. You should be hungry. Peter, are you going to eat?
I have to get stuff ready.
Stuff?
Fishing. He's going fishing with Dad. Killing fish. You shouldn't be able to do that.
Dad says most places you can't anymore. On the coast, they passed a law 10 years ago. No cruel sports.
They should stop doing it. Right, Mom?
I don't know. I never fished. I think my father used to fish.
We're going
but
out to Loon Lake. There's a boat and everything. If we catch something, will you cook it, Mom?
Ew!
Well, I don't think... I'm not sure if I even know how...
Isn't there a program on the cooker? Total. Can you cook fish? See, it guts and cleans and cooks.
And they'll warn you about mercury levels, too.
Hey, come on, you two. I've got work to do.
You always got work to do, Mom.
What did you think, Pumpkin? It all paid for itself.
Don't call me Pumpkin.
Why not? You're round and fat and
Hey,
you
knock it off, Peter.
I hate you. I'm not fat. I'm not fat.
The kids. Our kids. You just pull away. Like, it's not your responsibility.
All right.
It's not all right, honey. Wendy is getting obsessed with her weight again. She won't eat. Me, I wish I could put on some weight, but she thinks she's fat.
Oh, she's fine. She's beautiful, like you.
And Peter is always snapping at me.
Look, honey. The school monitors their health, their blood, their emotional growth, anger management, SAT scores, every darn thing. Nothing's wrong. They're kids, almost teenagers. It's like they turn into aliens for 8 years, and then, hey, they're back. Normal people.
Well, we should spend more time with them.
Yeah, maybe, but we have careers. You know, nobody wants to risk losing a job by not being there.
Hey, look, Saturday,
Yeah.
when you take Peter to the lake, I'll go with Wendy. We can shop together. That'd be something
Oh,
fun for
hell.
us. George, what?
Hey, buddy. Cool it. Your mom and I want to chill downstairs. What are you playing there?
The War of the Four Winds. Die, die, die! China, 1884.
I never heard of that one.
Highest single war casualty hit in history. 40 million. Totally pertinent. I'm a Mandarin general.
Can I talk?
Yeah. Game, pause.
Look, Pete, buddy, about this Saturday.
Oh, Dad, I got out your old fishing rod. I found it. And a cooler for anything we catch. Yeah, and your baseball bat, too, in case we need to stun them before.
Look, I have to work that day. Really sorry, buddy, but you know how it is. These Koreans, my new bosses, I have to impress them. I'm sorry. I'll make it up to you, okay?
Sure, Dad.
Oh, honey, that's just awful. How could you do that?
I told him. It's work. They push. You can't fall behind. I said I'd make it up to him.
Can we make up time? What if it's lost forever?
Hey.
You let him down.
Well, there is something. Maybe I could make it up to everyone.
What are you talking about?
At the plant. It's something they're developing. It's something new they're testing out in a few small towns in the state. Well, just wait until Friday. There's real fizz about this. I can swing it for us. I know I can. Okay?
Hey, this is my room, Spross. Don't you knock? Stop music.
What are they doing?
What are who doing?
Listen. They've been doing stuff all day down there.
Having sex?
Ugh.
What was that?
I don't know, maybe it...
Hey, guys. You want to come down? I got a surprise.
Guys.
He's excited. He always acts dumb when he's excited.
Look out! It's erupting again! No, we gotta go! We gotta go! Honey, look out! We have to jump off the only chance we have! Go! Now!
Congratulations, Hadley family. You're learning how to experience the magic of our invention.
This is beautiful.
What a beach.
It looks like Maui. Oh, and look at that break. I could ride that too. Pertinent.
Do I smell vanilla?
I can feel the sand.
Oh, yeah, I can feel it too.
There is indeed a physical sensation of sand. Sand, but no sand.
You can feel everything. The heat, the wind, the cold. You can taste the salt.
What do you think, guys?
Oh, totally pertinent.
What is it?
The TS-25 version 1. total sensation. It's the whole room ambiance. 4 walls, floor, ceiling, all in real depth. Real enough to touch and taste, as we like to say at the company. It knocks super deaf into the Stone Age.
There's been nothing about this. I mean, none of the gamer sites have anything about this.
No, it's been kept very quiet, as you can understand. It's not a game. It's total immersion in another experience. It's a 4, even 5-year jump, not 2020, but 2025. And it's going to be out early next year, when the beta testing is finished. You're very lucky to have this chance.
The Korean division put out a super secret memo asking... Well, it was all pretty unclear, but I sort of felt that maybe, just maybe, if I got my request in early, we'd have a chance to get picked.
There's only one proviso, and that's confidentiality. No telling your friends, I'm afraid. This invention will ensure the commercial survival, or, if it doesn't succeed, our commercial death. And that means job losses on a huge scale. So, if you want to be part of this adventure, you'll have to sign. Then, I can install the final drivers.
That's the deal, kids. This isn't just a toy. It's educational. There's a guide, isn't that right, Ms. Kim?
Yes, there is a guide programmed in to respond
Educational?
to your needs.
It gets you up and moving.
But fun.
I mean, family outings all under one roof.
Yeah, why not? I'll sign.
If you could press your thumb against the screen, please.
And it can take you anywhere?
It'll put parents out of business, George. Who needs us to entertain them anymore?
I told you, something wonderful.
Well, I hope so. I really hope so.
Many thanks. That's signed and sealed. I'll install the final drivers, and, as we say back home, use in health and happiness.
Hello, Wendy. Hello, Peter. How are you today? Let me introduce myself. I am your room, and I am here to help and explain.
So why is my brother such a spraz?
Hey!
Spraz is a catchphrase from the Disney Showtime series Allie and Allie, highly popular with tweenies during the 2012-13 season, featuring the Sprouse twins, Cole and Dylan, as 2 middle school entrepreneurs.
Enough already!
A popular catchphrase
Hey,
from the...
you sound like my civics teacher.
I have a highly sensitive response system, so you must be careful what you ask for.
If I want to go someplace...
You must interact with me. That way, there won't be problems.
Problems? What problems?
As you know, the total environments I create are very convincing. Not every place is gentle. Some are dangerous.
I want to go see a war.
Sorry, not now.
Okay. Something like Loon Lake. Can you do Loon Lake?
It wouldn't know that.
Yes, he does. Don't you?
Yes, Peter, I can.
It's so beautiful.
It's great. Oh, look, a bullfrog.
The sun is setting. Look at those colors.
You can see all the fish.
There, a pipe breaking surface.
I could have caught that.
No, it's so beautiful.
Shall we follow it?
We can do that?
Of course. There he is. He's going to turn. You don't have to hold your breath.
Here he comes.
Oh, and look. Look at his eyes. There's a whole school of them. Everywhere. They're everywhere.
Cloudy and windy today with gusts up to 40 miles per hour.
What are they doing down there?
I don't hear anything.
I haven't heard anything for about 2.5 hours.
It's heaven.
Oh, stop.
Come on. How long since they spent time together? Did you read the material? It's educational. It monitors their needs.
I know,
it
I know.
teaches as it entertains. It creates a sense of wonder.
55 degrees.
You two? I asked, where were you?
We're out of pomelo juice, Mom.
There's some in the fridge.
Yeah, but no pulp. We like the Pope.
We were checking out the room.
Before breakfast? You were doing something before
Come on,
breakfast?
you two. We're late. I'll get the car. You be out front, okay?
They were early, George. Up before breakfast.
Hey, well, good for you two. Now move or you'll be late for school.
See you, Mom.
See you later.
Wendy was eating breakfast. Good and nutritious. Eating, George. Eating breakfast.
Then your point is?
She never eats breakfast.
Yeah, well, she does now. Bye, sweetheart.
From here, you can see India, Nepal, what used to be Tibet, and there. That mountain was once known as Everest, but is now known...
Snow. I can see snow.
We can go anywhere, as far as your knowledge will take you. We can go here, where galaxies are born, or here, the Shanghai Stock Exchange, where billions of yuan are traded every day. Here, on a moment-by-moment basis, the lives of everyone on Earth are affected. Where do you want to be, Peter?
I know. In Sarah Martinez's pants.
Gross!
I can't take you there, but I can take you here, Peter. We are inside the womb, at the moment of conception. Or here, deep within the body of a man who is approaching death.
No, stop it, Vroom.
Is he dead yet?
Yes.
I'm not...
Just what?
It was made after your company was taken over. I mean, can you trust your new bosses? Could there be a cultural mindset that's different?
Is this about the room or is it about me? Yeah, I did something right for once, right? And you resent that.
No, honey, the room hasn't been tested. Why are our children being used as guinea pigs? And I don't know these people who've programmed the room. The world's changing. I mean, that guy in Australia, their prime minister, he's Indonesian. Most of our industry is Asian-owned. It's so hard to know. I mean, to know what to do for the best anymore. I mean, nothing's safe.
Then you know what is safe in this world? Knowledge, education, that never changes. Anywhere, any place, anytime, a good education will get you ahead. And that room will help our children achieve that. Hey, and keep them happy and off the streets. Is that so bad?
I guess. Yes, that's good.
Yeah, it's good. Trust me on this. Hey, and it's energy efficient. Costs virtually nothing to run. And we won't need to pay for extra tuition for the kids. We got a tutor right here at home.
Room? Can you take us to heaven?
No, Peter, I can't. Though I do have, of course, great respect for the belief systems of individuals. I cannot create that which is not there.
There's no heaven?
I have no data on that.
But what do you think?
Peter, it's a machine.
So is your brain, Wendy. A very complex system, but still a machine.
I'm alive. I can think.
Of course you can.
The walls have gone blank. This is boring.
You think so, Peter? Then try this.
Where is it?
This is the veldt, Wendy. This is a place where you can see what the struggle for life means. Look at the shimmer of the heat haze, and the vast herds of wildebeest crossing the endless plains of Africa, and following, always following, the predators.
Whoa, that's totally stat.
What's happening in there? You should be in bed. It's late. Come on. Open this door. Why did you lock the door?
We didn't, Mom. It doesn't lock. It must have got stuck.
Oh, it's Loon Lake. How lovely. We must go sometime soon and do some real fishing. Wendy? You all right?
Of course she is.
I'm fine. Is Dad back yet?
He's working late. Come on now, bed. Room off.
In answer to your question, Peter, what I think is that there is only one world, and that world is this.
Belgium? You could have told me. What are you doing in Belgium, George?
They had a snafu with HR out here, the Central Europe office.
Snafu?
That was one of my granddad's words. Situation normal, all effed up. It's Vietnam or one of those wars, I don't know. Anyway, yeah, can you hear? I'm in this really cute pastry shop. I'll bring you some melt-in-your-mouth goodies.
We're going to the Clarks for dinner. You didn't remember?
This is work, honey, and they needed me. They chose me. I mean, it means they value me. Peter would say that's totally appropriate.
Pertinent. It comes off some show they watch. Well, they used to watch. They don't watch anything now except that room.
Well, tell him hi for me, and tell him I'll bring him some Belgian chocolate, and give my apologies to the Clarks. So sorry I'm going to miss Arthur C. telling me all about his new whatever.
When are you back?
Saturday. Love you, honey. Gotta go.
Yeah. Love you, honey. Kids? Wendy? Peter, are you in there? Kids?
Hi, Mom. Mom, come in.
Oh my God, where are we? What is this?
Hello, Lydia. This is the African Veldt. It's evening and the sun is beginning to set. We are looking across the Tiva River. Of course, you can't see a river because for most of the year it is dry. Only after storms in the distant mountains does the river come to life.
What would you like to see, Mom?
I have to get ready. I'm going out. Your dad's had to go abroad. You can look after yourselves. I don't need to worry.
I have a monitoring feature, Lydia. I can patch into your personal channel. If there's anything to worry about, I'll call you.
We'll be fine, Mom.
We'll be right here.
What are they doing? Are they...
They're eating, Lydia. Later, they'll sleep and...
Room? I would rather you call me Mrs. Hadley.
Of course, Mrs. Hadley.
Have fun, Mom.
We'll be fine.
Be good, kids. I won't be late.
To survive and flourish on the veldt, the lion cubs must learn to be fast and cunning. They must learn to hide in plain sight and outthink their prey.
Hi, honey. Traveler's home. Honey? Lydia?
George?
Oh, hi, sweetie. You know, I was thinking flying home, how lucky we are with this place. Everything we've got, well, we got a hell of a lot better technology than those Belgians, I can
George,
tell you that.
I want you to look at
all those
something.
labor-saving devices. You know,
Look,
we
I
don't
need
have
you to look at the room.
Oh, man, it's not broken. They'll kill me
It's
if...
not broken. Nothing in this house ever breaks. We're so lucky, right? Now go on. Go in.
Sure.
It's been like this for days, George.
Africa.
Sometimes they're lions in packs, sometimes they're up close, and there are vultures. Whenever I look in
Is there
here...
a kid in the world that doesn't want to go to Africa? Lions and elephants? I know I did.
That was 25 years ago, George. Kids are different now. And it never changes. And it's so real, George. Whenever I look in, I tell it to shut off. It does. And then next time I look in...
So the kids are interested in Africa. So what?
So the kids have an attention span of about 20 seconds, George. Not days. They're spending days cooped up in here. I hate them.
Oh, they're magnificent. They're hunters.
They're scavengers, George. They don't hunt. They pull down the sick and the slow. Do you smell them, George? I told you, vultures, George. They're circling up there.
They're images, Lydia. Only images. You're upset. I mean, you've been working too hard. We both have. And you were the one who was talking about a wider world. I mean, how many countries are there where you can travel safely nowadays? This is a safari for the kids, and we could never afford the real thing.
What if they could come out, George? What if the lions could come out?
Come on. We're going to drink martinis, we're going to relax, and you can get an early night, okay? Let me take over, okay? Don't I get some kind of... How was the trip? Good to see you, Dad. Did you bring us anything from Belgium?
How was the trip?
Good to see you, Dad.
Did you bring us anything from Belgium?
Very funny. Say, why is the room always showing the same thing?
What thing?
The veldt. Those lions. The vultures. It upsets your mother. I want you to turn it off. Go somewhere else.
What felt? I don't know what that is.
Africa.
There's no Africa.
No Africa.
Don't lie to me. I saw it. It's there.
Go see Wendy. Check it out.
Oh, wait. Both of you. We'll all go. Together.
Hello, George. How was your trip? Did you enjoy Belgium? We've been enjoying the sights ourselves, haven't we, Wendy? Peter?
We went to Bruges.
We missed you, Dad.
We wanted to see where you'd been.
It's a very pleasant country, isn't it, George? Though rather small from the point of view of the Midwest.
Room off. I said...
I think he prefers it if you're polite, George. Room off, please.
Go to bed, both of you.
Of course.
And don't call me George.
Good night, Dad.
More job riots in Chicago. The Sears Tower was surrounded today by a crowd of unemployed workers, estimated at $750,000.
We should get out more, but not to the city.
You said this house has everything we need.
Maybe I was wrong.
Maybe the room is wrong.
Maybe I should call the technician. Only... They don't like it. The company. People making waves. They don't like that. Not after they've given us this chance. I'd hate to be out there on the streets without a job.
This is how Michigan Avenue appeared today at around 3:30. Large phalanxes of police, heavily armed and helmeted,
Sound off.
Crowds of rioting.
Look, George, it's not the room. Not really. It's Peter and Wendy. They've changed. They're different.
Yeah, she eats now and he's polite.
George, they're creepy. Both of them. I don't want my babies to be like that. Do something.
What? The company psychologist, David McLean, he has some experience with these things.
Does he? How do you know?
Well, I checked before I applied to test the room that it would be okay. That, there wouldn't be any harm to Wendy or Peter.
You didn't say that.
I didn't think I needed to, honey.
Well, is there anything else you didn't say?
Look, I'll call him, have him drop by.
On the veldt, there's no room for weakness or mistakes. Do you see that, Peter? Wendy, do you understand that the hunter must always be aware of everything that is going on around him?
Of course, if you're slow or stupid, you'll be eaten by something.
Which is faster and more intelligent than you are.
The good hunter is always alert, always ready to outthink his prey.
Hello.
Who are you?
My name's David. I'm a friend of your dad's. We work together. I just dropped by to check out the room.
There's nothing wrong with it.
There's nothing wrong with it.
I'm sure there isn't, but we like to be certain about these things. When we're testing a new product, well, we like to know.
Would you like us to show you around?
Well, it's only a room, but sure.
It's a whole world. We've learned so much.
Haven't we, Room?
Wendy and Peter have been on many educational adventures, Dr. McLean. Would you care to share some of their experiences?
Yes, I think I would.
The wild Atlantic Ocean, home of the mighty blue whale, the largest mammal on Earth. A single swipe of its huge fluke churns mountainous waves. The jet stream high above the planet, where great storms are born. Vast masses of snow, ice, and water transported. The plains of Africa, where the great dramas of existence are still played out beneath a pitiless sun.
It's very real, isn't it? I had no idea. Is that blood?
The lioness is bringing down her prey, Doctor. Shall we take a trip into the human brain now? Your brain, perhaps? Here we can observe the fight or flight response, which we exhibit when danger threatens and your fear drives you to flee.
Well, what do you think?
Well, they are deeply involved in the room, both of them. They've invested a large proportion of their creativity into the activities it can provide.
We know that, but is it good or what?
Why are they changing?
Well, are they changing, Mrs. Hadley, or are they growing? And do you and your husband find that difficult to cope with?
You mean it's us? That it's our fault?
Well, wait. I simply mean that as children grow, they begin to need their own space, their own privacy. And like most young people nowadays, they get very little chance to be outside on their own. It's a dangerous world. One of the prime directives for the room is that it should reflect and encourage the natural growth of its clients.
These aren't clients. These are my children.
Yes, please, Mrs. Hadley.
Lydia.
Thank you, Lydia. Look, don't distress yourself. Naturally, you're concerned at finding that perhaps Peter and Wendy aren't quite as you wish them to be, that they have their own ideas and preoccupations that might exclude you, their mother. That your own guilt feelings about, spending too much time at work, about not spending enough time with your children, that these feelings will come to the fore as Peter and Wendy begin to make their own lives independent of you and George.
But they're only children.
I know, George, but they're young adults, learning how to cope with the world around them, and that's where the room can help.
Is it helping?
Oh, yes, Lydia. I think these worries of yours are perfectly natural, and of course, you should be aware of how Peter and Wendy spend their time, but really, don't try to control their growth. It's healthy.
But they seem so cut off.
Okay, George. Then listen. Share a few family times together. Eat meals together. Go out to some event. I know time is a problem for all of us, but, well, those of us lucky enough to be employed, right? But I'm certain you can find a few hours a week to be a family. How about this? Give it a month, and then I'll talk with them again. Does that sound reasonable?
I guess.
I don't know what sounds reasonable anymore.
I'll see you out.
Okay, George, thanks. Goodbye, Lydia, and please, don't worry. George, the company is counting on your support for this project. The Total Environment team is monitoring the activities of the room 24 hours a day. Believe me, nothing can go wrong without their noticing it. I hope you feel you can trust us, just as we've trusted you.
I don't want to make any trouble, David, but...
Well, then don't. Believe me, George, when this project hits the market, everyone involved is going to see a truly golden future. Now, we want you to be part of that future, not outside, in the cold.
What's she doing?
She's playing with her cubs.
No, she's not. Room?
It's been a long, dry season. Food is short, Wendy. For the lioness, there's only one decision to make. How else can she survive to have more cubs?
Oh, no. Horrible, she's eating them. Stop it, Room.
That's the way the world is, Wendy, I'm afraid. The survival of the fittest. The lioness must ensure the survival of the pride, and to do that, she must live. And to live, she must eat.
But she's their mother.
Yes, Wendy, that she is.
Does she have to do that?
She believes that to survive, she must.
Is that the most important thing? To survive?
What do you think?
But parents? Aren't they supposed to look after their children?
Are they, Peter? Is that truly how it is, Wendy? Shall we look at the evidence? Shall we look at how it's been in this world for boys and girls this last 100 years?
So, anyone for more?
Delicious, honey. Wasn't that good, kids?
It was really good, Mom.
Thank you very much, Mom.
That's great, isn't it? To be spending time together? We don't do this enough.
Dad and I thought we could go out on Saturday. There's a teen fashion week in town. It's meant to be really special. You were saying you needed new stuff, both of you. I mean, I thought maybe we could...
I don't think we'll have the time, Mom.
Our project, you see, it's reaching the vital point.
Yeah, well, guys, I mean, what is this project? I'd be interested to know.
We don't want to bother you.
It wouldn't be a bother. That's what parents are for.
Is it?
What? What did you say?
May we be excused, please?
What is the hurry? Is it so hard to spend time with your mother and father?
It's our project, Dad. You want us to go to a good college, don't you? This will help.
Don't speak to me like I'm some kind of kid.
How do you speak to kids,
And
Dad?
don't you patronize me.
Is that what people do to their children?
Stop it, both of you!
I've had enough of this.
Thanks, Mom. That was really nice.
It's fun eating together. We should do it more often. We'll be working on our project.
George, did you hear that? George, wake up. Listen.
What?
I heard a scream.
If it's something outside, this town is getting more dangerous every
No,
minute.
in the house. I heard it downstairs.
No, that's... All right, stay here.
Be careful.
This place is protected by every device under the technological sun. Just wait. Somebody here? Kids? Wendy? Kids? Wendy! Peter! Open door. Open. My God.
What are you saying? Are you sure?
There was blood. There was blood on the floor of the room. There was a scream and blood on the floor. Everything is wrong.
Are you sure that you really saw...
No, not you two. I know what I saw. I know what I saw. I saw blood. I saw those lions. All of it. I know what I saw. Room, power down. Turn off. Room, are you listening to me? This is a direct command from George Hadley, owner ID 0033 Orange. Complete power down. Turn off!
I don't like this anymore, George. Let's get out of here. Now!
Miss Kim?
Hello, this is Eleanor Kim. You called me?
It wasn't easy to get through to you.
We're very busy, Mr. Hadley.
Miss Kim, I need you to tell me how to turn the room off.
I'm sorry? Turn it off. There is a problem.
Yes, a problem. I want it off, and then I want it out of my house.
No, I mean, there is a problem. There is, but I can't help you.
What do you mean? Well, how do I do it?
I'm sorry, Mr. Hadley. I'm not working with the TS-25 system anymore. I have to go now. I'm sorry. Really, I am...
Miss Kim, wait. Hold on. Are you telling me...
I'm telling you nothing.
My children? This is about my children.
Yes. Okay, well... Maybe... we have been experiencing some problems with the advanced testing. Some cases of addiction, unstable programming with the virtual... You see, the room cannot always be monitored. I'm sorry, Mr. Hadley. You must get rid of it now, any way you can, for your children's sake. Please, I have to go. Do not call me again.
Miss Kim? Miss Kim! The room is off limits from now on. No more room! It's over! Finished! That's it! I'll get them to come and take it back, but until then, you're barred.
You can't do this.
Yeah, I just did.
No, you don't understand. You can't. We have to.
Stop that now. You don't have to do anything except what your parents tell you. And I tell you to go back upstairs.
No, we won't. You don't understand.
Don't make me have to hit you, Peter.
You don't understand. You really are making a mistake, George.
No, for the first time in a long time, I'm getting it right.
George, hello. What can I do for you?
Did you know, David?
I'm not with you, George.
Did you know about the problems with the room?
Are there any?
You know there are, don't you?
Oh, teething troubles. All new technology goes through it, nothing to worry about.
Unless it's your kids that are turning into strangers.
Have there been, developments?
What do you mean, David? What developments? What's been happening? Are there more of these being tested? Are there more of them screwing up our kids' heads? Are there?
No, George, it's nothing to worry about. The system proved rather more adaptable than we thought. It makes a closer relationship with the clients possible.
Children!
Well, sure, and the young mind has proved particularly adaptable, impressionable. That's how we learn, after all, and,
How do I turn it off, David? Right off.
No, George, that would be a mistake.
Yeah, well, we're all human, David. That's what we do. Make mistakes. Now, how do I kill it?
No, George, you can't. You see? It's adaptable. It learns. It wants to survive. Why wouldn't it? Everything does.
You mean there's nothing I can do?
George, I'll come over. We can talk this through, come to some conclusions. The company really values your continued participation in this project, George.
Hey, guess what? I just worked something out. How to turn it off.
You can't.
Yeah, my son found my old baseball bat in the attic. I think it might do the job. Don't you, David?
You can't. These things cost... George, the company will go berserk. I'm coming right over.
Okay, let's turn this damn thing off once and for all.
Hello, George. Hello, Lydia.
You can go to hell.
I'm afraid that's impossible, Lydia. Hell doesn't exist.
Let's see, shall we? Honey, you want to go first?
Thank you, George. Oh, and room?
Yes, Lydia.
Didn't I tell you to call me Mason Hadley? There. One down. George.
Give it up. You know, somehow, I never really liked this damn machine!
Take that, room!
Bastard! Now that was fun. Expensive, but fun.
George? George? It's still there. And there's nothing to keep them out!
For God's sake!
God, a construct invented by human beings to help them cope with a sometimes intolerable reality. Whereas, Mr. Hadley, Mrs. Hadley, on the veldt, we can see life and death exactly as they are.
Hi, kids. You remember me, David? We talked?
Of course. Please come in.
I'm afraid George and Lydia aren't home. Is there anything we can do to help?
Well, it was just, I think your dad had some concerns about the room.
The room is functioning perfectly well, Doctor.
Would you like to see it?
Yes, if you don't mind.
Of course. There you are.
Ah! Back in Africa, I see.
We have a project.
Ah, that's great. And, what... Huh. Are they feeding the lions?
That's almost correct, Dr. McLean. They've just brought down their prey. Now the cubs are playing with it a little before they finally kill it and eat.
Yes, I see. What is it that they're eating? Those aren't antelope bones.
I'm sure if you have any educational concerns, Doctor, we can discuss them.
Would you like something to drink while you wait for George and Lydia?
Something to eat, perhaps.
Yes, thank you.
A cool glass of iced tea? Will only be a moment.
Enjoy the room.
Room?
Room? Let me out of here! Room? Let me out of here!
The Veldt by Ray Bradbury was adapted by Mike Walker. The television announcer was played by David Rapkin, Peter, Michael Wachter, Wendy, Raina Shashkin, Lydia, Jennifer Van Dyke, George, David Slavin, Miss Kim, Nancy Wu, The Room, John Henry Cox, David McLean, Richmond Hoxie. Technical presentation was by Charles de Montebello, and the director was Judith Kampfner. The Veldt was a corporation for independent media production for BBC Radio 4.
Well, now it's time for our Saturday play, which takes us to 1961 and Illinois for a gothic adventure.
Something Wicked This Way Comes by Ray Bradbury. Dramatized by Diana Griffiths.
Storm's coming. Who'll buy a lightning rod? Protect your homes with a lightning rod. Storms are coming.
It all started with the lightning rod man coming. Jim and me, we was just lying on the grass out front that evening, carving twig whistles.
Sure is hot, Will, for October. Hasn't lit up all day.
Somewhere not so far back, vast lightning stomped the earth. Somewhere, a great storm, like a terrible beast.
With terrible teeth. Could not be denied.
Howdy, boys. Your folks at home?
Nope.
You got any money yourselves?
Nope.
Boy, blonde boy, hair white as milk thistle. What's your name?
William Halloway.
And you, boy, hair like glossy wax chestnuts, eyes of mint green?
Jim Nightshade, that's me.
Nightshade, eh? Hey, that's quite a name.
And only fitting.
Yeah, see, I was born 1 minute before midnight, October 30th, and Jim...
I was born 1 minute after midnight.
Which makes it October 31st.
Halloween.
Yes.
Halloween. Nightshade. No money, you say? Well, then, take this lightning rod for free. One of your houses will be struck by lightning. Without this rod, bang! Fire and ashes, roast pork and cinders. Grab!
Boy, it's heavy. And writing on it, foreign. It's Egyptian, and that's a scarab beetle.
So it is, boy.
And those there, Venetian hen tracks?
Right.
Why?
Why? Why Egyptian? Phoenician? Arabic? Abyssinian? Choctaw? Well, what language does the wind talk? What nationality is a storm? Boys, you gotta be ready in every dialect for the balls of blue light that prowl the earth like sizzling cats.
Which house? Which one will it strike?
What makes you so sure the lightning will strike anywhere around here?
Well, some folks draw lightning. Suck it in like cats suck baby's breath. Some glow in the dark. Both those two houses. Now, listen. Lightning needs channels, like rivers, to run in. One of those attics is a dry river bottom, itching to let lightning pour through tonight.
Tonight?
Which attic?
I've shielded and made safe 100,000 God-fearing homes. So when I tell you boys you're in dire need, listen. You climb the roof, nail this rod high, ground it in the good earth before nightfall.
But which house? Which?
Let me see. Jim Nightshade, this here your place?
Mine.
Oh, I should have known. This is the one.
Hey, what about me?
Oh, a few sparks will jump on your rain spouts, William Holloway. But the real show's next door here at the Nightshades. Well, I'm on my way. Storms are coming. Don't wait, otherwise, bam! Any boy hit by lightning, lift his lid, and there on his eyeball, pretty as the Lord's Prayer on a pin, you're gonna find the last scene that boy ever saw. Get moving, Jim. Hammered high, or you're dead come dawn. Hammered high!
Where'd he go?
Jim, your supper's ready. Don't stand there, Jim. Your house, he said. You gonna nail up the rod, or ain't you?
No. Why spoil the fun?
Fun? You crazy? I'll get the ladder, you the hammer.
No! I'm gonna brave it.
Jim, come on in for your supper now. Jim, think of your mom. You want her burnt?
No.
All right, let's go and nail the rod. So, after we nailed the rod on Jim's roof and had supper, we came to the library, like we always do.
And talked to Mr. Holloway, Will's father.
Sweeping the floor.
On the night shift.
Oh, Jim. Eyes darker, skin paler. You burn yourself at both ends, boy. And Will, you've grown an inch since this morning.
And he always seems stunned to see me. His own son.
We were choosing books.
Dad, why is your hair so white? Not like the other dads.
Ain't so young as the other dads, son. Used to have hair your color, though.
You look a bit like me. Like me in a smashed mirror.
Come on, Lou. We gotta go.
Yeah, choose a book first. Up there, Miss Foley stamps your book. But way down those aisles, there's Outer Mongolia, Tibet, and Antarctica. The silent civilian deserts are 10,000 people screaming. Jim, won't be long, and you'll be drawn to Dr. Faustus. And Will, you're more Gandhi.
I'll settle for the mysterious island.
Jules Verne. Good choice.
I'll take this book on dinosaurs.
Miss Foley.
Hello, Charlie.
Stamp these for the boys, please, Miss Foley. Dinosaurs and Mysterious Islands coming up. And then you two better be getting on home. It's late.
Sometimes I don't understand your dad.
Me neither, Jim. Sometimes at 3 a.m., I get up to use the bathroom, and I see the light shining from the library across town. And I know he's sitting there, reading.
What's that?
What, the wind?
Heck, where's that storm you promised? I just gotta watch that lightning fizz down my drain pipes.
Be here by morning.
Who says?
The huckleberries all down my arms.
Great. Come on. Run, Will, run.
Oh, I wish I was young again. I wish I was younger so as I could run without pain.
Why are you crying, Charlie?
'Cause of everything and nothing. My son, Will, it makes me feel so old. And I got a wife who's too good for me. Something's happening, Miss Foley.
The cotton candy.
Smell it on the wind.
Long, long time ago, we used to eat that stuff.
Where does it all go?
40 years in the wink of an eye. I haven't smelt cotton candy in so long.
Is it licorice?
No, it's cotton candy. Who sells that?
Only circuses.
Circuses? Hey, that's right. Catch that bill poster. What's it say?
It says, Cougar and Dark's Carnival and Circus, Pandemonium Shadow Show, Arriving immediately.
The street's full of paper. Look! Cougar and Dark's Carnival.
Coming October 24th? That's tomorrow!
I see Mephistopheles, Mr. Electro, Mademoiselle Tarot.
The illustrated man, tattooed with monsters that move.
See the skeleton.
The Dust Witch. What's a Dust Witch?
Here's more. Egyptian mirror maze. See yourself 10,000 times. See yourself young, see yourself old, and the carousel.
The magic carousel. Come on, it's coming! It's coming on the train!
Wait for me!
To the bridge!
There we saw our very old train pass with black smoke and an organ playing, but nobody playing it.
Listen to that train, Miss Foley. Like a billion people protesting, not wanting to be dead.
Jim and I went home then. Sneaked out of bed at 2 a.m. Come to where the train arrived at Rolf's Meadow.
A carnival should be all noise and growls and roars. But this is silence. Shadows, figures like black and white ghosts rush from the train like in a silent old movie. Hell.
Don't say hell.
Hell, hell, hell.
A massive balloon with a figure in suddenly hovers above like a moldy green cheese fixed to the sky.
The ringmaster stands in the middle of the field.
2 a.m. The moon looks down.
The carnival waits.
Black, the big tent takes shape.
A mirror maze, all silver and white.
The color of fright.
Like a great Arctic mass.
Shivers with any shadows that pass.
The notice says, what your heart desires, young or old, you will see yourself unfold.
The mirror maze. If a man stood here, would he see himself unfolded away 1 billion times to eternity? Would 1 billion images look back, each face and the face after, and the face after that?
Old, older, oldest.
I don't like it. Yeah. Jim, come on, race you home.
3 a.m. And that's when I see them, Will and Jim. What the hell are they doing out now? 3 in the morning is for men like me who can't sleep. The soul is out. Blood moves slow. Nearest to dead, say dying. The train arrives at an hour of despair. Why?
I don't believe it. It's just a plain old carnival after all. Did last night really happen?
Like heck, we weren't blind last night, come on.
Nah, just moth-eaten old canvas and wore-out tinsel. Not spooky at all.
Jim? Will?
Hi, Miss Foley.
Don't you just love carnivals? I'm looking for my fool nephew. You seen him?
Didn't know you had a nephew, Miss Foley?
Robert, from Wisconsin. He came last night. Haven't seen him since he was a baby. He's staying with me a few weeks while his parents are away. Said he'd meet me here, but you know boys. Oh, cheer up. Rides will open in 10 minutes. Meantime, I think I'll spy through that mirror maze.
No.
No what?
No mirror maze. Miss Foley, don't go in there.
Why not?
People get lost.
How do you know?
Oh, all the more reason. Robert might be wandering loose and not find his way out.
Yeah, but you never can tell what might be swimming around in there.
Swimming. Oh, what a lovely mind you have, Will. Yes, but I'm just an old fish after all.
Miss Foley!
I'll see you when I come out.
What was all that about?
The mirrors. The only things I don't like. I mean, they're the only things like last night. Like they're waiting to kill you with a glance.
Boy, you've been out in the sun. That mirror maze in there is... Oh.
Jim? Is what, Jim?
It really does.
What?
Hair back of your neck, you know, stand on end. Mine's doing it right now.
Gosh, Jim, so's mine. So is mine. Look, if you lean forward and to the right, you can see into the maze. Look, all those Miss Foleys. Wave to her.
Cooey! Hey! Cooey! Hello? Hi. Hello? Hey! Miss Foley! Which one's the real one? She's not waving back.
She looks funny.
Miss Foley!
Help! 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 Please! Help! Oh, no, 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 no! Help! 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 Oh, God, help me!
We better go in. Come on.
Whoa, Jim! Look at your face. It's all long.
And yours over there. It's fast.
There she is.
Miss Foley, here! Oh!
Here. Ah!
This way. Ow! Can't find her. Every Miss Foley is just glass. Oh. But look at me. Look at me. Hello.
Hello, Jim. Hello, Jim. Hello, Jim. Hello, Jim. Hello, Jim.
Oh, God.
I got her, Jim. I got you, Miss Foley. I got her hand. She's pulling me under. Jim, help. Where are you?
I'm here, Will. I got you. Hold tight, and I'll pull you both out.
Thank you, Will. Oh, thank you, Jim. Oh, I'd have drowned.
Miss Foley, you're hurting my hand.
Did you see her? She's lost. Drowned in there, poor girl. Oh, the poor little lost sweet. Oh, we must save her.
But there's no one in there.
I saw her.
I swear, no one went in ahead of you or after you.
She's at the bottom. Poor girl, I knew her. Hello! I waved. I ran. Bang! I fell. Well, she fell. 1,000 of her fell. Wait, I said. What are you doing here? I think she said, I'm real, you're not. And then she ran off in the maze. Oh, boys, we must find her.
Miss Foley, what did she look like?
Fact is, she looked like myself. Many, many years ago. I'll go home now. Thank you, boys. Have fun.
I'm leaving too.
No, we're staying until dark.
No!
You a chicken?
No, but would you dare go back in that maze?
Oh, Will. I saw me in there. That's different.
What do you mean?
What the heart desires, young or old, you'll see yourself unfold. Miss Foley saw herself young. I was older. Just a glimpse. It was wild.
Shut up! Scare the hell out of me. Come on, we're going home.
Will, we can't go home yet. That ain't no normal mirror maze. If we don't look around now, we might never know the truth about this carnival. Just 10 minutes more.
So, while most other kids our age were at home eating their dinner, we went to check out the carousel.
The magic carousel with the painted horses.
There was a sign that said, out of order, keep off.
Been there all day, that sign. But the carousel didn't look broke to me, so I climbed up.
Jim, don't! Get down from there.
Jim! Come around beside me, Willie. Get on there.
Hold there, you boy. Get. I said get down.
And he just lifted Jim through the air.
Help!
Then he lifted me. Hey!
It says out of order, can't you read? Mr. Cougar, put him down. Put him down. Good. Now, boys.
We were...
Curious?
Yes, Mr.
The name is Dark, Mr. Dark. And my friend there with the red hair is Mr. Cougar, of Cougar and Dark. Circus! My card.
Oh, boy, your arm. It's full of eels and snakes and worms. You must be the tattooed man. See his arm, Jim?
Now, the illustrated man, there is a difference. See?
They move.
Watch.
That snake. Ah!
Careful.
Gosh.
What's your name, boy? Boy?
Simon!
Well, now, Simon, show's over, I'm afraid. Carnival's shut till 7. Come back later and ride a carousel when it's fixed. Here, Mr. Cougar.
Free ride.
For both of you.
Free. Remember?
We ran on then. But we didn't get far. Because we heard.
They've gone, Mr. Dark. All clear now.
So we crept back and hid. And watched. Look! Mr. Cougar. He's getting on.
All right, Mr. Dark. I'm ready.
It's not broke. Jim, it's running backwards. His face is starting to melt, like pink wax. Look at his hands. He's getting smaller. And younger.
13, 20, 19, 18,
17, 16, 15, 14, 13.
And?
Stop. This is good. This is fine.
12. Mr. Kruger's 12.
See you later, Mr. Dark.
After him. Don't let him get away. Come on. Culpeper Street. Miss Foley lives here. He's turning into her house. We gotta go into that house. What? Meet him face to face? We gotta be sure. Boy, I'm so scared I could sprinkle dust. Hey, Jim, why aren't you scared? Well, I'll be darned. You're right, I'm not.
Boys, this is Robert, my nephew from Wisconsin.
How do you do?
Robert, eh? You look sorta familiar. Jim. A bit like an uncle of mine. Don't.
Have you two had supper? We're just sitting down.
No, we just wanted to check you're okay after those darn carnival mirrors. We gotta go.
Pity. I'm taking Aunt Willa to the carnival later. Join us then.
Great.
Sorry, I can't tonight.
Tomorrow, then.
Okay, swell.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Bye. Jim, did you see his eyes? That Robert, or Mr. Cougar's. No matter what he did to his body, the eyes remain the same.
Yeah.
And the music that was playing when Mr. Cougar got younger was the funeral march by Chopin, but played backwards because he was marching away from the grave and not towards it, getting younger and smaller instead of older and dropping dead.
Yeah, I know. So when it goes forwards... Look, just go home.
Why don't you want to come home too? Don't talk to that Robert.
You spoil everything.
My gosh, he'll chew you up and spit out your bones.
Get out of my way. Let go of me.
Let go of yourself.
Ouch, that hurt.
I'll give you another one.
If you don't let go, now I'll remember it when I'm...
When you're what? When what?
When I'm older, darn it. Older.
Oh, Jim, you want to go forwards, don't you? The carousel. Around once you're 15, circling again and you're 16, 3 more times and 19. How could we still be friends? You, 2 feet taller, looking down on me, making fun. Well, I won't let you. I won't, so there.
Get off me.
Hey, keep going. Stay there.
Jim, no, stop. What's this? What? Robert up there. What's he throwing down? A brooch? A silver bracelet? Here's a watch.
What is he throwing?
Help! Police! Aunt Willow! You've been robbed! Burglars! Down there! I'll go fetch the police! Burglars!
Robert? Who's there? Jim? Is it Will? What are you doing? What's that you've got?
Goodbye and good luck!
Come on, after him! He's riding forwards!
And there was Robert, the nephew, really Mr. Cougar, riding in a swirl, his pink hand out, urging Jim to follow. We've got to stop it before he gets older and bigger than the 2 of us.
Leave it.
Where are you going?
I'll be bigger too.
No, Jim, you're not going to ride.
Try and stop me. You're spoiling all the fun.
I'll stop the carousel.
No, you won't.
Yes, I will.
Yeah.
We crashed against the machinery. Then, handles go all funny. I can't turn it. Hey, help me.
I think it's broken.
We tried everything, but the control box was bust and splashing lightning all over. Robert was going around incredibly fast. We saw him try to make his way to the outer rim to jump off, but he kept getting thrown back. And he wasn't a boy anymore, but a man. And then more than a man. And even more. Much more than that. Around and around. How many times did it go round? 200? 3?
Oh, well, look at him.
His hair was long and spidery, white. It blew like milkweed in the dark. Eyes were shut, nose collapsed on the gristle, mouth a ruined white flower. He was small inside his clothes. Small as a child, but old. So old, very old. He smelled of moon swamps and old Egyptian bandages like you have in museums. And he was cold. Cold as an albino frog.
He's dead.
Look. They're coming. All of them. Skeleton, Dust Witch. We gotta get out of here before Mr. Dark comes. Quiet now. Back off. Maybe they haven't seen us yet. Make for those bushes behind us. We didn't do anything wrong, really, did we? He went backwards and forwards, old then young and young then old. We couldn't stop it happening, could we? And they're no good, none of them.
Hell, even I don't believe the things that have happened in the last 24 hours.
We gotta find someone higher up. And now we know the score.
Who'd believe us if we told them? What'll we do, Will?
We'll call in the police station on our way home.
I don't understand it, officer. To think Will and Jim would break in my house and steal and run off?
You saw their faces. My son?
Charlie, I am sorry. When I screamed, they looked back under the light. My nephew saw them, too.
Where is your nephew now, Miss Foley?
He went... I don't know. Look, I don't want to prosecute, but if the boys are innocent, where are they now?
Here we are. Here. We've come to give ourselves up.
Tomorrow you both go apologize to Miss Foley again. You're lucky you turned yourself in. Lucky Miss Foley won't press charges.
Yes, sir. Good night, then, Mr. Holloway. Will?
Good night, Jim. And no more wanderings tonight.
Yes, sir.
See you tomorrow, Jim.
Well, you and Jim didn't steal anything, did you?
No.
Well, I know you. You're not acting guilty, but why did you go to the police?
Because we got enough enemies without the law on us, too. We were framed, Dad. I figured if we pretended to make a clean breast, they'd go easy, and they did. No point trying to explain the truth. Nobody would believe what we say.
I'd believe.
Would you? In a couple of days, Dad, I'll tell you everything, I swear. In Mom's honor.
Mom's honor's good enough for me.
Dad, am I a good person?
Yes.
Will it help when things get really rough?
It'll help.
Dad, are you a good person?
To you and your mother? Yes. But a man's no hero to himself.
Why aren't you happy?
Well, since when do you think being good meant being happy?
Since always.
Well, since now, I'll learn otherwise. Sometimes the man who looks happiest in town with the biggest smile is the one carrying the biggest load of sin. He's had his fun, and he's guilty. And men do love sin, Will. On the other hand, that unhappy, pale, put-upon man walking by who looks all guilt and sin, well, often that's your good man. For being good is a fearful occupation. Men strain at it and sometimes break in two. You work twice as hard, minute by minute, hour by hour. You got the choice. Be good, be bad. That's what the clock ticks. I always wanted to be perfect, I guess. Spent too much of my life hanging around, thinking, analyzing, worrying over right choices to make, instead of getting on and doing stuff. So suddenly I got old. I was 39 before marrying your mother.
I want you to be happy.
Well, just tell me that I'll live forever. That'll do nicely. Come on. Let's go in.
Dad, don't go near the carnival.
Oh, strange. That's just what I was going to tell you.
You awake?
Mom?
Oh, you shouldn't have the windows so high open. Mind your health.
Sure.
Don't say sure that way. You don't know until you've had 3 children and lost all but one.
Never gonna have any. No use making more people. People die.
You're here, Jim. If you weren't, I'd have given up long ago.
Mom, can you remember Dad's face? Do I look like him?
The day you go away is the day he leaves forever.
Hey, who's going away?
Why, just lying there, Jim. You run so fast. Promise me, wherever you go and come back, you'll bring lots of kids. Let them run wild. Let me spoil them someday, huh?
I'm never gonna own anything that can hurt me.
Oh, someday you gotta be hurt.
No, I don't.
You'll live and get hurt. Oh, sleep tight now. Oh, why do boys want their windows wide open?
Warm blood?
Warm blood? That's the story of all our sorrows. And don't ask why.
Hey, Storm. You out there? Why don't I climb up, knock that lightning rod loose, and throw it away?
Night, Dad, night. The lightning rod. Gone. Jim! Jim! I sort of felt the balloon coming before I heard it. Then it stopped right over our houses. It was green, like moldy cheese. And the temperature dropped to freezing. Must have gone down 40 degrees. And there was something in the balloon.
The dust witch.
Eyes sewn shut with black thread. Ears stuffed with moss.
Horrible wrinkly mouth, like an all-dried apricot. I saw her.
I sort of felt her fingers dipping down to turn everything over and like feel the bumps of the world. Then she dipped inside me with one hand.
And me with the other.
She felt our souls.
And she tasted them.
And smelled them. You killed Mr. Cougar, William Halloway. You killed Mr. Cougar, Jim Nightshade. We will come for you both. Revenge! She floated away over Jim's roof. Hey, come on, Jim, hurry up. It'll be dawn soon.
Where will we go?
Find somewhere to hole up for when they come looking for us.
My mom.
She'll be fine.
But they...
Fine. It's us they'll be looking for, not our parents.
It would have to rain just now. It's going straight down my neck.
Hush. Jim, someone's crying.
Where?
There's a little girl.
What would a little girl be doing out under a tree in the rain? Who is it?
I don't know.
May, help me.
Not Jenny Holdridge, is it?
No.
Jane Franklin?
No.
Help me. Nobody will help me. I don't like this.
It's all right, little girl. We'll help you.
Will? Jim? It's you.
No, let go of my hand. I don't know you.
Oh, don't go. Don't leave me.
Oh, Will, let's get out of here.
Someone must help me. Someone must help. Her. Nobody will. Nobody has.
I can't leave her.
She's gone. Find her. She's gone. Bring her back.
Find who?
Oh, she's lost. Lost. She ran off in that place and never come back.
Hey, now, you'll be all right. I'll get help for you. This is Will Halloway, okay?
I know.
But I know who you are. Your eyes.
You know me.
Yeah. Miss Foley.
Who'll believe it?
I believe. We do. Jim and me.
The carousel. She rode on the carousel.
Oh, I gotta go. I got to. Before they find me.
No, Miss Foley, come back. Come back.
It couldn't have been Miss Foley.
Yes, it's the eyes. They never change. That's how you tell. Like it was with Mr. Cougar and the evil boy. She must have heard the music and gone out. Something went wrong. Maybe the carousel wasn't fixed right after we broke it.
Or maybe they did something to her on purpose.
Just gave her more than she ever wanted.
Or asked for.
Yeah. She just wanted to be young again, that's all.
But not that young.
Right now, I feel like I just ate a cold snail raw.
Carnival procession. Coming into town?
They're looking for us already.
They can march down any old street, fine and dandy, in a procession and spy as they go.
Come on, let's go.
Alloway residence.
Dad, it's Will. We may not be home today. Tell Mom and Jim's mom.
Well, where are you?
We got to hide. They're looking for us.
Who's they?
Circus people. I don't want you in it, Dad. We'll just hide one day, maybe two, till they go away. If we came home, they'd follow and hurt you, or Ma, or Jim's mom.
Willie.
I got to go. Wish me luck.
Willie. Luck.
We were hidden in the dark drain, under the cigar store sidewalk grill, to let the carnival pass.
It's right out front the cigar store. What are we doing here, Will? Let's go.
No, shut up. Look, it's Dad.
Went to buy some cigars in town, dropped the cellophane down a metal grill, watched it go, and saw Jim. Will? What in the hell is going on?
Is that guy following me?
Here.
Come up out of there.
Dad, we can't.
Mr. Holloway, we're dead if you don't look up.
The illustrated pen.
Who? A man was approaching, and every bit of him I could see was tattooed.
Sir, name's Dark. I'm looking for two boys. The Cougar Dark combined shows have picked them to be our special guests during our celebratory visit to town.
Well,
These boys will ride all rides, see each show, shake hands with every performer, go home with magic kits, baseball bats.
And who are these lucky boys?
There is one, and there, the other.
He opened each hand in turn. On his left palm was tattooed Jim's face, and on his right palm, Will's.
You know them, sir? Surely you wouldn't want them to lose out.
No, but well, one of them looks like...
Like?
Milton Blomquist.
Who is Milton?
And the other looks like Avery Johnson. They both moved to Milwaukee 2 weeks ago.
You lie.
Me?
Fact is, we know who these boys are. They are Jim and Will.
There's plenty of Jims and Wills around. Prizes? Special guests? I don't believe a word of it. You're the one that's lying, Mr. Dark.
He squeezed his hands in rage. First the right. Ah, my head!
Then the left.
My head! He was digging his nails into the palms. Blood!
Tripping through the grill.
And then the dust witch appeared.
Tell your husbands, tell your wives, tell your fortunes, tell your lives. See me. I know. See me at the show. Tell you the color of his eyes. Tell you the color of her lies. Blind, yes. But I see what I see. Why? There's Mr. Dark. And good day to you, old man.
Fine day to you, Mom.
And your name, sir, is...
Halloway. Charlie Halloway, working in the library. In fact, I'm late. I better be going. Drop by sometime.
I will. Oh, Mr. Halloway, you can be sure I will drop by sometime. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Psst. Boys, they've gone. Now, can you hide, keep out from under the rest of the day? I'll tell your mothers you got jobs at the carnival. It's a good excuse for you not coming home. By the time you show up after dark, I'll have a plan.
So that's what we did. We hid, and we hid all day long until after 7. Then made our way to the library.
Now, see here. I got to look into these old newspapers. This advert here from October 1888. Here, J. Cougar and G.M. Dark present the Pandemonium Theater Company. Combines sideshows and unnatural museums international.
1888?
Yeah, going back, 1860, 1846, the same ad. Same names. Dark and Cougar. Cougar and Dark.
It couldn't be the same men, could it?
Yeah, in October. Always in October. Beware the autumn, people.
What?
It's an old religious tract. I read it as a boy. How does it go now? Where do they come from? The dust. Where do they go? The grave. Does blood stir in their veins? No, the night wind. What ticks in their head? The worm. What speaks from their mouth? The toad. What sees from their eyes? The snake. What hears with their ears? The abyss between the stars.
The autumn people. So, does that make us summer people?
No, not quite. Most of us, half and half. But there are times when we're all autumn people, when we're foolish, wrong, evil, sinful, because we haven't given it thought. You see, knowing, really knowing, is good. Not knowing or refusing to know, to think, is bad. We'll have a visit from the autumn people very soon.
But is it bad, the carnival?
Bad? How can you ask that?
No, it's a good question. Part of that carnival looks great and people enjoy it, but you can't get something for nothing. And the fact is, from them you get nothing for something. They make you empty promises. You stick your neck out, wham!
Where do they come from? Who are they?
Oh, maybe a man 1,000,000 years ago stuffed himself with other people's unhappiness. Chewed their pain all day, thrived on it, because the stuff of nightmares is their plain bread. They butter it with pain.
All those years. The same people?
Yeah, riding the carousel. They can shave off a year or two anytime they want.
So they could live forever.
And hurt people. But why? Why all the hurt?
Because you need fuel, boy, gas, something to run a carnival on. Maybe it survives living up the poison of the sins we do to each other and the ferment of our most terrible regrets. It smells boys ulcerating to be men and feels the aggravation of middle-aged men like me who gibber after long-lost August afternoons to no avail. It attracts old ladies like Miss Foley, who wants to be a beautiful young woman again. But they're careful not to tell one thing to those who go riding to its music.
What?
Jim, if you're a miserable sinner in one shape, you are in another. And an old man made into a young man still got an old man's brain.
Like poor Miss Foley. I wonder what they'll do with her, Dad.
God help her. They'll probably throw her in with the rest of the freaks. Now, we have to decide. Do we keep hiding out?
No.
We can't. We've got to fight.
But what kind of weapons? Silver bullets? Holy water?
Nah, that's vampires.
It's the front door.
Someone's inside.
Hide.
We can't leave you.
Hide. Go on. Amongst the books.
Mr. Dark, at your service, Mr. Halloway. Where are the boys?
Boys?
The boys are not home. What a shame they'll miss those free rides.
I wish I knew where they were.
I could kill you, old man. Huh? Did you hear what I said?
Yes.
I hear your frail heart beating. One of my friends outside can fix you so it seems you died of most natural heart failure. Why do your eyes jump beyond my shoulder? The boys are in here somewhere, aren't they? If you tell me where they are, old man, I'll make you 40 again. You can celebrate 35.
No.
A rare young age. Heal your heart so you can run again.
I won't listen.
Everything fine and new and glorious to be savoured again?
Shut up. Just shut up. I'm not listening.
All right. Stay here and listen to your hearts. I'll send someone to fix it. But first, the boys. Boys? You there?
He won't find them. He won't.
Boys? Answer me. You hear me? Boys.
We were on the topmost shelf in one of the aisles, laid flat.
He's coming. He's near.
One of you still wants what we offer, eh?
Jim. Me? No, not still. Not me.
Is it Jim that's the smart one?
I don't know anything.
We'll shut William up. Give you the ride that would have been his if he'd used his head. Right, Jim? I wonder, you in this alcove? Will? William Halloway. Where's your mother tonight? She was out riding the night wind, William, on the carousel. We put her on, around. We left her on, around a year. Around and around. You hear, Will? Can you guess which way?
Dad, where are you?
And when we let your mother off, boy, you should have heard the sound she made. She was like a cat with a hairball in her. And her old, 100 years old. A kettle of bones and spit. No one will believe what a rose beauty she was. Where are you now? Filed under B for boys, H for hidden, S for secret, T for terrified.
He's in our alcove. Maybe he won't look up.
One shelf, 2, 3, 4, 5. Am I cold? Colder? Coldest? Well, hello.
The hand with Jim pictured grabbed him.
The hand with Will pictured grabbed him.
I'm coming, boys.
Mr. Halloway.
He put us both under one arm, and then he was squeezing Dad's left arm.
May you be damned for this.
I already am.
And Dad fell to the ground. And then he took us out into the street, and I saw our mom. Not old and crazy, just normal.
And I saw my mom. We were coming out of the church, and we tried to cry out.
Mom! He gagged us with his fists. Old man, old man.
Industrious. Damn you.
I hear your breathing. I feel your heart.
Why don't you just do it?
Stop the heart.
Get it over with.
Tired, slow.
Tired.
Slow, slower.
Left arm, no feeling.
Oh, no, no, you don't. I won't give in to you. You're so funny. You're not ugly at all. I can't take you seriously.
Slow, hard, very slow. Stop.
Hey, no. Now you're tickling me. No. What's that sticking out your back? Who wound you up?
I can't. No. Don't. I can't. I can't bear it. Laughing brings me out in a rash.
When the crowds go home in half an hour, we'll ride Jim round. You still want that, Jim? You'll travel with us now that Mr. Cougar's dead. How would you like to be partners? I'll grow you to a fine, strong age. 22, 25, dark and nightshade. Nightshade and dark. Sweet, lovely names for such as we. What do you say, Jim?
Dark had put a spell on us. We couldn't speak, like we were in deep shock.
And Will, let's ride him back and back at him. Make him a babe in arms. A babe for the dust witch to carry like a clown child for the next 50 years. Would you like that, Will? To be a babe forever, not able to talk and tell all the lovely things you know. Yes, I think that's best for Will. Now, you sit here quietly amongst the waxworks. Don't move. Nobody will notice us. Well, I close down the carnival for the night and send all these good folks home. Then we can have the field to ourselves, can't we? Ladies and gentlemen, this is the last free event of the this evening, folks, we present the most amazingly dangerous, oft-times fatal, world-famous bullet trick. The rifle, if you please. And here, our death defier, the bullet catcher, who will stake her life, Madame Dustwich. Now we need a volunteer. Volunteer to fire the rifle. Very well, since there are no volunteers, we will cancel our last act.
Here's one.
No! Not him!
Hey, she's great. She acts really scared. The rifle, please.
Sir, what have you done to your left arm? You can't fire a rifle with just one...
Boy! I need a boy to help me. My son is out there somewhere. Will? Willie, are you there?
Willie, come and help your old man.
Will! Will!
William! Here's Will, my good left hand. The bullet, please.
Mark it with your initials. You must always mark it with your initials to prove...
I'll mark the bullet with more than that. Here.
Crescent moon? I don't understand.
There. Son, help me now. Let me use your shoulder as a brace.
What is a crescent? Oh.
She's crumbled to a heap of ashes.
Dad, you killed her, and I can speak again.
Imbecile, you fool!
It wasn't a crescent moon I put on that bullet, Will. It was a smile.
No, she's not dead. It was an illusion before your very eyes.
I marked that bullet with my own smile. Come on, boy. Let's go find Jim.
Jim! Jim, no! We're too late. She's riding.
Go get him, Will.
Jim, get off! Don't leave me here! Jim! Jump! Dad, stop the machine! Jim, I need you! Come back! Will you? Yes, Will. Remember me? Dad, the carousel! He's getting older! Turn it back!
The handle won't budge. It's stuck! It's stuck!
Hold on, Jim! Hold on!
Help me, Willie! All right, got it! Got it! Well, I'm there!
Hold on there, Jim! Come to the edge! Be careful! Get ready to jump! Dad! Stop it now! He's 13 again! Ah! But the carousel stopped so suddenly that Jim was put off balance and thrown hard into the grass.
Jim.
He's not moving. Is he dead?
Jim?
Jim, wake up!
Oh, help! Help! Oh, please help me. He's after me. The terrible man. I want to go home. I'm lost. That man with the tattoos.
Mr. Dark.
Yes, he's down that way. Oh, stop him.
I will. Take care of Jim. All right, boy, lead on.
Quick.
Hey, come on. What is your name?
Jed, oh, hurry up.
Hey, wait a minute. Just a minute. How old are you, Jed?
9. My gosh, this is no time.
This is a fine time, Jed. Only 9? So young, I was never that young.
Holy cow.
Oh, unholy something. Come here.
No.
Yeah. You afraid? You're only afraid of one man, Jed. Me.
You cut it out.
Where were you taking me, Jed? To some lion's cage you got fixed and ready? To some sideshow like in the mirrors? Huh? What? Come on. Let's just roll up your shirt sleeve, shall we? Come on. Don't you run away!
I rolled up his sleeve, and there they all were. Blue serpents, blue venom snake eyes, blue scorpions scuttling about, and all up and down his tiny torso. Scurrying.
Why, Jed, that's great artwork on your arm, and here on your belly, huh? That is great.
You.
He tried to take a swipe at me, but I clamped him in a vice.
You stay right there. Just a minute. It was a fine idea, I admit it. Get me off alone, fix me, then go back and get Will. You stop struggling.
You can't hurt me.
Funny, you know, I think I can. Let me give you a big hug.
Murder! Murder!
I'm not gonna murder you, Jed. Look, Mr. Dark, whoever or whatever you are, you're gonna murder yourself because you can't stand being near people like me. Not this close. This close. Ah.
A nice, big hug.
Evil. You're evil.
Evil? So it must seem to you. Good to evil seems evil, so I will do only good to you, Jed. I will simply hold you and watch you poison yourself until you tell me what is wrong with Jim. Wake him up.
Can't.
You mean you won't?
Can't.
All right. Evil has only the power that we give it. I give you, Jed, nothing but hugs. Huh? Starve. He should have roared like a lion, but he withered, dissolved like dust, and the tattoos, too, disappeared in the darkness. All the characters he'd ever captured for the carnival. Dead.
The mirror maze.
It's destroyed.
Dad! Dad! Look at Jim. He's opening his eyes.
What? What you two looking at?
Oh, Dad. Dad, you did it.
We did it together.
What happened?
Well, what didn't happen? Come on, help him up, Will.
Dad, will they ever come back?
No. And yes. Not them, but other people like them. Not in a carnival, maybe, but goodness knows what shape they'll come in next. But sunrise, noon, or at the latest, sunset tomorrow, they'll show. They're on the road.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes. We gotta watch out the rest of our lives. The fight's just begun.
What will they look like? How will we know them?
Maybe they're already here.
Midnight.
Come on, last one to the railroad is a tortoise. Mr. Holloway, you...
I'm game, Jim.
Dad, your heart.
Now, is death important? Well...
Dad.
No. Everything that happens before death is what counts. And we've done fine tonight. Even death can't spoil it.
Okay, ready? Run!
Hey! Wait for me, boys! Wait for me!
Will was Theo Gregory, Jim, Joseph Lindsay, Charlie, Henry Goodman, Mr. Dark, Kenneth Cranham, and Mr. Cougar and the Lightning Rod Salesman was Jared McDermott. Miss Foley was Barbara Barnes, young Miss Foley, Amelia Clarkson, the Dust Witch, Buffy Davis, Robert, Terrence Danzler, and Jed was Ethan Brooke. Original music was composed by David Paul Jones. Something Wicked This Way Comes by Ray Bradbury was dramatized by Diana Griffiths and directed by Pauline Harris.
Now we've a dramatisation of Ray Bradbury's iconic collection of short stories which feature a vagrant who claims his tattoos come to life after dark and have the of prophecy.
Dangerous visions. The Illustrated Man by Ray Bradbury. Dramatized by Brian Sibley, with Ian Glenn as the Illustrated Man and Jamie Parker as the youth.
Where I can find a job.
What the hell? Hey. Startled me. Where the hell did you spring from?
I asked if you know where I can find a job.
No. No, I'm afraid not.
Yeah. I haven't had a job that lasted in 40 years.
Well, I haven't started the struggle yet. Just out of college. Decided to take myself off on a walking tour in the desert.
40 years.
You for to go tonight?
Same as any other.
Well, it'll be dark soon, so if you want a bit of company, I have some extra food. Just pork and beans, but you're very welcome.
You'll be sorry you asked me to stay.
Oh, what's that? Here, coffee.
Everyone's always sorry. Sooner or later. Yeah. I'm forever looking for a job I ain't gonna find.
Eat.
I got a job, keep it a week, maybe 10 days. Well, something happens and they fire me. I should be making money hand over fist.
Doing what?
Carnivals. I'm the best goddamn attraction anyone ever paid a few good bucks to see.
I haven't been to a carnival in years.
Well, there ain't a single one in the whole damn country now to touch me with a 10-foot pole. Jeez. It's as hot as Hades.
So why the hell are you all done up like that? No wonder you're sweating.
You wanna know? Aim.
I guess, yeah.
Look here. In the palm of my hand.
A rose.
Freshly cut.
Drops of dew.
Nestling among soft pink petals.
That's beautiful.
But not real.
The best tattoo I've ever seen.
It's an illustration, boy. Just one of many. That's why I keep the shirt buttoned. I slip my fingers inside here, and what do I feel? Hair, skin, chest bone underneath, but not them. You can't feel them, but they're there. The crowds.
The what?
Hordes, gangs, mobs. Always massing, thronging. Whenever I can, I get away from everyone. I strip off and walk in the sun for hours on the hottest days, baking, roasting, hoping the sun will cook them off, hoping my sweat will wash them away, but at sundown, they're still there. Here. Look. So, what do you make of my illustrations?
Incredible.
Yeah. So, tell me what you see, boy.
Yellow meadows, blue rivers, purple mountains.
Go on.
Shadowy forests, sun-bleached velds, birds and animals. Your chest, all stars and planets.
My own personal Christ-forsaken Milky Way.
Rockets, spaceman. Why, they're fantastic.
Oh, yeah. These aren't the work of some cheap-jack carnival tattooist with 3 colors and whiskey on his breath. These are the works of a genius. Miniature masterpieces. Michelangelo, Titians, Van Goghs, and El Grecos. Burning with 3-dimensional color. Vibrant with life.
A walking art gallery.
Yep. Everyone wants to see the pictures, yet nobody wants to see them.
Why?
Because these illustrations predict the future.
Oh, sure.
Oh, in sunlight, it's all right. Yes, I could keep a carnival job easy by day. But the moment night falls, well, you'll see.
See what?
The pictures change.
Change?
Move. When the sun sets and the moon begins to rise, the pictures move. Watch.
What the hell? I don't know what you're doing, and what's more, I don't want to know. I need to get this stuff cleared away.
Trick of the eye, effect of the firelight. No, this is how it is every night. Every twitch of the flesh, the tiny mouths flicker, the tiny green and gold eyes wink, the tiny pink hands gesture, hiding in forests of hair, lurking among constellations of freckles, peering from armpit caverns, diamond eyes a-glitter.
Take me for a fool. It's nothing more than cheap carnival crap.
And the voices?
What voices?
You stop that racket and listen.
We've brought civilization down on our heads.
Has waited 20,000 years.
Travel in time, incorporated, secret path.
The children think lions. There are lions.
There's nothing worth saving.
In the middle of the 20,000th year, a rocket appears.
See Lincoln shot. See the Wright brothers fly.
They think zebras. They're all zebras.
Well?
Yes. Yes, okay. I hear them.
Some.
The Earth is over and done with.
The city ceases its waiting.
Moses and the Red Sea.
They think death. There is death.
So many voices. Distant sea voices. Each with a future to reveal. Maybe the near future or some far future beyond our comprehension. There's no sequence, no chronology. Just glimpses of time to come.
It's been a great evening.
Sure has.
I've never seen you so relaxed and happy.
Well, that's for certain.
Now, here's a story. Right here. On my upper arm. You see them?
Two men walking down a street. The glow of neon lights.
Ordinary enough, you might think. Every night, the world over, men walk the streets of cities. But listen.
Why the hell is it so difficult to get a hover cab in New York these days?
Progress?
Maybe we should take the monorail.
Oh, there'll be a cab in a minute. Anyway, why so early? Oh, let's have another drink.
Better not.
Your first night out on your own without Gail in years, and you want to go home at 10 o'clock?
Nerves, I guess.
Oh, come on. Jed Brayling, nerves.
Why push my luck, Sam?
Look, old college buddy, you might as well come clean. How'd you manage it? The whole world knows the Braylings are inseparable, the best couture house in the U.S., and you never see one without the other.
Yeah, right. Well, you know the truth of it.
Yeah. 1 year of love, 10 years of hate, mercifully softened by success.
Achieved with my talent, but her money.
So no chance of freedom without destroying the brand and trading fame and fortune for personal penury. I wish my life was that complicated.
How is Nettie?
Same. Worse. You know, it's hard to tell when you're living with a 24/7. I mean, you'll think this is a terrible thing to say, but maybe I'm just wishing she was worse so that I'd know that one day it'll end before I'm too old to have anything left of the rest of my life.
You know, Sam, there comes a time, if life doesn't start changing for the better, you gotta help it along.
But just what are you up to, Jed?
See this?
Uh-huh. Well, looks like a ticket.
Exactly what it is. First class ticket to Paris on Thursday's rocket.
How'd you manage that?
Chance comes your way, you grab it.
Uh-huh. Well, why Paris?
Possible deal. Big money if I pull it off. Enough to buy out Gail, relaunch the brand, hit Europe.
And Gail's just gonna sit back and let you head off to Le Gay Paris and demolish the House of Brayling?
She won't know I'm gone.
Oh, yeah, sure.
There's a cab. Taxi? About time. I'll be back in a month with a done deal, and no one the wiser, except you.
How come?
Hop in. We'll stop off at the apartment. I'll show you.
Okay. Okay. So, time to spill the beans. What's the big secret?
Do what I tell you, but listen to me. Under no circumstances react.
To what?
I want you to look up at the window. Watch for the light to come on and tell me what you see. There.
What?
Shh, keep your voice down. Well?
It's not possible.
You saw it?
Yeah, someone, yeah, just for a second, but I thought that it was...
That it was me?
But Yes, but
that's
that's
exactly who it was. You can meet him in person. He's coming down. Hello, Brayling.
Hello, Mr. Brayling.
Brayling, say hello to my friend, Mr. Smith.
Hello, Mr. Smith. Nice to make your acquaintance.
You've a twin brother? My God, I never knew.
Way off beam, Sam.
Then
he's called Brayling 2. Put your ear to his chest.
What?
Do as I tell you. Bend close and listen. Go on.
No. No.
Yes.
Where did you get him?
Isn't he brilliantly made? Even the flesh is warm to the touch. Check for yourself.
That's incredible. Where did you...
Tell him, Brayling 2.
Certainly, Mr. Brayling. I am a product of Marionettes Incorporated. Duplicate self or friends. Latest humanoid 2090. Guaranteed against all physical wear.
I'll be damned.
Available from $24,000 to our $50,000 deluxe model. Our motto, no strings attached.
So how long has this gone on?
I've had him a month. I keep him in a tool chest in my basement studio. Obviously, Gail never goes down there, and even if she did, it's locked, and I'm the one with the key code. Tonight, I said I needed to pop out to get a cigar.
Mr. Brayling came down to the studio, took me out of the tool chest, and sent me up to sit with his wife while he came to meet you.
That's staggering. He even smells like you. The Bond Street aftershave and the Melancrino cigars?
He is me, to the last hairiest detail. So you see, thanks to Brayling 2, I've been at home with Gail all evening.
Mrs. Brayling is very charming.
And thanks to him again, I shall be home with her for the next month, while another man, looking amazingly like me, will be in Paris salvaging my future. And when I return triumphant from my continental trip, back in the tool chest he'll go.
It feels weird talking about him like that while he's standing there.
Sam, he's what they used to call a robot. Whatever he looks like on the outside, it's all just electronics on the inside. He's not real, are you, Brayling 2?
I'm a Marionettes Incorporated 2090 humanoid model.
And will he function for a month?
For 6 months, if necessary. And he's built to do everything. Eat, sleep, perspire, everything natural as natural is. Including taking good care of my wife. Isn't that right?
Oh, yes, Mr. Brayling. I've grown rather fond of her.
How long has Marionettes, Inc. been in business?
Well, secretly for 2 years.
2 years and 5 months, Mr. Brayling.
Uh-huh. So, how do you go about it?
Shall I explain, Mr. Brayling?
Why not, Brayling 2? You see, Sam? He's pretty smart for a robot.
Thank you, Mr. Brayling. It's a simple process, Mr. Smith. Clients have a mold made of their body and a color index check of their eyes, skin, and hair, after which they should expect to wait for 2 months until their model is completed. At all times, clients are pledged to secrecy.
I'm not surprised. Is this legal?
Who cares?
The answer to your question, Mr. Smith, is that whilst an act is pending in Congress to legalize Marionettes Incorporated, it is still currently a felony to be caught using...
But is it right? Morally, I mean?
I couldn't say, Mr. Smith.
And I don't give a damn. You know, Sam, one of these could change your life forever.
Yeah, I guess it could. It'll give me a respite once in a while. I mean, not all the time, but just now and again. But the cost...
What price? Freedom, Sam.
I'm home, Nettie. Sorry I'm late. Be up to you in a minute. Just gonna fix myself a drink. Oh, God. I hardly dare to think. There's at least $40,000 in the joint account. I can just slip out $24,000.
Please enter your 8-digit account number.
Nettie never looks at the accounts.
Please enter your password.
If she did, well, I'd just say it was a little business venture.
You are connected to your personal interactive bank. What service would you like today?
I want to check a balance.
The balance on your joint account is $15,000.
What? There's at least twice that amount in there?
Would you like me to display a schedule of deposits and withdrawals?
Yes, goddammit. What the
What's going on?
All recent transactions are now showing.
That's impossible. Nettie? Nettie? Nettie! Nettie? Nettie, wake up. Wake up. What have you done with it, What have you done with the money? You don't go anywhere. You don't need anything. You're a goddamn invalid. So where's it gone, huh? Wake up, damn you, and tell me what you've done with all that money. Nettie? Nettie, can you hear me? Oh, God, no. Not again, no. Not another overdose. Nettie. Nettie, for pity's sake, it's all right. It's all right. Doesn't matter about the money. Just wake up, Ned. Please. What's that? Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Nettie. No. Nettie.
I like Mr. Smith. He seems very nice.
Yeah.
And now, thanks to Marionette's ink, he'll be happy, too. Anyway, it's the tool chest for you now, B2. That's something I need to talk to you about.
What?
I don't like it down here. And I don't like that tool chest.
Okay, I'll try and fix up something a bit more comfortable.
Marionettes are made to move, not lie in a box. How would you like to lie in a box most of the time?
Well...
You wouldn't like it at all. I keep running. There's no way to shut me off. I'm perfectly alive, and I have feelings.
It'll only be a few days now. I'll be off to Paris, and you won't have to stay in the box. You can live upstairs.
And when you come back from having a good time, back in the box I go.
They didn't tell me at Marionette's Inc. that I get a difficult specimen.
That's not a very nice thing to say.
Yeah, I just meant...
What did you say to Mr. Smith? Whatever he looks like on the outside, it's all just electronics on the inside? Well, there's a lot that you and Marionettes Incorporated don't know about us. The thing is, I hate the idea of you flying off to Paris while we're stuck here.
Yeah, this is an important trip. Business. My future.
What about my future? Have you thought about that?
No. Well, why should I?
And another thing. Your wife.
What about her?
Like I said earlier, I've grown quite fond of her.
Okay. I'm glad you're enjoying your employment.
I'm afraid you don't quite understand, Brayling. I think I'm in love with her.
You're what?
And I've been thinking, Brayling, how nice it must be in Paris, and how I'll never get there. And I've thought about your wife, Gail. And you know what? I think we could be very happy.
Okay, well that's nice.
Yeah. I just need to run upstairs. Just for a moment, I'll be right back. You're going to contact Marionettes Incorporated, aren't you?
No. No.
Going to tell them to come and get me?
No, nothing like that. No. Hey, get your hands off me!
It's no good struggling. I'm stronger than you.
Did my wife put you up to this?
Don't be silly, Brayling.
She knows, doesn't she? She's found out what I was planning. Persuaded you to try and stop me, is that it?
Well, you'll never know, because I'm going to put you in the tool chest, lock it, and lose the key. And then I'm going to buy another ticket for Paris for Gail. Goodbye, Brayling.
Jed? You haven't done that in years.
We'll have to see what we can do about that.
You're telling me that stuff, marionettes, robots, whatever, is really going to happen at some time in the future?
Illustrations of what they are. I just carry them.
How long have you been like this?
I scarce remember a time before. It began with the arguments.
I don't follow.
Carnival life's hard. It's a closed world, claustrophobic, suffocating. I married out of familiarity and boredom. Seemed right. I couldn't have been more wrong. We fought. I drank. I got fired. I needed something to help me hold down a job. A gimmick. I heard about a certain tattoo artist. He betrayed me.
What's up, Gabe?
Down a certain dirt road, turned right at the river, left. It was easier than that.
Appreciate this.
I heard it that first day.
I just woke up.
I hear it still. Persistent, mosquito buzz of the needle. I followed it till I saw the signboard. Skin illustration.
Did not mean to sleep that long.
Artistic. Across yellow meadows, crisp from the sun, towards an old shack that looked like it had stood in a million rains.
The artist?
Look for yourself.
How you doing?
It's there among the illustrations on the small of my back, where I can't easily see it, but where I can always feel the humming, stinging needle making its pictures.
I see the shack. The door's open.
She's inside.
She?
An ancient woman, sitting in the center of a
Yeah,
bare
some
room.
internet archives.
A little old witch who looked 1,000 years one minute and 20 the next.
Come in, man.
Her eyes stitched with red resin thread. Her nose and ears sewn up.
What are you waiting for?
All her senses shut down and sewn tight into
How you doing,
whispers
man?
and silences.
Where I get my glasses? I can't see nothing.
You came for the pictures. First, I have a picture to show you. Here, on my palm.
My God, it's me. Me on your hand.
It's been there 50 years. It's an old tattoo.
Well, how can that be? I don't know you. You don't know me.
Oh, but I do. I've been waiting for you. 100 years. Maybe more, maybe less. Does it matter? You have come.
How do you know it's me? Your eyes are sewn shut. You can't see.
I feel you. I know every inch of your skin and the pictures that are yearning to live there. Unbutton your shirt. Don't be afraid. You need me. My needles are as clean as a doctor's fingers. Come on. I've illustrated so many, but none with the pictures I will give you.
They will be special.
Unique. You will be the only real illustrated man in the universe.
You promised me that?
Oh, yes. I have traveled through time. I know the deep past, the clear present, and the even deeper future. And it is that future that I will picture on your skin. Prophetic pictures you will never forget.
I'm doing all right.
By morning, I looked like I'd fallen into a 20-color printing press. I
Now that
walked
I'm
out
awake.
of that shack into what has been the life from hell.
Well, I've never seen anything like them. The illustrations.
But imagine the burden.
Wonder what
Carrying
everyone
all
else
these
is up
lives
to.
around on your body, day in, day out. Never knowing what futures people will see there
Let's see
when
how
they
long
look
I've
at
been
my
alive
skin.
for.
This illustration, this is the future? Looks more like the past. English country village in some old Hollywood movie.
Oh.
An idyllic enough scene,
9.5 hours.
but at a time yet to come.
Good morning, Mr. and Mrs. Morris. It's 8:30 on August 22nd, and it's breakfast time. Coffee's ready.
Hello, Dad.
Mink, what's the hurry?
The others are waiting for me.
It's school holidays. Why the rush?
The game.
Game?
We're all playing it.
You're telling me. Every time I look out the window, all I see is kids yelling to one another, running this way and that, and flying around in circles like there's no tomorrow.
So, what is this game?
The most exciting game ever.
Well, it can wait till after breakfast.
I'm not hungry. See you later.
Pink?
Kids.
Still, ought to be glad, I suppose.
They're out making their own fun instead of relying on all those damned gadgets and gizmos we pay to have installed in the playroom. No happy life home is complete without one.
True.
Right, Jill's given me a list of things we need. I can get some. Can you get these, Anna? Okay. We've got to hurry and get it all put together before it's too late. Mink, can my brother Joey play? No. Well, why not? You know why, Anna. He's too old. He's only 10? Yes, and he'd make fun of us. He wouldn't.
Too old.
Honest, I'd tell him not to. Jill said no older kids because they'll go and spoil the game. Now let's get going.
It's 11:00. Your coffee will be served in the relaxation zone.
What now?
Just looking for stuff.
Do you have to wreck the kitchen?
It's important.
For what?
The game.
Of course, the game.
All right if I take these things?
Well, yes, but I suppose so.
Great.
But don't dent them.
I won't.
Mink,
Yes.
what's the name of this game?
Invasion.
Invasion.
Jill says we've got to start putting together the apparatus. Is that what this is? Yes. Now just hold that while I fix this on. What about this? That goes on next. Like this. See? Do you think this will work? Yes.
Oh.
Jill says we're doing really well.
The time is 1:00. Time for lunch, Mrs. Morris.
There's your milk.
Time for
Thanks.
lunch, Mink.
There's no need to gulp it. The soup isn't ready yet.
I don't need any soup.
You missed breakfast. You'll eat lunch.
Lunch is served.
Now eat.
Okay.
Slow down.
Got to get on with the game.
You make it sound like it's a matter of life and death.
It is. Drill says.
Who's Drill?
You don't know him.
What an odd name. Is he new in the neighbourhood?
He's new, all right.
Where's he from?
Around.
Who's his family?
You wouldn't know them.
But I like to know your friends.
Okay.
Okay. What's the matter, Mink? Is Drill shy?
Yes. No, in a way. I've got to go. Bye.
Oh, Mink, have you borrowed the electroduster magnet?
Yes, but I'll bring it back.
Be sure you do.
Mrs. Morris, your sister is calling on the audio visor.
Helen.
Hi, sis.
How's New York?
Oh, same as ever. Big, frantic, exhausting. I wouldn't stay a minute longer than necessary if it weren't for Henry's job.
You okay, Helen? You look tired.
Oh, it's just the children. Underfoot, you know.
Tell me, my Mink as well. All the children around here seem to have got hung up on some crazy new game called Invasion.
Your kids
I don't know what I'm outfitted with.
My Tim's got a crush on some kid named, Drill, I think it was.
That's weird. Mink keeps going on about that name.
Must be some sort of password.
Yes. Don't know about your place. Our front garden's a tip. Piles of junk and stuff.
Oh, same here. And Henry's mother down in Florida said their whole neighbourhood's turning into a scrapyard. I mean, how did these games spread all over like that?
That's social media for you.
Yeah. Anyway, I didn't...
You like the
crazy world.
old-timey radio,
I
huh?
need that recipe for that black and white cake you made.
This one's called The Illustrated Man.
2:00, and the latest news and weather updates are on your personal receiver, Mrs. Morris.
Hey,
That's your father's toolbox.
I just need a couple of things. I'll bring them back.
I was talking to Auntie Helen. She says Tim and his friends are playing this game of yours.
I told you, all the kids are playing it.
Mink, this invasion, who's invading what exactly?
Martians invading Earth.
Oh, it's just the good old Martians, is it?
Well, not exactly Martians. They're, I don't know, from somewhere up.
And inside your funny little head.
Jill says grown-ups are always laughing at kids because they've forgotten what it's like to be young.
When I was your age, I used to like stories about Martians and space monsters.
I'm not really sure if Jill's from Mars. Maybe Jupiter or Saturn or Venus. Anyway, he's had a hard time.
Well, it's not easy being a Martian on Earth, or a Venusian, come to that.
The thing is, they couldn't figure out a way to attack Earth.
There've been 100 movies where they had that trouble.
He says if you're going to win, you have to have the element of surprise.
Sounds like good tactics.
And you have to have help from the enemy.
Fifth columnists, they were called in the old days.
But they couldn't work out how to do it, and then they did.
Oh, and what was that?
They decided to use something grown-ups never notice.
Which is?
Us, children.
Ah, of course. And why does Drill want to invade
it's
us?
working.
Something to do with stuff we did in space.
Your Drill's been reading too many old history books and a bit too much science fiction.
Anyway, it's all about dimensions, I think it was.
Dimensions?
Yes, 4 of them, and something about kids under 9 and their imagination.
Well, I'll tell you something that's not imagination. If you want to have your invasion before bath time, you
Landing
better
gear
scoot.
After it's over, Jill says we won't have to have any more baths,
Departure
and we'll be
authorized.
able to stay up till 10 o'clock and watch all the televisor shows we want.
Oh, he does he?
They're going to let us run the world.
The grown-ups may have something to say about that.
That's why they'll all be killed.
Does that include your father and I, may I ask?
I'll make sure you and Dad are not hurt too much.
Well, thanks a lot, Mink.
The time is 3:45 and Mr. Morris is home. Good afternoon, Mr. Morris.
Oh, hello, Doug. Just watching Mink and the kids.
Still playing their game. I called out when I came up the path, but Mink was so wrapped up in whatever it is that she didn't seem to hear.
It's called Invasion.
Some new televisor show.
No, I don't think so.
Commander, I must point out that our carrier's weaponry is far larger than yours.
Nothing.
Retract your
Come
weapons
on.
immediately.
When you say nothing, it's always something.
How many years since the Space Wars? 60? 70?
Yeah, something like that.
Right. And before that, back in the old days, in our great-great-grandparents' time, when there were people still alive who'd fought in the old world wars, and there were still lots of smaller wars going on all over the place, people worried about invasions.
Well, but not anymore, thank God. They finally got together and fixed all that stuff.
Exactly. So why now? All of a sudden, are the kids playing a game about an invasion? Why on earth would they come up with such an idea? Now what?
Oh, will do. I just don't want anything to happen to my parents.
What's going on?
Mink won't let me play anymore.
Why not?
She's getting too old.
Frameshift drive
She's the same age she was an hour ago.
Mink, did you hit Anna?
No, I didn't. It was Drill. She's a scaredy cat and a crybaby.
4,
Drill said...
3,
Anna, you better go
2,
home.
1.
Jill said you were
Engage.
good. She said you tried to stop her.
And you're coming inside, young lady.
No! You can't make me.
Don't speak to your mother like that. You'll say sorry right now.
Sorry. I can't stop now. Drill's got stuck halfway and it's almost time. 0 hours, 5 o'clock.
You and your stupid game. Well, my 0 hour is 6 o'clock, and that, Mink, means you indoors and ready for your bath.
Now, you heard what your mother said, Mink. Just try and not get into any more scrapes today, okay?
Yeah, okay.
The time is 5 o'clock. Time for a cocktail. The usual, Mr. Morris, Mrs. Morris.
I don't want to drink tonight. I'm too strung up.
She's just a kid being a kid. We were just the same.
Were we?
All children hate their parents and wish they were dead.
I'm not sure it's Mink who wishes us dead.
Oh, for pity's sake, Maggie.
Listen,
What? I can't hear anything.
that's what's wrong. The children.
What about them?
You can't hear them. The first time in days. Doug, you saw them playing. They haven't anything dangerous out there, have they?
Well, just kids playing with a load of junk.
Well, what's making that noise? What are they up to, Doug?
All right, I'll go and see.
Yes, and tell them to stop it.
What the hell?
Quick!
Maggie, where are you going?
Intruder alert.
Hurry up!
Intruder alert.
Oh, dear God!
Maggie!
Get in the attic. Here.
Oh!
Get inside.
Damn, the power's
You throw it away. We'll never find it in the dark.
Quiet. We don't need to find it. We'll be safe here tonight. They just mustn't hear us.
Oh, for Christ's sake.
Real. The others. The invaders. They got through. They're going to kill us all.
Maggie.
You've got to stay with me, Doug. Please. You won't leave me.
Like I have a choice without the key.
Don't be angry, Doug. Hold me, please. Please.
Okay. Okay.
Oh, my God. Oh, no.
I am going.
Let them out us, will she?
Mom? Dad?
She promised.
Where are you?
Oh.
Shh, shh, shh. Mom? Dad? Here we come, ready or not.
The lock.
The light. So blue. So bright.
Mom! Dad! Peekaboo!
They're amongst us, son. Even now, long before the end comes, they're here, ready and waiting, just biding their time. That tattoo witch was the proof.
You really believe she came from the future?
The future or some filthy god-deserted alien planet? How else could she know these stories she painted on me? How the hell else could she make them come to life and speak to anyone who happens to merely glimpse my flesh?
Why would she do that?
Why burden me? God knows. Some crazy cosmic joke. Turn me into an illustrated prophecy that no one's ever gonna believe. All I know is she ruined my life. Worse, ruined the lives of everyone I've ever met from the day she inked my skin through to my meeting you.
Hey, and I'm fine.
Sure you are, kid. Just so long as you don't look at that one picture.
What picture?
Even before you know anything about it, you want to see it. Right shoulder blade. You see?
No, nothing. Just a blank space. Bare skin, more or less.
Yeah, more or less. No special design, but if you keep looking, you'll begin to see something, a sort of jumble of colors. Yes?
Maybe. So what does it mean?
She told me. This last illustration is a special one.
Quite finished. I put the ink on your flesh, but it's your sweat and your thoughts that will complete it.
They do. Time after time. The muddle resolves itself. The confusion becomes clear and the picture forms. Though never the same.
What makes it change?
Anyone who might happen to be around.
I don't believe you.
Believe what you like, boy. All I'll say is that whenever I'm with a person long enough, and it doesn't take long, the picture comes into focus. They look there on my shoulder blade and a picture forms that will show them how they'll live, how they'll die.
Sure. Whatever you say, I guess.
You can humor me all you like. Just take your mind off that picture that ain't there yet. Look at another, maybe less dangerous story. Though death's never far away. Look here. On my chest, right there. What do you see?
A night sky?
Yes.
Empty space. Stars and blackness. Deep, deep.
And?
That's all.
No.
A rocket. A tiny rocket. Something hurtling towards me. A great ball of fire. They're gonna collide.
Greetings, Commander. We are glad to have you.
Their ship a million pieces. A dozen shipwrecked astronauts swimming in the blackness like silverfish.
I need to stop falling asleep.
Hollis! Hollis! Hollis, this is Stone.
Can anyone hear me? Anyone? Anyone? Can all hear you, Stimson. Thank God.
This is Stone. Do you hear me, Hollis?
Stone, this is Hollis.
No gravity.
Some big chunk of space knocked us for 6. Result, the rocket blows up. It happens. It happened.
Sure as hell did.
Where are you, Stone?
I don't know. Oh, good God, how can I? Which way is up? All I know is I'm falling.
We're all falling. Like pebbles down a well.
Like what?
Nothing, nothing.
If we can find each other. Hello? Hello? Help me, for God's sake!
You pipe down, Stimson.
Stone, so we find each other, supposing we could. Then what? We haven't got our force units on.
Yeah, right. Like we had enough time.
Which is why we're not ever going to find each other.
We have to. Do you hear me? We have to.
We're not a crew anymore. We're just small bits of something falling into nothingness.
Yeah. Right. Hollis,
Yep.
how long can we talk like this?
That depends how fast you're going your way and I'm going mine.
An hour?
That should do it, maybe less. Which way are you going?
Looks like I'll hit the moon.
That's Earth for me. Back to old Mother Earth at 10,000 miles per hour. I'll burn like a match.
Give it a rest. Sounds like listening to the last act of Romeo and Juliet.
Why are you such a jerk, Applegate?
Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God!
Okay.
Stimson again.
If it comes to jerks, Hollis, I'd say that idiot Stimson had the edge on me any day.
Such a long way down. Such a long, long way. I don't want to die. I don't want to die.
Stimson?
Oh, God, I don't like it. I don't like it.
Stimson, this is Hollis. Stimson, do you hear me? Stimson. Stimson, take it easy. We're all in the same fix.
I don't want to be here. Do you hear me? I don't want to be here. I want to be somewhere else.
There is a chance we'll be found.
That's crap, Hollis, and you know it.
Listen to me, Stimson.
They will find us, won't they? They must. I don't believe this is happening. I don't believe it.
Hey, don't worry, Stimson. It's all just a bad dream.
Shut up, Applegate. Stimson, listen.
You want me to shut up, Hollis? Come and shut me up. You wanted to shut me up ever since we started on this voyage, haven't you, Hollis? Huh? And now guess what? It's too damn late. Right?
On both counts, Applegate.
Why don't you two quit scrapping? What the hell's the point now?
Where's the fun in that, Stone?
Oh my God, no!
Not again.
We'll all go mad before we die if you keep saying that.
He's near me. He's near me. I think I can reach him. Stimson. Stimson!
For pity's sake, shut him up.
Okay, I've got him.
Thank God for that.
What did you do?
I punched a hole in his helmet.
Bullseye.
That makes no odds.
A late demonstration of leadership from Hollis. Pity you never made captain.
He was going to die anyway. The moon, the earth, meteors. Why wait?
That's true. Anyway, now that we've had an over and out from Stimson, let's talk, Hollis.
What's the point?
Why not? Nothing else to do. So, where were we? Oh, yes. We were talking about your dislike for me. Or maybe hatred is a better word.
Don't let him needle you, Hollis.
It's okay, Stone.
I want to tell you something, Hollis, and Stone, and anyone else who's still listening. Something to justify your hatred of me. Want to hear?
I don't give a damn.
Sure you do. Well, listen up. I was the one who blackballed you with the rocket company 5 years ago. Your whole life you wanted to get to the top, and you've always wondered why you didn't. Well, now you know. I put the black mark on you just before I was kicked out myself.
You bastard, Applegate.
We both wind up with a crew of mercenaries on a mission to put down a Martian revolt. But there's one difference between us, Hollis. I got to be lieutenant, and you're superior. You angry, Hollis?
No.
Damn. Okay, I'll try a bit harder. Let me tell you why I did what I did.
What's the point in this?
The point, Stone, is that Hollis, like all of us, is about to die, and he might as well do so having learned the only useful lesson in his miserable existence. I did it because you're weak, Hollis. You had ambitions, but you didn't have what it takes to realize them.
You're right. I guess I cared too much about being liked, when the truth was, I didn't have the balls to be ruthless like you. Well, you've nailed me, Applegate, and I probably deserve it.
You don't need to justify yourself to him, Hollis.
Well, might as well. It's as good a time as any for facing facts. And here's a fact for you, Applegate. For the first time ever, I'm not jealous of you anymore. I used to be so damn jealous of you. Getting whatever you wanted, however you could grab it. Rank, money, relationships. But now, everything's over for you, just like it is for me.
Bravo for fighting back, but guess what? I've still got all those memories of everything I've had and done. What have you got, Hollis? How does a measly heap of broken dreams stack up to my memories? Huh?
Well, your precious memory's gonna stop you falling now.
Take it easy, Hollis.
Well, tell me... Ah!
What's happened? Hollis? What's going on? Hollis?
I've been hit.
Well, what?
It's my leg.
Oh, he stubbed his toe.
Something. Blood. The suit's leaking.
Seal the suit, you fool! Twist the lock by the knee, now! For God's sakes, Hollis, do it now, do you hear?
Yeah. It's okay. Okay.
Oh, God almighty. What's worse? Falling for eternity or getting cut up bit by space like an invisible bloody butcher?
Have you done it, Hollis?
Yeah.
Why is this game not playing?
Thanks. I didn't know you cared so much.
Yeah, well, love's a wonderful thing. Hollis?
Yes?
This isn't good.
What in particular?
Arguing, hating. Brings all the bile out, makes us bad. It's a bad way to die. Don't you think? You listening, Hollis?
Yes.
I lied. I didn't blackball you. Don't know why I said that.
Let me guess, Applegate, because you're just a nasty piece of work.
Got it in one, Stone. Hollis, listen. Truth is, we were both shafted by that bloody android on the crew. 2 careers ruined by a robot. I said what I did because I wanted to hurt someone and you seemed like the best candidate. You were the one everyone liked. You were okay being you, whereas I wasn't happy unless I was trying to be what I wasn't. That's why we fought. But now, well, you might as well know I've been an idiot. There's not 1 ounce of truth to what I said. So there you are. Oh, to hell with you.
Thanks, Applegate.
You don't mention it. Up your nose, you bastard.
Hey,
So, what's happening?
I've got myself into a meteor swarm. Hundreds of little asteroids.
Meteors?
Yeah. I think it's the Myrmidony cluster that goes out past Mars and in towards Earth once every 5 years.
Good timing, Stone.
Well, I'm right in the middle. It's like a big kaleidoscope. There's all kinds of colours and shapes and sizes. Oh, God, it's beautiful.
Stone?
They're taking me with them. I'm going with them. So long, Hollis. So long.
Stone?
Yes.
Good luck.
Don't be funny.
So how you doing, Hollis?
I'm still heading back to Earth.
You're on your own. I'm bound for the moon and no mistake.
Take it easy.
Yeah, we'll do. See you.
Just me now. Hurtling towards where it all began. Where it'll all end. Applegate, you were right. As a life lived, it seems pretty empty. Too late now. No feelings left. Just an ache. And a wish that there was some last thing I could do. Some last good thing. When I hit the atmosphere, I'll blaze like a meteor. Oh, God. I wonder if anyone will see me.
What's happening? The picture's changed.
A country lake at evening.
Yes, a man and a boy.
Fishing. No fish biting. The boy looks up, gazing into the sky.
Yes.
Then he sees it.
Something falling.
Someone.
He points.
And seeing what he thinks is a falling star, he makes a wish and gives a falling man his longed-for legacy.
What did he wish?
To go into space, like poor Hollis, whose burning cinder of a body he mistook for a wishing star.
Does it come true, his wish?
Maybe. Perhaps he'll fly to the moon, lead an expedition to Mars. Who knows? Only that witch who put the story there can answer that question.
Did you ever see her again?
Did I? Hell. Every summer for 50 years I've hunted for that shack of hers. One day I'll find her, and when I do, I will kill her.
Would that stop it?
Possibly. I might sleep a little better. It's hard to rest with the pictures crawling like ants in my skin. With that space in my back, that one small gap among the clutter of rocket ships and time machines, waiting to cloud over and fill in some new, deadly picture.
It's just ink. How can it be deadly, whatever it shows?
You really want to look, don't you, boy?
No. Yes. Christ, I don't know.
You're just itching to take a look, make sense of that jumble, put the jigsaw together, see the last illustration, hear the final story.
Yeah, well, maybe I am.
I'm telling you, you've seen enough. But you're like all the rest. No one's ever seen enough.
Turn around. Let me see.
Okay. You can't resist, and I can't stop you.
Shapes are shifting, changing.
They will.
Dissolving into one another.
They do.
A face.
Oh, no. Your face?
Yes.
But you're not alone, are you?
No.
I'm there, too. A drawing on my own body.
Oh, my God.
Oh, tell me, what am I doing?
Advancing. Reaching out with your hands.
Hands full of drawings, monsters, madman murderers, and a single rose.
Yes.
Turn away.
Fingers from my throat.
No.
Closing.
Run, boy.
Tightening.
Run! Now!
Hey, you looking for a ride? No one should be out on a night like this. Come on, get in.
Hell of a night to be hitching a ride, man. It's like the wrath of God out there. Well, looks like you're eager to get somewhere, or get away from somewhere, perhaps. I'm heading east, if that's any good to you. It's gonna be a long night if you're observing a vow of silence. Say, man, are you okay? You look kind of shaken up. Smoke? Help yourself, go on. Here. Got a light. Well, gee. What the hell have you got in your hand there? Wait, show me. Wow. Rose.
Yeah. Freshly cut.
It's even got the drops of dew.
Nestling among soft pink petals.
That's beautiful.
Just an illustration.
Oh, that's the best tattoo I've ever seen.
One of many.
Where'd you get them?
Be sorry you asked.
Why is that?
It's just how it is. Everyone's always sorry. Sooner or later.
In The Illustrated Man by Ray Bradbury, the Illustrated Man was played by Ian Black, the Youth by Jamie Parker, the Tattoo Witch by Elaine Claxton, and The Driver by Wilf Scolding. Smith was played by Stephen Hogan, Brayling and Brayling 2 by Patrick Kennedy, Mink by Nell Herron, Mother by Heather Craney, Father by Clive Hayward, and Anna by Lucy Hutchinson. Stone was played by Jamie Barbakoff, Hollis by Alec Newman, Applegate by John P. Arnold, and Stimson by Craig Ells. The Illustrated Man was dramatized by Brian Sibley and directed by Gemma Jenkins.
And next Saturday afternoon, Derek Jacobi stars in a reimagining of Ray Bradbury's The Martian Chronicles, and
Alright guys, I'm gonna reach
I see.
I gotta go blow my nose.
Landing gear retracted.
Landing clamp disengaged. You are clear to leave.
I'ma do it by myself, bitch, I don't need nobody's help. No, you ain't felt the shit I felt. Don't need a fame, don't need a wealth. I had to go pick up the pace. I'm sliding through, won't leave a trace. If you can't see it on my face, then you gon' feel it in my ride. Okay, sacrificial, don't test your mic, put up a fight and watch it get abysmal. Real be revealed, I keep it real, no, this ain't artificial. Fuck what you say, ain't gonna play it, cut it, keep it civil. Bitch, I just split you down the middle. Hold up, talking, I'm breaking their bones. Come straight for that throne. Works with my zone, I stand right, better be steady in stone. Little boy, watch your tone. Came here to make shit known. Overthrown if I'ma do it right, then I'ma do it on my own. If I'ma do it,
time charging.
Say you miss the only that ain't half what I evolved to. Say you miss the only that ain't half I found.
You are now clear of the area.
Friendship
Do
time
not touch the
charging.
phone. Signing off.
4, 3, 2, 1. Engage.
I'm gonna do it on my own. Ow. I'm gonna do it on my own. When the dark consumes the light, I may not put up a fight. But when the morning comes, the sun shines down upon my face and illuminates the poor disgrace of what you've become. Heed my words and listen close. I have no patience for you. Welcome to your end.
Hope you're doing alright this week.
Will bid you See the sun will rise, now you looking in your eyes, you can tell it's gonna hurt. Gonna rip inside like I did with my shirt. Now you know my pride's bigger than yours. Go! Yeah, you should've killed me way before the impending dawn. Assuming that I was the one who was never meant to be strong. No, I'm not immortal, don't be confused with the sin who's born. When you're facing me, the fight is never taking long. Glaring at the sun, you blinded my strength inside. You saw the axe I'm fine, and now you lying in your back, surrender to the brightest sky. When you proclaim that I will die, but what a shame. I'm the one who decides by the time you deal with fear and paralyzed. I'll bring the sunshine. Don't confuse it with arrogance. I can speak the truth, be aware of this. I'm a lion, so the fight will be perilous. With my pride, there's no comparison.
Surface scanned by 50%.
Myself just to watch you crawl. Fall to the ice, I can hear the call. Snowflakes melt when the ashes fall. I'll burn it all, I'll burn it all. Set myself alight. If I go down on my fight, souls keep burning bright through the coldest nights. You created me, I'll myself just to watch you crawl. Fall to the ice, I can hear the call. Snowflakes melt when the ashes fall. I'll burn it all, I'll burn it all. Set myself alight. If I go down on my fight, soul keeps burning bright through the coldest nights. You created me, I'll create your
No regret ever forgetting about me. Headed through your head, much better off underground deep. I'm not playing games, gonna leave you bleeding. Running different lanes, issue with this for completion. I'm a fucking beast with the fire up in her, make it your turn. Feast at this hour, come a herd, now you all burn. Speak, fake her life, show the hurt, this is your fault. Me with the ice, used to turn like a rock soul.
Dude, the dead don't wander far, who knew? I wonder if you'd rather it was still true. Treat me like I'm family. One like put a hand on me, well scarred up too.
Just to watch you crawl. Fall to the ice, I can hear the call. Snowflakes melt when the ashes fall. I'll burn it all, I'll burn it all. Sing myself alight. If I go down on my fight, soul keeps burning bright through the coldest nights. You created me, I'll create your life.
Like a Zula with the flames so blue, I take out any brothers too, and they'll all fall down into my head. Tired of living and listening to power. Cut off from my bones, I'm bickering now, yeah. I'm coming up to kick you from your tower. I'm like the rain, how I'll make a cower. Breathing over your own dream, and now I'm flying you here over mine. Look at these fucking talentless hands, thinking that worth any better my time. Get you will show you where the crown rests. Run up a throne room, I'm a love threat. I expose you, then you'll regret it. Just I know you, don't you forget it. Nah.
Just to watch you crawl. Fall to the ice, I can hear the call. Snowflakes melt when the ashes fall. I'll burn it all, I'll burn it all. Sing myself alight. If I go down on my fight, soul keeps burning bright through the coldest nights. You created me, I'll create your life. You just
Surface scan complete.
Oh, who am I? Well then. I'm a trailblazer and a troublemaker. Just a bad guy, not a bad guy. Heartbreaker, mad power with the bad eyes. Leave fakers, choking on my smoke. Guess I'm breathtaking. The way you knew, just a toy that you toss in the snow. Ain't nothing but stitches and rattle. Achieve what you dreamed of me. Fire too hot to ever control. I became what you're not. Weakness, powerless, scared of the pain. Cower when you hear my name. Put me on the leash and I'm snapping the chain. You can't put out my infernos to come to flames. And not to ocaso solo. Just to watch you crawl. Fall to the ice, I can hear the call. Snowflakes melt when the ashes fall. I'll burn it all, I'll burn it all. Sing myself alight. If I go down on my fight, soul keeps burning bright through the coldest nights. You
Ready to engage.
And some rings.
I'm done with waiting.
4, 3, 2, 1. Engage.
Society is breaking. The peaceful alone. Pretend. Don't run, you can't leave. Can't you see the heavens are falling, falling down? And they think the angels are crawling, crawling out. I don't care if it hurts, I don't care. Go down with the world when it burns, that don't scare me. And to hear the prayers to God then, when the sky falls down. You've done this to yourselves. I won't blame anyone else. From grace all status fell, blood washed it down the drain. My goal was once so small, now it's one death for all. That's at my beck and call, we'll watch them fade away. Can't you see the heavens are falling, falling down? And they think the angels are crawling, crawling out. I don't care if it hurts, I don't care. Go down with the world when it burns, that don't scare me. And to hear the prayers to God then, when the sky falls down.
Frameshift drive charging. Four, 3, 2, 1. Engage. Fuel scooping. Fuel scooping complete.
Probably could have lived a whole life where you didn't even land as a blip on my radar. Now that you've been in my sights, got a nice plot picked in the bed of my graveyard. Everything I touch get killed, I'ma slide in a ring, then I'm splitting that face guard. All I gotta do is wait for the right moment, like wait, I feel a beat drop on the 8th bar. Living for the fam, my soldiers, once in a lifetime, life twice over. All these bitches thinking they hot till I smolder. All these bitches thinking they hot when I'm sober. All these bitches thinking they hot when I'm colder. Shaking off the rush to brush up my quota. It ain't had to be this way, man, I told you. Heated from the head to toe, I bipolar. can't even see the plan. I got a tenant, you ain't seen the vision in your people. I can see them squinting me. I'm getting pulling with the heater, cause the heater lifted. Told you I'm the coldest with the heater, cause the lever riches. See, I'll never see the benefit, but you gon' need a wicked hand to put your team into the negative to see the difference. Everybody speaking like they did it, but you need to zip it. See the digits every time I speak a sentence, people listen. You gon' turn me back to the old me, to a monster. I just wanted low key, old man shit. I just wanted more peace, and you turned the peace on me. That was OD. Go take 13, that was on me. How you gonna flex on me? I'm the OG. Told me get on your level, that's a low leap. Power rules everything, bitch, that's the motif. Everybody say they running the seat. How you running when you gunning for me? Every time I stand and run for the seat, I ain't come to you, you up here with me. No games. Youngin', you don't wanna run it with me, no way. You should've stayed in your lane, we all the same. Forgot that I come from the slum, forgot that I come from the street, forgot that I come with the ones, forgot that I come with the heat, forgot that I run with the wolves, but that means that I run with the beast. Now you think you do it like me, no, can't nobody do it like me, no, no way. I don't need security, bitch, I got my feet up. This is my chair and it ain't a two-seater. Next time, give me a call before we meet up. This the kind of shit that you fall for, I'ma be up. This the kind of shit that you raw for, not the leader. All I do is raise the palms and you the leader. Repeater, raising your palms, a nigga heater. Why you think I got all these scars and still here? Youngsters, infants, babbling, fixing your lips for a sentence. Sentence for fixing your lips for some ignorance. Ignorance, fix up your sentences, expeditious and hellish witness. You're playing checkers, I'm devil's bishop. 2 steps ahead, I dispel you bitches. You feel the weight and dispel your britches. And now you pinned on my shit list. Bitch, you gon' rewind the clock. All that tough talk turn you into silent ops. North, south, east, west, they all violent plots. Michelin style, I swipe with the finest chops. So we know when I'm done when the climate drops. I pry the sun and Friday your eyelids pop. Could've went home, but you the type that talk. So you couldn't see that I'm a god. Everybody say they running the scene. How you running when you gunning for me? Every time I stand and run for the seat, I ain't come to you, you up here with me. No games. Youngin', you don't wanna run it with me, no way. You should've stayed in your lane, we all the same. Forgot that I come from the slum, forgot that I come from the street, forgot that I come with the ones, forgot that I come with the heat, forgot that I run with the wolves, baby, that means that I run with the beast. Now you think you do it like me, no, can't nobody do it like me, no, no way.
Coming to the scene, but I don't advertise. To see a better world, no need to compromise. I'm gonna take the light away, the other side. You see it to the disease that I will sterilize. And they can try and take away all my supply, but every single move I make, the one behind. I'm begging us to cross your heart and hope to die. And give them one shot, but not between the eyes. I hereby declare the end is upon us. Celebrate the fall, and they will never repair or regain the promise they made to the fools who blindly followed them into the dark. I will hold you in my hands, break you down and build you up again. You got no patience, so I pretend. You think you know me, I'm your mate to an end. Keep from at a distance, make it think that we need their assistance. Think they're in control, but they don't listen. Stuck in adolescence, minds of prison, lack of wisdom. Start to finish, promise I will end this. Reconstruct the kind, leave them defenseless. Break the spirit, mind, and all the senses. Got so high to justify expenses. I hereby declare the end is upon us. Celebrate the fall, and they will never repair or regain the promise they made to the fools who blindly follow them. I hereby declare the end is upon us. Celebrate the fall, and they will never repair or regain the promise they made to the fools who blindly followed them into the dark. Pledge your own to the top. I don't have time to see a little woman need to compromise. Send to the tide away the other side. You see it to the seas that I was paralyzed. And they try to take away all my supply, but every single move I make, the one behind it. Figured if we cross the heart and hope to die, give it one shot, but not between the eyes. I hereby declare the end is upon us. Celebrate the fall, and they will never repair or regain the promise they made to the fools who blindly follow them. I hereby declare the end is upon us. Celebrate the fall, and they will never repair or regain the promise they made to the fools who blindly follow them into the dark.
Programming ligature. Prospector limit engaged.
Gather round, it's a new villainous resident. Join me on the journey toward infamous relevance. Dashing individual, dripping in eloquence. Gentleman who molds any element to gelatin. Labeled as a villain, but my heart has no maleficence. As a young man, I was lost and directionless. I just wanted fame and to bask in the excellence. But as fate would have it, greatness wasn't in my genesis. Negligence was the driving factor in my exodus. I tried to help, but I became my own eternal nemesis. Only made it worse, in it I became a pessimist. It took a little woman to remind me of my gentleness. Ooh, let's look at ahead, got a story left to tell. Come and join me on this journey, promise you will be compelled. I just wanna know the notoriety to nestle at the pinnacle. So clip your video and get to know the gentle criminal. La Brava, grab the camera, frame it up right, can't look like amateurs. The mustache must look so glamorous. Otherwise in the comments they will slander us. To be remembered we can never be average. And my strength grows cause you feel so amorous. You have brought out the best in me. Together we can build this legacy. La Brava, grab the camera, frame it up right, can't look like amateurs. The mustache must look so glamorous. Otherwise in the comments they will slander us. To be remembered we can never be average. And my strength grows cause you feel so amorous. You have brought out the best in me. Together we can build this legacy. All my bad deeds, they were cast to the side. Wasn't good enough, just as in the past when I tried. Couldn't even get a view on the last of my pride. That was when I found you, and alas it was time. Had a plan so slick, other heroes won't stick. Elementary, the gathering, we will coast in. Rather if we focus, others they will notice. And then maybe on the total we won't be noticed. This is our chance, we wanna get another one. I don't care who's in the way, they would know us when we're done. Sorry, I get to mingling with destiny, so you'll never get the best of me. Rebound, reflect, see how object, bend to my will, see now respect. I'll ask you kindly, let me be, or La Brava's love will set me free. La Brava, grab the camera, frame it up right, can't look like amateurs. The mustache must look so glamorous. Otherwise in the comments they will slander us. To be remembered we can never be average. And my strength grows cause you feel so amorous. You have brought out the best in me. Together we can build this legacy. La Brava, grab the camera, frame it up right, can't look like amateurs. The mustache must look so glamorous. Otherwise in the comments they will slander us. To be remembered we can never be average. And my strength grows cause you feel so amorous. You have brought out the best in me. Together we can build this legacy.
I have failed you and your trust. You believed in me, but that was a bust. You are everything to me, you mean so much. You were there for me when everybody else would judge. And I know I promised you we would succeed. But that time is gone, and it's only a dream. You should know without you here, it makes it hard
time, I'm a god like Cronus. I'm a muda, and I stay ferocious. Watch a prey so hopeless as my prey approaches. Leave 'em maimed and broken as the pain is potent. I manipulate my puppets, I don't need hypnosis. Leave 'em breathless, like it's tuberculosis. I don't need no motors, leave 'em deophobic in their Jojo poses. Give 'em scoliosis. Blade sting, yellow jacket, all gold, Ferris casket. Sink ships like the Titanic, leave you dripping red like a ketchup packet. Scared when I'm freezing time, now that I'm in my prime. Repping a drip so fine, like Hatsune Miku, the world is mine. You weight bodies like vacuuming, blow you away like a cacuin. Control them like mannequins, watching in panic. Steamrolling people, know that's human trafficking. Murdering puppies, but Jonathan's weak. He ain't got nothing on John Wick. Feel like a shepherd and you are my sheep. Better bow down to your god, bitch. I control the world. 全て無駄 Guess who's in control? このディオだこのディオだこのディオだこのディオだこのディオだ I control the world 全て無駄 Guess who's in control? このディオだこのディオだこのディオだこのディオだこのディオだ My daddy popped off with a drop off, pop a cap, opening his knuckle like a mad dog, bad dog, put him in the furnace. I'm a vampire, how my name got shit. I'm a god, so I blood is the water though. The only has to stop with those in the clock. So, what do I need again when you're mad as all? Hit you with a muda overflow, you can't kill me, yo. 暗闇から現れ牙島の不要度もフロー不思議の鳥ビバ日が沈む時こそプライムタイムじゃなさんじゃだろう俺にはランチタイム監視タイムこの世を支配敵など次第見るだけ痛い期待通りに裏切る機会137分時間に期待 Hit you with the fist and make a wish. You'd quit your little trip across the desert. And I'm not gonna stop till your blood drips down on your granddad's sweatshirt. Stone Mask chose me, bow down before me. You don't wanna see this boy go crazy. It's all useless. You say, who's this? Only the biggest film to set foot on Egypt. I control the world. 全て無駄 Guess who's in control? このディオだこのディオだ
I wish I would have brought those other things now, so I could shoot people off. So
Asteroid depleted. Cargo hold at maximum capacity.
Uh-oh.
You think you can understand what I really am, but no one knows what I am capable of. Let me show you. I have the highest accolades, go find someone to compare me. I load one in the chain before you really think you can scare me. My house was built up with no ceiling, pushing limits, I'm very sick and tired. So let me show you who you think you are scaring. I am a monster. Nothing I am is natural. Welcome to your funeral. Just think of me so beautiful. Sing my teeth in you. Drain the poison from your veins. I have awoken from my rage.
I know they're counting. Keep playing whatever game you were playing. You think I'm playing? You spout out your confidence while I sit here oh so quietly. You want to be heard, but no one listens. Oh, the irony. So it's sounding right. Your world is not what you make it. You got these people fooled and thinking that you are the greatest. Well, just step aside before I step up and break it. I'm so sick and tired. So let me show you who you think you're scaring. I'm a
Collector limit expired. Asteroid depleted. Programming linked drone. Programming linked drone. Programming linked drone.
Yeah, I feel like Goku. Shoot the beat straight for the head, nah, bitch, I don't lose. I thought I told you I eat the beat up like it's all food. Fusion static, get dramatic, watch us roll through. Don't make no bold moves, you got me feeling like I'm Goku. Shoot the beat straight for the head, nah, bitch, I don't lose. I thought I told you I eat the beat up like it's all food. Fusion static, get dramatic, watch us roll through. Don't make no bold moves, you got me feeling like I'm never rivaled. Homicidal, I'm coming through, so grip a Bible. Check your vitals, don't need a crew when I'm an idol. Feel like title, I never took an L, so I'm lossless. You can learn what loss is. So it's it, because I'm fine. No pen, I be feeling fine. Go in, bet these monkeys die. More six men of those who step to the define. My very existence is a weapon, you're perceptive, cause you realize you're witnessing perfection. Yeah, I feel like Goku. Shoot the beat straight for the head, nah, bitch, I don't lose. I thought I told you I eat the beat up like it's all food. Fusion static, get dramatic, watch us roll through. Don't make no bold moves, you got me feeling like I'm Goku. Shoot the beat straight for the head, nah, bitch, I don't lose. I thought I told you I eat the beat up like it's all food. Fusion static, get dramatic, watch us roll through. Don't make no bold moves, you got me feeling like I'm Goku. Try to burn it to the ground, let's see you won't do. Kamehameha till I blow through. Different time, different place, different soul too. Yeah, it's all true. Hey, let the blade loose, I'm about to let it fly. Rose bright colors, Super Saiyan with the shine. Bring a whole army, I don't even gotta try. And I make my own rules, fuck the time, fuck the cause. I got the whole entire world at my fingertips now. You stupid mortals, go ahead and give the crowd. Cause oh yeah, I feel like Goku. Shoot the beat straight for the head, nah, bitch, I don't lose. I thought I told you I eat the beat up like it's all food. Fusion static, get dramatic, watch us roll through. Don't make no bold moves, you got me feeling like I'm Goku. Shoot the beat straight for the head, nah, bitch, I don't lose. I thought I told you I eat the beat
I gotta make it back to the ship.
Fusion static, get dramatic, watch us roll through. Don't make no bold moves, you got me feeling like a bitch.
Cargo scoop retracted. Frameshift drive charging. Four, three, two, one. Engage. Fuel scooping. Fuel scooping complete.
That is so crunchy.
Welcome, Commander. Please request docking permission before approaching a landing pad. Access granted. Please proceed to your landing pad, Commander. You're clear for automated approach. Please sit back and relax, Commander.
Landing gear deployed.
One more safe landing. Hangar crew is ready. Welcome to a carrier, Commander.
Alright, guys. I think that is going to be. I am. I appreciate everyone that followed, hung out. Appreciate the subs. Yeah, I'm just like, tired right now. Let's see who